second acceptance, and then it just kept on rolling and rolling and rolling. Except writing short stories is like popcorn. I could not stop. I kept doing it, even though I knew I could write a novel at that point. But I've written and sold about 100 short stories before I even attempted to write a novel.
Wow. So how is I'm still a bit like flummoxed here on this. You just like in mid-30s, I just, okay, English is third language, and I just started writing and doing it. So what did you have that led you up to being literate? Like what was your past that you're that literate that you read, or in a position that you could read that much to then go and start writing and submitting? Is it from an educator or because of a job you had that, like, I'm still a little bit mystified.
So I was introduced to reading at an early age. My dad was a huge book fanatic. He was a bibliophile. He collected books. He introduced me to it, and I was reading. I grew up in Odessa, Ukraine, so I was reading in Russian, and good books were a scarcity. So
Sure.
they were hard to find. So we had to kind of scramble. And if I wanted to read good science fiction, not only was very little of it translated and published or published in the original Russian, but it was difficult to find. So for me, it was more of a challenge to find books than to read them. Reading was the easy part. I was at a certain point around 10 to 13 years of age. I was probably reading a book a day.
Whoa.
And of course I was reading in Russian, and my family moved from the Soviet Union back when that was still a going concern, right before it collapsed, over to New York City in 1990. And at the time, my level of English was good enough to ask for directions, but not good enough to understand the answer. So I always had this idea in the back of my mind that I wanted to be a writer. But considering that I couldn't even read books in English yet, I gave up on that for the longest time. And to this day, there are certain quirks, and I probably have to work a little bit harder than a lot of people to fix them, like understanding how to properly use perfect tense,
Hmm.
whether to say had or have had.
Right.
I understand intellectually how that works, but that part of my brain just turns off when I get to the writing part. That's the bad thing. The good thing is, being multilingual really helps you because you when you learn a language, rather than just grow up with it, you tend to learn a lot of really good vocabulary, especially if you're predisposed toward languages. So that's why I'm using big words like kakistocracy and generally, play with language in a lot of my stories and books. I love it, and it's just something that I've been passionate about for a long time. But really, it wasn't the career that prepared me for writing. It was just that I never stopped reading, listening to audiobooks, whatever format, consuming that fiction. I did write a fair amount of nonfiction for work, which kind of shoved me forward toward that million word mark,
Uh-huh.
but
What
it
was your
was
what was your
never.
work?
So one, I've had a lot of different adventures, like kind of a Mark Twainish in that sense, where I had a lot of different careers, and one of them was playing a trading card game called Magic the Gathering for a
Sure.
living. I was ranked third in the world for a while. I won a lot of championships. And one of the things that paid my bills was writing tournament coverage and strategy articles for magazines and websites back when that was just starting out at the very first wave of internet startups.
Well, how cool
And
is
so
that?
I wrote a lot of stuff about magic, and I traveled the world. I've played magic in over 30 countries. So that was another thing that kind of prepared me for life as a writer, because I get to write about these cool, exotic to Americans places, and a lot of those are places I've actually visited.
Wow. Okay, that's I did not expect that. I just studied your book and looked up kakistocracy and cleared that up and just got into the mindset of what kind of a person would be writing about this, and that's why I said I've got to talk to him. So all right, so you're an avid reader, and that comes up quite a bit from other major authors. The ones that are really successful, they're also amazingly well read. So you obviously kakistocracy. So why don't you go ahead and provide your a description of it, and then we're going to get into that, and then we'll get into the how you became you know how you're doing as a published author, your your channel that you're using. So let's just talk a little bit about Kakistocracy, because that was such a fun book, and the title is just so apt, and it's so apt to like right now. Well, it's been right now for decades, but nevertheless, it's still right now, that whole concept. So what is Kakistocracy?
So, first of all, this is the second book in the series called the Conrad Verse Chronicles. The first book was called The Middling Affliction, and that came out about 2 years ago, with Kakistocracy following a few months ago. It is a snarky, funny urban fantasy adventure with lots and lots of action and pop culture references. So imagine Men in Black, but in book form, or perhaps a much more snarkier, much more New York based version of the Dresden Files. So that's the series, and the book itself. The word kakistocracy, first of all, for those who are not familiar, refers to the form of government by the worst of us. And so I thought it was a really fun word, especially in light of what I was doing with the series. So in the first book, New York City, the whole series is kind of a love letter to Brooklyn, which is my adopted home and the borough where I've lived for over 30 years now. So there's a lot of characters that are based on larger than life New York City personalities. And one of those personalities was a certain real estate developer that that had a reality TV show and was known for his passion for the gilded rather than the truly golden materials, etc. And I wrote bits of that. I wrote my first Conrad Brand stories involving this character many, many years ago. In fact, it was published. The story that was one of the bases for the series was published in the very first issue of Galaxy's Edge magazine, edited by Mike Resnick, who
Wow, yeah,
was
Mike was a dear friend.
he was a dear friend of mine as well. He invited me. He actually invited me into that to write something for that very first issue, and we've published each other many, many times over in different anthologies
Yeah, he
and
tried for a
magazines.
couple of years to get me to buy Galaxy's Edge and to publish it. And he said, "Okay, I'll do it." So yeah, he did it. And now they have a habit of giving first dibs to Rise of Future winners to be publishing it. But anyway, so sorry, go ahead.
So the character kind of existed before the real life counterpart entered politics. And when I was finishing the book, when the book already had a publisher and I was kind of in the process of doing some revisions, I'm like, well, let me set up book two. And I set up book two by suggesting that the character's name in the book is Bradley Holcomb. That Bradley Holcomb was going to run for the mayor of New York City. And so in the second book, he becomes mayor. A little bit of a spoiler there because it doesn't happen in the first chapter, but I think that's fair
Yeah,
enough
it
to
doesn't ruin
suggest.
anything.
Right. He becomes mayor, and this causes a lot of headaches for the characters involved because he gets into bed with people that just don't like the magical residents of New York City and kind of decide to oppress them. Now, before I piss off about half of the potential readers, I should say that the politics of this universe are not the politics that we live in today. This is not a left versus right issue.
Right.
This is more about making fun of a certain personality and kind of creating a completely different set of issues that the characters are fighting. I mean, there's still universal concepts like that. They're fighting for freedom and freedom of choice and kind of being able to have checks and balances and control things that our politicians are doing. But it's not. The book is not an indictment of like one political philosophy or another that we have in the real world.
For sure.
Because
It
I
was
didn't.
definitely not that. I didn't get that at all. In fact, earlier when I wrote you, I was this one character sounded like somebody in politics, but then as I went through the book, he said, "Don't worry, that's not where it's going." And so I was relieved because I don't get into that with this podcast. But then, and getting through the book, it's a whole different aspect of of your. Like I said, I wasn't sure if what you're doing was satire or if it was some other sarcasm, whatever it was on a thing. But it also went to like kakistocracy also is the concept of which Hubbard got into as well when he talked politics. The problem with democracy is that they will elect into office the person that will do the most harm to them, and the most good for themselves. And so you've got this guy that's been elected into office, and it's not like Republican or Democrat. It's just like you follow the money trail or follow the power trail, and that actually rings true regardless the politics that you follow. And it's like you definitely follow money trails and you follow power trails, and the levels and how it goes on there and how you put it into the fantastical makes it much more palatable, even though you look and go, gosh, that is what happens, even though it's obviously not fantasy. But I was just thoroughly thrilled reading your book. And I have to read a lot. I read almost like, I don't read a book a day like you were doing there, but I'll read a book a week to prepare for these. And it's just it was a nice change of pace and just so much fun.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, that my goal was certainly to have it work on multiple levels. So you've mentioned a couple of
Yeah.
times you weren't sure if it's satire or what kind
Yeah.
of humor it is. I like to think of it as snark, and I don't like. I know snark as a word kind of has a negative connotation, but I don't think it's necessarily negative. I think it's sort of a very sarcastic, very New Yorkish style of humor
Mm-hmm.
that is appropriate to the series. But I've also learned, and this is I think an important tip for anybody who is attempting to write humor in their work, is that it's very dangerous because what's funny to me and you may be completely not funny to a different reader.
Sure.
And so the trick to me is to make sure that the story is interesting enough and the stakes are high enough that even if no joke lands whatsoever, the reader can still be engaged in it as a story that attempts and fails at humor, but has an interesting adventure that they can follow. And so I tried to write these books in that manner where I kind of assumed that, I crack myself up when I'm writing with some of these things. I just assume that none of the jokes are going to land, and I ask myself, well, can the story still work for the reader?
Right. Good. And that makes good sense. And that's one of the things I wanted to be able to discuss. So as regards to this, so now you have a publisher, so you've gone from writing contests and getting, or not writing contests, but writing short stories to get published, and then transitioned to novels. How'd that work so that you were able to get whatever magazines are publishing you to then getting somebody interested in? Did you end up with an agent, or you just send out stuff yourself with your pitch letter having all the magazines you're publishing? How'd you do that?
So one of the advantages of going through the path which I did, which is certainly not for everyone, you don't have to write short stories first. I recommend it. I think it's a good idea for new writers. It gives them the toolkit and teaches them a lot about writing that can then later be applied to the longer form as well. So one of the big advantages was that uh, through my stories getting published in pro markets, I've gotten multiple offers of representation from agents before I actually had a novel.
Wow.
And so I was able to pick and choose and ultimately, go with one agent who was unable to sell my books, and we parted ways after a few years amicably. And now I am with Jabberwocky, which is an agency that represents people like Brandon Sanderson and Charlene Harris and Simon R. Green. So I'm definitely a small fish in a big pond, but it's an excellent agency. And we've been working together for a few years now. So they've sold two of my books, they sold the audio rights. So, they're doing well for me. And I did kind of experience it both ways because my very first novel, when I was still with my original agent, my very first novel was a completely different sort of book. It was an epic fantasy, but it was too slim a volume to be an epic fantasy, and it kind of didn't fit the mold. It was more like a political fantasy drama. So it was too difficult to sell to a traditional publisher. So I self-published that book, and then I was able to find a publisher for my future novels after that. So I've dipped a toe in both pools, and I think that both are absolutely viable paths to publication. And it depends on what kind of writer you want to be. It depends on how much time you want to spend writing and how much time you want to spend working on doing all sorts of promotional stuff and how good of a salesman you are. So I prefer to, I have a limited amount of creative writing time. Like I still have a day job, so I focus on that a lot. And when I do have time to work on creative projects, I would rather be writing or translating or editing than setting up my Amazon ads and doing
Right.
all sorts of other things that have to be done if you want to be a successful self-published author. I'm also a slow writer, which is a bad thing if you want to be self-published. So those are the reasons why traditional publishing is a better fit for me. So as long as the publishers will have me, I'll continue going with that path. But I'm also not afraid to revisit self-publishing one day if I end up with something that I love but can't find a publisher
I get it. So, all right. So that was good. So that's, I've definitely have not heard that as the route to publishing through an agent, but it makes total sense. And I kind of like your answer probably better than most, because with Writers of the Future, it's a short story competition. And so we encourage people to write short stories for various reasons. And some people says, well, I'm a novel writer. I think novels. Okay, cool. But the idea of composition and creating story, how did that work for you transitioning? When did you know that you're ready for novels, or what was the thing that clicked for you that makes novel writing different than short story writing?
So it was a slow and painful transition, I have to admit. My
Mm.
very first novel has multiple short stories incorporated into it. And if you read it carefully enough, you can kind of tell where they are. And I kind of did that on purpose in a way,
Mm-hmm.
because I knew how to write short stories pretty well by then, but I had no idea how to write a novel. And I heard it said that you relearn how to write a novel with every novel that you write, probably for a good long while. That certainly has been true with my case. And looking at the books that I finished, it has definitely been, I've seen this path charted where my second novel had a few of the short story episodic things in it, but it was much more of a novel
Mm-hmm.
in itself. And then my third novel, the one you read, Kakistocracy, it really doesn't have that DNA of short stories in it.
Mm-mm.
It's a complete book in its own. And then the next two books that I'm working on are like that as well. So one of the transitions that I had to learn was how to write long. Most people have trouble writing short. They have trouble fitting an entire story they want to tell into 5 or 6,000 words, or whatever the upper word count limit is for the project that they're trying to write for. For me, it was the opposite. I had to learn how to be less laconic, how to give my plot time to breathe. To kind of like slow my roll down a little bit, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a transition that took some time, and definitely took a couple of books before I felt comfortable. And now I feel really good about it, because I can still switch to the short story form and just you know get a story prepared. A lot of the time, I get invitations into anthologies and everything. So I love those, because when somebody invites you into a themed anthology, it generates a story prompt that you would never have had otherwise,
Yeah.
because all of a sudden you're thinking about like something that springs to life that wouldn't have existed. So I love themed anthologies for that reason.
That's
But at the same time, I spend most of my time writing long form as well. So
right.
I kind of try to stay active on both, so I don't forget how to write short stories accidentally.
Yeah. One thing that when I decided to ask you if you read anything from Hubbard, and when I sent you the Typewriter in the Sky, I sent you the ebook version of it. Is I read this one second. This was in I'm sure it's chat. It was page 140 of 242 pages. Your You talk about Aisha had used her connections to borrow a meeting room at the main branch of the New York Public Library. That's when everything had already gone appetite over 10 cup. The iconic building near Bryant Park was a well-known landmark, even in countless movies and TV shows. It had been recently renamed the Stephen A. Schwartzman Building because the guy had, quote, because the guy had donated a wheelbarrow of money, but who could ever be expected to pronounce or spell a surname like that correctly? And New Yorkers shrugged and went on calling it the main library building, or just the one with the lions. So, with your last name, I just went, okay, I thought, okay, he's used, I assume it was like a poking fun at yourself, and like, which in the book Typewriter in the Sky, Hubbard does that because all those people he meets in the bar are his pen names that he uses on writing stuff. So he meets with these different guys, and even just the main author, Horace Hackett, which obviously when you're reading, you're going along and see, oh my gosh, the stuff that he does as an author, he really is a hack writer. I thought, which is, by the way, speaking of Mike Resnick, that was his favorite Hubbard book. called
I can absolutely see that.
yeah, because it's
Knowing Mike,
yeah, it's recursive science fiction. He said it's probably the first recursive science fiction book ever written, which is science fiction about science, a book written about it, that genre about itself. And so I was just curious what you thought of the book itself, and if you could see how I felt like there was a connection there.
there absolutely was, and I really enjoyed it. So first, I have to say that I actually listened to it as an audiobook,
Yeah,
and man, was the production fantastic. I thought the actors did a great job. The production values were super high. So anybody who enjoys audiobooks the way that I do, I would certainly recommend picking it up in that format because it does add to and it was a full cast production
yeah,
as well. So it wasn't just one guy reading the book, which is the case in with most audiobooks. So that was excellent. I actually did not know that that all of the characters in the bar were his pseudonyms, but that absolutely adds. And I love I love Easter eggs like that. I
yeah,
mean that really adds to when you recognize them, when you actually get the reference. If you don't, the book is still good,
yeah,
but it certainly adds to the enjoyment. And the meta story plot is something that any science fiction writer can appreciate. And of course, there's been so many examples. I mean, you have Kurt Vonnegut's Kilgore Trout. You have, like many science fiction writers have since taken a stab at kind of like the hack writer stereotype. But I can see how this is really the gold standard for that. And a lot of the things, what I loved about the book is when we get from the stuff that's happening in the story to the horror parts, a lot of the problems that he's dealing with still exist today. I mean, probably my favorite small bit, which is a complete throwaway line, but my favorite small bit was when the editor, when Horace got out of line, and the editor threatens him by basically saying, "If you don't behave, then I'm going to, then I'm going to have this particular guy draw the book cover." And he's like, "Oh no, no, not that!" And I can totally see that happening today as well, unfortunately. So the industry hasn't changed all that much. I mean, we may have gone from everybody talking at the bar to everybody talking through emails and online forums, but a lot of stupidity in it kind of remains the same, and a lot of kind of hack writing has gone on into the self-published realm these days, but it still exists, and it's still delicious to make fun of it and to read about, to read a talented writer making fun of of the presumed hack writer.
yeah. So on that, what you did on making fun of politicians and career people that they stick with the power line instead of doing what's right and stuff like that. I thought there was definite similarities of how you just are poking fun at it, and unfortunately, there's so many examples that fit the bill, going back not just current but even going back, decades, and no doubt going future for decades. It's your story fits a persona, it fits a scenario. It's not necessarily fits the this person or that person. There's just so many people could be your politicians, and you got the guys that want to do right, and the guys that do right and they get toasted, and the guys that you know sell their soul because they don't want to get toasted, all that type of stuff. You got that as in real life, but it's such a fun way of communicating it that you kind of go. That's why I thought like satire, because it's the satura, the bitter fruit. It's like, oh, you know where you see that type of stuff just still happens, and it's like I said, for me it was just delicious, you know, seeing that and just seeing, okay, that definitely fits in New York. Obviously, that's the scene. How accurate? I haven't gone to New York nearly as much as I used to. I went again last year for the first time since the pandemic. I used to go like 4 or 5 times a year for meetings. But are all the streets and the buildings, those are all accurate?
They're all accurate. Throughout the series, a lot of the locations that I use
Uh,
are all real places. Some of them are places that I know exactly where they are, but I don't tell you because they're private businesses, or but they're based, like the bagel shop that you've read
mhm.
about in the book is very much based on my favorite bagel shop that's just moved, 10 minutes, 10 minutes away from where it really is. A lot of the, and of course the public locations, so places like the Gravesend Cemetery,
The library.
the library. They're all real places,
Yeah.
of course. And my own business is the only real small business that is actually in the book, and I trash it in my book. So that this the store called King's Games that you've encountered in the book,
Uh-huh.
I own that store in real life.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so it's a game store that I own in Brooklyn, New York, and it's basically exactly how it's described in the book. And without giving away too many spoilers, there's an entire chapter that takes place in that store, and it kind of gets trashed a little bit.
Yeah, it does. But the owner maintains his integrity, so that's good.
Yes, of course,
Of course, of
and so
course.
that's I didn't base the owner on myself, but but I kind of there's a different character in the first book that I based more on myself than him, and that's the Conrad's landlord.
Mm,
So he's kind of like a caricature of me,
I get it.
because Conrad, basically the way that his house is described, he lives in my house. So so that's and again, these are not the references that you need to understand or know. They're not going to be relevant to anybody.
Right.
It's just something that I add into the story for my own enjoyment.
Yeah.
But I do use a lot of history and especially a lot of the weird history of New York City. One of the major characters in the story is called Mose,
Hmm.
and he's based on the very first superhero that in New York's lore called Mose the Fireboy from the 1800s.
Oh,
That's a
really?
real,
Oh, that's
yeah.
real.
That's whether or not he actually existed is a question, but it's certainly in the annals of New York history, and a lot of the other places and situations that arise in the story in the book. In the entire series really are all real places. The library that you mentioned, of course, really did recently get renamed the Jason Schwartzman Library. I just thought it was really fun to make fun of that, especially in light of how often my unusually spelled surname is misspelled, even on book covers sometimes, like in anthologies that I'm in, they'll misspell it right on the cover. So I was like, yeah, it's hard to spell. I'll make fun of that in the story, and it just gives it that little meta element that we talked about with Typewriter in the Sky.
Yeah.
And it's never enough of that. It's always fun if you do it. If you don't overdo it too much,
Yeah.
it's always welcome, I think, by the readers.
Yeah. It made the understory of what you're saying there much more palatable. And if I wanted to just read it as just a fun, quirky story about New York, that's cool. You got Ghostbusters, and it's a quirky story about New York. But and Ghostbusters definitely poked fun at some of the New York aristocracy there, but that was just that had been severely Hollywoodized, so it lacked any particular impact. Whereas what you did there was much more fun, and the different levels, like I said, I was able to take a look at as I was reading along. Okay, this is pretty cool. So it could be read and understood at different levels, and so the more you understand. If I would have understood more about New York, I would have gotten more of your Easter egg stuff too. So that's cool. So as an author, and maybe you've not had this experience, but any stories of moments where you were ready to throw in the proverbial towel, that you were like, as you're writing, like, oh man, I'm just never going to get this. It seems like you would have had extra things to overcome, being English is your third language. But um, a lot of writers look for any excuse they can to say, I can't write. I don't have what it takes, other excuses. So when I get people who have whatever obstacles overcome them, it tends to rub their nose a little bit into it. So they, okay, I'll give it another shot. So help me
So,
here.
so for me, I think my experience in this sense is very similar to everyone else's in that you always get rejections. You have to have a really thick skin if you are to succeed as a writer, whether for short stories or novels or really any form at all, because we all get more rejections than acceptances. To this day, with my awards and my like success and with novels, I still get more rejections than I get acceptances, and that's okay because it's part of the business.
Right.
But not everyone has the thick skin to deal with that. I know a number of very talented writers who I consider to be much, much better writers than I've been so far, that gave up in frustration because they were constantly running into the wall of these rejections with material that they thought was better than what's actually getting published. And so when you get a long string of these rejections, it is very easy to uh, get to that point where you feel like you want to throw in the towel. And so my solution to that has always been to make a game of it, to kind of be like, well, I'm going to get 100 rejections this year. I'm going to treat myself to a piece of a New York cheesecake if I make 50 submissions by the end of 2 months from now or whatever. So back when I was writing a lot of short stories and shuffling them around the magazines and everything, and sometimes you'll just have a window where you get 3 acceptances in a week and you're riding high and you feel like on top of the world, and sometimes you'll go for like 3 months or longer with nothing but rejection after rejection. Especially the ones that really sting are the closed ones. It's not the ones where like after a couple of days they just send you a form rejection. It's the ones where they sit on your story for 6 months or longer and they send you a letter. Oh, it was so close, we're sure you're going to sell it somewhere else. Those are the ones that really hurt. And the way to deal with that is you don't let the story sit on your hard drive and live rent free, both on your computer and in your head. You have to turn it around and just send it back out, to conquer the next submission window. And so again, if you just make yourself a spreadsheet, make a game out of it, that makes that takes the sting out of it a little bit, makes it a little bit more palatable, and you kind of keep your nose to the ground learning about the submission opportunities, like who is looking for what kind of stories. And I still pay attention to this day, even though I'm not really submitting almost anything on spec anymore. I still pay very close attention, and I try and guide all of my friends who are writing more short stories or who are, a little bit earlier in their writing journey. And I just kind of be like, hey, check out this magazine, check out this Kickstarter, because if they succeed, they'll do an anthology. Take a look at this contest, and kind of try and encourage them to keep sending out their work and not give up, because the worst thing that can happen if you send in your work is you'll get a no, and that's exact same no. It's exact same result if you don't send in your work. So the only way to go is up from there. If you might actually get a positive outcome if you keep trying, but you will not get published if you just give up.
Right. You definitely can't sell what you don't submit.
Right.
Yeah. So at what point did you, or maybe you haven't got this yet, but at what point did you feel like you were like on the right track and okay, I've got this?
So I don't know, because it depends on what's going on in my career, right? Like right now, I'm in a pretty good place. I have a publisher, who's put out 2 of my books and is waiting on the next one. I'm getting steady work when it comes to short stories and everything, but it ebbs and flows, right? The thing about being a freelancer, and every writer essentially is a freelancer, right? I mean, because we're not hired full time with a steady salary, etc. The thing about being a freelancer is you're going to have lean times and you're going to have fat times. So you kind of have to take the good with the bad, and know that like sometimes the projects will dry up, sometimes nobody will invite you into an anthology for a period of some months, and then suddenly you'll get several invitations and you'll have to pick and choose between them because you don't have time to do them all. So to me, if you ask me that question month to month, the answer will really depend on what's going on right there and then.
Mm,
But the important thing is that I'm enjoying the process. I'm enjoying the journey. And you don't get into writing for the money. You don't get into writing for the acclaim or success, or it's not the best path for that. You get into it because you love to write. You love to tell stories, and you want people to enjoy your stories and interact with them and get back to you with their feedback, or whatever way that you can get your words out there. So that is how I try to measure success: is how many people have actually read my books, read my stories. How do I get more people to try them out? So that's been a really big motivator for me, more so than any sort of a paycheck or a royalty.
I get it. Do you envision any point when you're going to be able to just be a writer and have that be your funding source?
I hope not, because to me that would put an entirely different level of pressure on me.
Hmm.
So I can absolutely see retiring into it, but I wouldn't mentally. I don't want to think of it as a job, because once it becomes a job, then all of a sudden I'm not having fun anymore. I'm not just tooling around and having a hobby, just like somebody who's solving a Sudoku puzzle or painting miniatures. So I'd rather think about it that way, because when I sit down to write, I do it because I want to. I don't do it because if I fail to do so, then I'm not going to, I'll be eating ramen next month. So that's why I never really want, everybody's kind of like, oh, my inspiration is to become a full-time writer. And for me, it's like, no, my inspiration is to tell good stories. And if people like them enough to buy the books and give me money, that's wonderful, but that's a bonus.
Good. All right. Well, that makes sense. And anybody that's been able to survive on Magic the Gathering as the number 3 player in the world, you're definitely in the category and league of your own anyway. So that's fine. You're not the average run of the mill hobbit. So so now when you write your books, different people have, you hear the term plotter versus pantser. Do you do you already have a series all mapped out and you're just plotting through your series? You're on number 3 now of that. I've just got Kakistocracy in the head. I know that's just number 2 in the series.
The Conrad verse
Yes.
Chronicles.
So do you have already a whole map of where you want to take this?
So I do and I don't. I use what I like to call the lighthouse method. And let me briefly explain what that means, because that's the methodology that works really well for me, both for short stories and novels. So some people like to plot everything out within an inch of its life to the point where they have like a 10, 20,000 word document before they write the novel, which really explains everything that's going to happen in every scene of the story. And then they can sit down and write the book quickly. Others have an interesting premise and they just let the characters take them where they go. I'm scared of both of these scenarios for different reasons. I'm scared of the latter scenario because I really don't want to get in trouble. If I don't know where I'm going, then I will just be lost and I'll be wandering around in the forest until I starve and die. On the other hand, I don't want to overplot because I found that the most fascinating characters, situations, and lines all come completely out of the left field. They come unplanned. And so what I like to do is I like to set up a series of lighthouses. So if I'm writing a book, I know exactly where my story begins and I know exactly where it's going to end. Then I have several lighthouses throughout the story where I know that I am in the beginning, the character is going to start at this point. And then at some point, they're going to reach point B in the story. That's the first lighthouse. So when I write a scene, a chapter, anything really, I ask myself, how does it help me get from point A to point B? How do I get to that lighthouse? And once I reach that lighthouse and I write that scene that I've had kind of in my head as part of the part of the overall plot, then I need to get to the next lighthouse and so on until I reach the end of the story. Now I don't need too many lighthouses because that removes that element of being able to find cool stuff that I wasn't planning on, but there need to be at least several. And by the way, I write the short stories that way as well,
Hmm.
where I have to with absolute certainty know what happens at the very beginning and what happens at the very end, and I just write every scene in a short story with that ending in mind and go, well, is this developing my characters in a way that's going to pay off at the end of the story? Is this propelling the plot toward that ending? And so I use that method. And to address the series specifically, I know what's going to happen in book 3, and it's meant to be a trilogy. So I know what the key elements are, but there will be probably 70% of the actual scenes and dialogue and everything that happens in the story will be stuff that I come up with when I'm writing the book.
I get it. Yeah. So do you have multiple series in mind that you're doing?
So I actually am taking a quick break from writing the Conrad verse books to write a standalone, which I'm super excited about.
Mm-hmm.
It's called The Best of All Possible Planets, and it is a space opera version of Candide by Voltaire, written as a Futurama episode. So this is what, whereas the Conrad verse is an adventure story with humor in it,
Mm-hmm.
this is straight out comedy. This is more borrowing from Terry Pratchett and Douglas Adams, and basically the idea is that these characters, instead of like going around different parts of Europe and the Americas in Voltaire's book, they go from planet to planet, and every planet they visit is a science fiction cliche that's overused in a space opera. So, for example, one planet they go to is populated by killer robots that want to kill all humans, except they don't really want to kill all humans. It's just part of the the old religion that they kind of like, people who go to church only on Christmas and to baptize their child.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of their religion. So when humans actually show up, they're like, well, we're supposed to kill them, but we don't really want to. So they have to deal with that. And then the next planet they visit is a space western planet, which is with all the cliches that you see in Firefly and in Mike Resnick's Widowmaker series, etc. And so I kind of take down, popular, science fiction space opera franchises and concepts,
Mm-hmm.
and it just kind of propels the story forward. So I'm having a grand old time writing that book right now. And when that's finished, then I will go back to finish the Condorverse series.
I get it. So I guess that what you're saying there is like you're doing it because you're having fun.
Oh, absolutely.
This
That's
play,
that that
it's for
that.
you. It's this play.
I can't amuse the readers before I amuse myself, right? Like, I
Yeah.
mean, if I'm not chuckling at what I'm writing, they will not find it funny either.
Right. Right. For sure. So because I'm in the middle of Expeditionary Force. It's a series by Craig Allenson. He's been a guest once or twice, um, and he had this series that was going to go. It just keeps on expanding, because his fans keep saying, "No, you need more, you need more." So it was going to be 5, then 7, then 9, then 12, and 15. I just 15, and then someone just said, "Yeah, they saw a press release. He's got 2 more coming," and it's fun. It's just like he solves the problem of faster than light travel and all this stuff. How do the stupid humans survive this interstellar travel? You got these other very advanced. It's not like Independence Day or some of those things there where you've got your M16 rifles able to take out these aliens that have traveled across the galaxy. It's like, right, so he just he has had some of it, but it keeps on expanding because it's such a fun premise. So I was just curious if that's something that you're willing to have happen, as the story moves along. And I've talked to various authors who, yeah, it's a trilogy. It's 5 books, and it just keeps on going because it's just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're just still, the fans keep saying, "Oh, we need more, we need more, we need more." Even if they try other series, they get pulled back to that. Have you, or maybe you haven't experienced that yet, so you don't know the answer to that question.
So I think that, if you create a setting that's interesting enough, then it always leaves room for more storytelling in that setting.
Yeah,
You may change your protagonist, you may find a different story for the different big bad for the protagonist to deal with, but there's always an opportunity and a possibility to do more. Having said that, I don't want to get boxed in. I don't want to
sure.
be the guy that writes the one series with one setting. So I have so many other ideas and stories that I want to tell, and I'm a relatively slow writer. So I kind of have to take it that way. Now, another thing that kind of, when you mention these really, really long series, the thing that always bugs me as a reader is when people give you half a book. They write a book, they leave you on a cliffhanger, there's no end to the story. You're kind of just like, well, I just purchased half a book, and now I have to wait a year or more until I get to find out what happens next. And by then, I forgot half of what I read. And so, my approach has been to make sure that there is, yes, there's continuity and there's bigger picture stuff that's going on throughout the series that's continuous, but each book has a definitive story that it closes out. So I don't ever want to leave the reader uh, you know, just leave them with that cliffhanger. I feel like I trust myself enough, and I trust the reader enough that if they enjoy the story, even if that story is over, they will come back for the next book because they liked it,
Yeah,
not because you're forcing them to because you didn't finish the story.
yeah. It was. I mean, when I got to the end of Kakistocracy, I'm just trying to. I was definitely okay. I've got to read the next one now. It's like,
Of course, there is a
yeah,
hook.
yeah,
There is a hook in the next one, and the same is true for the Meddling Affliction. When it ends, it kind of gives you that teaser of like, hey, Bradley Holcomb is running for mayor, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, that could be interesting. Like, I wonder what the possibilities are. And in book 2, you get a lot more. You get a little bit of a preview, finally, of who the big bad is of the trilogy, without spoiling anything.
yeah.
And so, yes, of course, it's still an ongoing series. But you've read Kakistocracy, and you read it before reading The Middling Affliction, so you could see for yourself that you absolutely can jump in
Oh
and read
yeah,
it as a
absolutely,
standalone,
I could. But
and
then,
it was very much intended that way.
yeah, because then when I'm reading your your book, I'm looking at some other notes on it too. So you said you're talking about choice, and you have a choice to make. I'll do anything I repeated. The spark within you is dormant, but not extinguished, said Prometheus. Normally, you'd need another dose of ambrosia to reinvigorate properly, but there in this realm, it's possible to rekindle a tiny portion of it for a brief moment. But you you get into a person has his own choice, to so your philosophy started, at least it seemed like your philosophy was coming through there, like you can be in real bad situation you get yourself into, but you always have a choice to do something about it or not. You can always decide to do the right thing or the wrong thing. And it seems to be something that, you know, the very nature of your hero's journey here is like is he's trying to do the right thing. That's why he didn't want to be one of the gods. He wanted to come back down and do the right thing, working in his in his Bronx, to take care of his people. He's got to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I think that if you present the choices, no matter how difficult they are, and of course you have to have difficult choices for your characters, or the book is not going to be interesting. But what makes the story interesting to me is when there isn't an obvious choice, where there's something to be said for both choices to be made,
Hmm.
and that's when you kind of really have. And so the example that you gave, I feel like that choice is actually relatively easy if you know the character. I mean, he's
Sure.
shown time again that he is in the first book. He kind of talks about how there's two types of people: there's people who run away from the fire, and there's people who run toward the fire to extinguish it. And so he's definitely the sort of guy who runs toward the fire, so we kind of know that he's going to do that. A more interesting choice for me in this book is his decision where he's offered a different job, which comes with lots more resources, lots more power, and the ability to affect the world on a macro scale. Whereas if he goes back to what he was doing, he can protect his borough of Brooklyn, but he's kind of operating on a micro scale more often than not. And so he's given a choice between these two paths, and it's very interesting to me, at least, and hopefully to the reader as well, to see the thought process and what he ultimately decides to do and why.
Yeah.
And to me, that is actually the choice that kind of um, interplays very well with the political choices that we're talking about, and of like doing the right thing, of choosing to follow the rules that you may not actually like, etc. So I think that choice kind of is more of a third rail of the book than the choice that's presented to him by Prometheus. Which, big spoiler, but yes, you will see Prometheus and other demigods and gods show up in the
Yeah.
story because that's part of the setting. And hopefully, it's not the typical way in which they're presented in a lot of other books. So hopefully, it does not fall into any form of a cliche.
Yeah, that's the one when I saw it. Okay, I had to highlight it so I knew I could go back to it, and there were other things, but that was just it had the word choice. Okay, good. Let's let you so we could discuss that as a philosophical concept, because that's one thing too that Hubbard gets into is like science fiction authors. He really views them as philosophers, and I look at your book there. There's a lot of philosophy, even though it's fun and you're poking fun and you call it whatever you call it, but there's definitely a sense of philosophy in there too. That comes through, and it's very palatable. I mean, I really enjoyed it, but it's that's one of the hallmarks of good science fiction, and has been, and to some degree fantasy as well. That it gives it an opportunity for an author to make a claim, make a stand, because it's again Hubbard refers to science fiction is the herald of possibility, and so you poke you point out different things, and with yourself you've got somebody who can to a greater lesser degree be like, oh, that's cool, I can think with that, for somebody who maybe helps them make the right decision down the road because of this guy here with his outrageous scenario that he's in, but he still decides to do what ultimately is the right thing from the data that he's got.
Right, and he's not a perfect character by far,
Far
which I think
from
is
it.
really important because, yeah, he's somebody who doubts himself constantly. He's somebody who is a bit of a grifter, somebody who will bluster and bluff and kind of,
That's his
cheat
mantra.
people occasionally. Yeah, I mean, this is what makes, to me, that's what makes the character
Yeah.
interesting, because you don't want somebody. The most boring fictional character that I can think of is Superman,
Yeah.
because Superman is always going to do the right thing under all circumstances, no matter what, and you could predict what he's going to do without like worrying about what the writer is going to write next. And so, like, why is that interesting, and so having a character who has to kind of deal with insecurities and personal demons and kind of all sorts of and he's not always a reliable narrator as well. I mean, like, because this is a we're in his head where it's a first person narration, but you can kind of tell that sometimes he just tries to convince us and convince himself, but his actions contradict what he's saying outright.
Yeah.
And I think that that's it's a good. It gives you the ability, while still in first person, it gives you the ability to show that, hey, like, we all see ourselves a certain way, but other people may not see us, in that rosy light, or vice versa, or
Right.
they may see us better than what we think we are,
Yeah.
depending on where we're at mentally and what we're doing.
Yeah, for sure. Now, as I was afraid was going to happen, because we have several more questions that we're not even able to touch on. So I do want to make sure people know where to find you, and what you recommend they read as Alex 101.
So the best way to find me is on my own website, which is alexschwartzman.com. On that website, you can sign up for my mailing list. And while I use that maybe 2 or 3 times a year, it's not a very active list. The advantage of that is that you will get a copy of Explaining Cthulhu to Grandma, which is my most successful short story. It's the one that won the WISPA award. And it is a pitch perfect introduction to the sort of stuff that I write. If you like that story, chances are you're going to like most of my humorous writing.
Why
And
don't you
it's a
send me that
fun
link, and I'll
one.
put it on the podcast, and I put it up there. So whatever it is that they go to sign up for your email, or sign up for your stuff there, send it to me, and I'll put that in there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the story, I mean, if you don't want to sign up for the mailing list, you can find the story online as well. I mean, it's been published originally in Intergalactic Medicine Show.
Go Scott
And
Card. He's
so,
another
yeah,
good friend. He's coming out to Los Angeles in April to teach at the Rise to Future workshop.
that's another author who I'm a big fan
Yeah.
of. Ender Game
Yep.
is one of my all-time favorite science fiction books. So it was an enormous pleasure when I won the WISPA award. He actually emailed me to congratulate me, and that was definitely one of the highlights
Wow.
of my writing career, because I've never interacted with him, even though his magazine has published me a number of times, but it's other people running the magazine, that wasn't him
Yeah.
directly. So that was very, very pleasant.
I'm actually hosting
And
him this Saturday night on a 2-hour live Q&A for people who've done the Writers Workshop. If you're interested, you can email me afterwards, and I'll send you a link to the thing. He'll be live for 2 hours answering questions and stuff. He loves it.
oh,
He
very
loves that.
cool.
So that's this coming Saturday.
That would be spectacular. Thank you. I'll take you up on that.
Oh, good. All right. So, yeah, we've run out of time, and all I can say, anybody who's not familiar with Alex, as I was not, hopefully now having listened to this, that you are and are interested in checking out his works. And what would be the first book they should start with? I know you said the short story, but in terms of a book?
As far as novels, I would start with The Middling Affliction, which is the first in the Conradverse series.
Good.
And like I said, it's 2 books. They're both available in audio for those who, like me, who prefer to listen. But they're also available as ebooks and print, wherever books are sold. My publisher is pretty good about that. And hopefully book 3 will be done by the end of 2024 and released sometime in 2025.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Alex. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers That Feature podcast wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. Writers That Feature series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the US, Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere via Amazon.com. We're especially appreciative of our sponsor, Carnation, for supporting this podcast. Carnation was introduced in 1899, and 2024 marks its 125th anniversary. So Carnation has been making delicious milk products for 1.25 centuries and is still going strong. Now, if that doesn't show you customer support, I don't know what does. Writers and Illustrators of the Future contest created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good afternoon, America. Well, good afternoon to the world. Well, I shouldn't say good afternoon to the world. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I know in some places right now it is the wee hours in the morning. I also know it's the wee afternoon for people like John and I. He's early afternoon. I'm mid afternoon right now because he's around 1. I'm 3. But you know, this show is really more tailored for this. Now, don't get me wrong. You can listen to it all around the world, and we're happy that you do. And right now, I think it goes out. Last time I checked, it was last week, and it was going out to 81 countries. So, I mean, I'm happy to everyone who listens to it. Don't get me wrong. But really, these are American authors. Now, if you've got authors that are overseas, which we will have a few of those coming and going, along with other people. But if you have someone in particular, just write to us, and we'll find. And if let me do it this way. I always tell people the same way. When you have a guest that you really, 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 really want somebody to interview on the network, it doesn't even matter who it is. Send their name and any contact information you can get on them, whether it's snail mail, email, telephone, anything you can get to them, because then at least we can try to contact them. And if you happen to know the individual, then you can also tell them, about spots that they could be interviewed on. Well, currently right now, you can be interviewed on about 30 shows, 34 shows, depending on what you're talking about. But anyway, I want to welcome everyone to the Author's Quill. I really do hope everyone's having a good afternoon on Saturday and having some fun and enjoying life and relaxing from the 2 weeks of holidays and craziness and freaked out no nutsoid peoples. Look, people, I live in the South. I thought people in the South were nuts until I went out to L.A. We ain't got nothing on them. And I thought people in LA was nuts until I went to New York. Shit, LA ain't got nothing on New York. Then I'm like, okay, nobody can be crazy in New York. And then I went to DC. I was like, oh my God. I'm telling you, it just gets progressively worse around the circle. I haven't been to Hong Kong, and I'm sure it is worse, but I haven't been there. But anyway, I have John Goodwin with me tonight, and Dean Wesley Smith is supposed to be joining us. We'll see if we get him or not. He's a busy man. You know, I was reading through his biography a little while ago. 200 novels and 40 years. So that's 5 novels a year. Plus he's writing all kind of other stuff while I want to know how he does it.
Yeah, he's an amazingly prolific guy. He was we first connected up with Dean when he was he went from being a pro golfer, and he had to go on the pro golf circuit in Southern California. Then he went because he didn't see that it was really going where to writing, and he really had a love for that. And so he entered it and won the Writers of the Future, or he was publishing the first volume of Writers of the Future way back in 1985. And that's like the launch of his career. And he went to a workshop later, I think that same year or the following year. And that's where he met Chris Russ. It was the first documented romance of Writers of the Future. That's where he met her at a workshop, and they've been together since. And just a super nice guy. He's a contest judge. He's written.
Oh, he's fun to talk to.
Yeah, he's a ghostwriter for a lot of major New York Times best-selling books that he actually wrote under other people's names.
Yep.
And
well, I didn't even know when I was going through. I was actually on his website. I had gone by Wikipedia, and I said, you know what? I said, I know he's got a website, so I looked his website up, and I was on his website. I mean, he's written a lot of stuff. I mean, he's got Star Trek novels. He's got Marvel. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff he's written. And the more I looked, the more I realized some of this stuff is actually stuff I'm familiar with. You know, because some of the writers I meet at Writers of the Future, I'm not familiar with their works, and some I'm very, very familiar with. It just depends who it is.
Yeah.
And then I didn't realize how some of it played out with different names until I actually met them, and then I realized that it was the way it was. But I mean, I've only ever met one other writer like him, and that was Nick Redfern, because he writes 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and I think he's got like 160 or 180 books out. And I don't know how, and in shorter time than Dean has too, by the way. I don't know how you do it. Of course, I'm trying to get one done. I'm on year 3
Dean's
now.
got a monthly magazine that he publishes, where he writes everything. It's like 70 to 100,000 words a month that he publishes in his magazine as well.
Well, I'm on the thing where his opinions and writings are, and I mean, the more you look around on here, the more stuff you find. Thunder Mountain, Cedar's Universe, Ghosts of Chance, Purple Boy, the gold poker game. Now, this is just stuff he writes. This is one of these are these just series novels is what he's reading.
Yeah.
And I just found it kind of strange on there. And I mean, it just goes on and on. See, I didn't even know he was involved with the 10th Kingdom, and his wife was. I didn't even know she even wrote.
Oh, she's massily prolific.
Yes. So, I mean, here you got two of them just writing across the country. I would like to learn how to write. I know it's never going to happen, so I'm not going to make myself crazy. But, all right, who's talking to us?
I was just trying to call Dean, just say, but it went to voicemail. So,
yeah. Oh, I thought I heard somebody else talking. That was weird.
No, it was his voicemail kicking in.
Hello, I am Dean. How are you tonight? No, if we don't get him tonight, guys, we'll get him on. But he's a lot of fun to talk to, and I spent quite a bit of time with him and Kevin Anderson this year, at last year, I should say, at Writers of the Future. Learned quite a lot about both of them too. Not much I could tell y'all here, but still, yeah, I did. Well, when you actually can sit down and talk with somebody where there's no pressure, and you're just sitting around, like we were sitting around. We weren't even drinking. I think he was drinking a Coke. I think I was drinking a root beer or something.
Yeah.
And I don't think Kevin was drinking. He was there talking about his boyfriend Rush, and then Dean was swapping stories with him. I was just sitting there listening, which is rare for me just to shut up and just listen. And I mean, it does happen, but it is rare. But it does happen when I find something interesting or something that it's worth listening to. I'll stop and listen. But and it was a very good conversation, very light. Well, I don't want to say it was lighthearted because it was pretty heavy-hearted because what's his name had cancer, the lead singer for Rush. But
yeah,
listening to the whole thing was just insane. An insane conversation, and it's a very personal conversation. It was just nice that they sat there and let me listen. Guys, y'all can go. Let me see. What do we have? We have 3 Facebook pages, 2 YouTube pages, Twitch, Roku, and Twitter open. So you can pop in on any one of those you want and listen on anyone, or you can chat that way. It's easy if you want to chat. I mean, you can send me through my messenger. I don't mind, but why don't one of y'all, and I said this the other night, and didn't it work better on Friday night when y'all opened one room and everybody just piled into one? Yes, because what happens is, like Clara pop, so I have a balloon pop here and then a balloon pop here and a balloon pop. Next thing I know, half my screen is messenger boxes. That's irritating. I'd either rather y'all use the 8 chat rooms we already have or the 7 chat rooms we already have, or just make one. You know what I might start doing? For every show, I might just start opening a messenger. I'll just put like the Author's Quill, the News and the Flip Side, of UFO on the cover, or Science and Beyond. Speaking of that, we might not have Science and Beyond. Somebody offered to buy it from me today. So it's in negotiations. Every now and then we sell a show or we sell a web page or we sell. You know what amazes me is I've sold 11 Facebook pages. Who the hell you'd have never thought anybody wanted to buy Facebook pages? No,
sure.
Dean must have got stuck or something. I seen him pop in for a minute, but then he popped back out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back.
I had an interview I just did. This week's podcast that's posted on Rise to Future is a guy named Alex Schwartzman. English was his 3rd language. He's from he was. Hey Dean, did you get the link?
He's talking to Dean, guys. Yeah, the guest, whoever wrote that was a dumbass.
Okay, so he said he can see us, but he can't. Joe, he says he can see us, but he's not able to get in. He thought.
Tell him pop in, and I'll drag him in manually.
So just pop in, and he'll drag you in. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just drag him up to. Oh, there he is. All right.
Okay, he sees you. Oh, good.
Now we got you. We got you now, Dean. Okay, bye. All right, there he is. Oh, there's a good-looking fella, man. Damn. He's
probably not.
It's Dean, Tom, and myself. We the 3 best looking guys. Right? Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Can you hear us?
Can't hear me yet, huh?
No, we can hear you. he can't hear us. We can hear you. You just can't hear us. I wonder what he's got off. Something's off.
Can't figure out how to turn in sound.
It ain't just. Oh, can I text him? Where is private chat?
Okay, can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up if you hear me, Dean.
You're in the show.
We can.
What's that?
Go to your settings
Right there.
over here.
Right here.
I see the side of Chris.
Audio.
The boss, the tech's in. Actually, Dean's great. When we get him on, we'll talk about it. Oh no, he's the only other person there with long hair.
Shows me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see him. You might call him and tell him that we can hear him. He just can't hear us. There's something wrong with his hearing coming in, because I hear him just fine. Christopher. Yeah, no, he is.
Yeah,
He's all over the place.
No.
We hear you fine.
Okay, you can hear me. I can't hear you guys at all.
Okay, so if you go to the bottom of settings,
Yep.
here, click on that, and you have and then it goes to audio.
Yep. Did that.
And then hi, Chris.
Hi, how long is this interview supposed to last?
An hour.
It's an hour.
Okay, so I'm there.
Then you should have your microphone and
Yep, got it.
So your speaker should be your default to your computer, unless you have headphones.
No, I don't have headphones. Stereo. Hang on. I will put headphones on.
It says internal speakers.
Does it say internal speaker?
Yeah, it does.
Then make sure your volume is up then on your laptop.
There it is.
There it is. Ah, that's it. Okay.
Okay, good. All right.
The world of technology is always so much
All
fun.
right,
Hey,
guys.
man, how you been, Dean?
Good.
Yeah.
It was a whole different world there. Doing good.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got these technologies now instead of having to get all crazy with the phone lines and like we used to have in the old days with the hybrid boxes and all kind of squeaky, noisy shit. Today it's nice and clean and works much better.
Yeah,
I
sorry
think
I was
that's
late
the-
there. I had my schedule here at 3 to 5. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the show goes 2 hours, so you can stay as long as you want, half hour, an
Well, I
hour.
only went for an hour, you said. So
Oh, well.
okay,
Uh,
whatever you need.
I'm only
Yeah.
an hour. You're 2 hours. Okay, I understand.
He's got a boss that keeps a tight leash on him. We're not going to mention no names, Emily. We're not mentioning no names, Emily. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's fine.
whoever- no, we're actually talking about John's wife, Emily. She's a sweetheart. Yes, no, she really is. I wouldn't make her mad, but she's a sweetheart. She really is. Hey, well, anyway, we're not going there tonight. Y'all go bug John some other time. Come down to California and bug you. So
This is our time with Dean now. So hello,
Yeah.
Dean.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
give him a proper intro, John, since you're here.
Okay, so we spent the first 5 minutes talking about all the amazing feats and wonders of Dean Wesley Smith, but he was originally a pro golfer. You had Arnold Palmer, then you had Dean Wesley Smith just below him.
No.
Or maybe not. But
Shit.
definitely, then he
I was a trunk slammer. That's what they called us back in those days. You know, you'd go try to qualify for the tournament, and then throw your clubs in the trunk, slam, and head for the next tournament. I was a trunk slammer. Never did much out there, except tried. I was out there for quite a bit, but
Hey, look, when I shot a
You're
par
also the
70,
pro
I was just happy.
at a Palm Springs club too. You're the resident pro there for a bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you definitely had that. But either my acquaintance with Dean started shortly after. I wasn't there in volume 1, but he was the first person on the stage at Rise of Future to be presented his certificate from at that point. You had some great story about that in the article that you wrote that's going to be published in volume 40. But the people, that was like, that's one thing that's really cool about Rise of Future is the ability for the winners to meet literally the who's who of science fiction and fantasy.
oh yeah, it was pretty startling, to be honest with you, to see all those. Am I echoing wrong or something? It's startling to see all those big names. Um, that was the real thrill. And then there was a party afterwards, after the ceremony, and we were all in one big suite type of thing, and actually got to talk to a lot of them. Jack Williamson is the one that I remember the most. He was fantastic. He ended up becoming one of my mentors, and a real good friend.
He's an amazing guy.
Yeah, tremendously.
So, anyway, so Dean's gone on to write about 13 jillion words. Published about
Pretty close.
14
Yeah,
million
from what I was reading,
short
at
stories.
least that many. Lord have mercy. So,
Yep.
so what are you pushing? I know it says on your website it says 200 novels in 40 years. So that's at least 5 a year, right? I mean, are you? I mean, I'm just rounding off is what I'm doing, but
The first years were pretty much nothing.
oh, so
You
it's
know,
more than 5 a year. Okay.
yeah, oh, yeah. It's my biggest year in traditional publishing, working with the big publishers when there were a lot of big publishers back in the old days of traditional publishing. Yeah, I published 13 novels with them, all of them, the 90 to 120,000 word novels in one year. Of course, that was under a bunch of names because most publishers only want one or two novels from a writer in a year.
Right.
That they try to really slow you down, and so that was the kind of thing that I did. Was always doing lots of work on pen names. I ghosted a bunch of books for big name writers that were, first to say the least, were when they couldn't get a book in, the publishers would come to me and hire me to write the book for the big name writer. And so, I did everything back in those days. And then when indie publishing came along, I switched over. And Chris and I own our own company now with a bunch of employees up in Oregon, and we're publishing books like crazy.
That's the way to do it. That's that's the way to do it. If you
Well, I did in my 70th year, I had some fun. I decided, well, I'm gonna, Asimov's, when he counted all of his books, he counted anything that he wrote and that he, edited or that was a collection. Those are how he got to his, book count of 500 to 600 books. And a lot of the books that he counted were Marty Greenberg. I don't know if you guys remember Marty Greenberg, but he was techno books, and Marty Greenberg would put an anthology together, and then Asimov was do the introduction, and Asimov would count that book. And so, I said, no, if I do major work on the book, meaning if I edit it like an issue of Pulp House or an anthology, I count it with my name as big on the cover as the editor, or if I wrote it, or if it's one of my own collections. That's what I count as a major book. And in my 70th year, I decided, well, I'm going to do 70. And so I published 70 major books in my 70th year.
Damn.
And so just, I think I damaged my employees a little bit.
I bet. Shit, 70 books a year.
But,
oh my God.
Yeah, it was crazy. Now I'm starting to talk about 75 for my 75th year.
Oh man.
Wow.
And so, but that's major books, either novels or collections or something I edited. Like I have my own magazine. Can I show you my own magazine?
Yeah. Bring it out there. You can show anything you want.
Yeah. I got, like here's an issue. This is 65. And where do I put it there?
Yeah.
This is number 65. It's 70,000 words a month of my fiction.
So what's for some reason that cover looks really familiar to me. What's in that?
It's a piece of art I put on a thing called Weird Crime Collection. It was one of my collections, and I thought, well, I'll just feature it.
I guess I've seen it somewhere before. That's
yeah,
weird.
It probably has. Like here's one for a Poker Boy collection.
Yeah. I was reading about your Poker Boy just a little while ago.
Yeah.
Well, he's got that short story. He did one of his stories in Rise of the Future a few years ago with your I thought you had. Oh no, that it was not the Poker Boy. It was the other. It was the other guy, the investigator, the inspector.
Yeah, that was what one of my series is Tate, and and that was a fun story.
Yeah, it was.
The Bob Eggleton cover.
Yeah.
So,
Bob
so not to get too personal here, but how old were you when you really started writing? I mean, when you sat in and said, "Okay,
I sold my first short story 50 years ago this year. First
oh,
two
so
short.
you were a baby." Okay.
No, I was 20. I had already been a professional golfer, and I'd already been a
Baby.
professional skier, and I was back in college, and some English class that I was an architecture major, and some English class that I had to take forced me to mail a poem out. Actually, it was 3 poems to a contest, and I would take classes that if they had multiple choice. I would never take an essay class. I hated to
Bet you
write,
wouldn't.
and I was 23, 24 at that time. I hated to write, and would never do essays, would never do anything like that, and couldn't type, couldn't spell, couldn't do anything. Just horrid. And they forced me to mail these 3 poems to this contest. And it turns out that I have a very commercial mindset. And so these poems that I sent out, one of them ended up winning this national contest, which they had never had anybody even place in it before from that university. And so I ended up winning the whole contest as an architecture major. Doing this
They must have been going, "What the hell's this?"
Yeah, and that did not set well with the English department,
Oh, I
as you
bet
can
you did.
imagine. And so I thought, well, that's kind of fun. And I made a little money. And so I started sending out more poems and more stuff. And then one day I thought, well, I just, what the heck, I'll write a short story here. And so I wrote a short story, sent it off, sold it because I followed Heinlein's rules, but I didn't know they were Heinlein's rules at that point. I just wrote it, finished it, mailed it, and didn't rewrite it. And I sold it to a major science fiction magazine at the time. And then I thought, well, that's kind of fun. I wrote another one, same method, and just typing. There was a lot of whiteout on those pages because it was on a typewriter.
Yeah.
And sold it. And then I decided, well, I better start learning how to write. And that was a 6-year mistake right there. That took 6 years out of my writing.
shit.
I started rewriting everything, writing slower because that's what they said you had to do. You have to rewrite everything, which the first 2 stories I'd sold didn't dawn on me. I'd never rewritten them. And so I didn't sell anything for 6 years after that. And it wasn't until I ran across Heinlein's rules, which are write, finish what you write, don't rewrite, put it on the market and leave it on the market. 5 simple rules. And once I caught Heinlein's rules and then read Ray Bradbury's book, who never rewrote and did other things like that, I'm like, what am I doing listening to English teachers when I should be listening to the pros?
Yep.
And
Hubbard never rewrote.
Yep. And
That makes sense to me because
Hubbard never rewrote anything.
the first story is probably going to be the good story. I mean, why screw with it?
Well, you've got a great story on that. You great analogy on that on rocks on gems. You got that great story on that, Dean.
On the what?
About gems. When you go start polishing them.
Oh yeah. Oh no, if you polish a story, rewriting it and all that, it becomes just like everybody else's. And I didn't realize that that's a bad thing until I started editing numbers of years later. I mean, I'd already found Heinlein's rules. I've been selling a lot. And then Chris and I started Pulp House Publishing. And what occurred was I started paying attention to the stories that were coming in. And I could tell almost instantly if it had been rewritten like I had been doing for those 6 years, if it had been rewritten to death. And boy, you don't want to do that because it makes your story same and dull and boring because you're writing it from the front of your brain versus the really smart part, the back of your brain. And so
that's been the hardest part for me is rereading. I just said F it. I did.
Well, I'm so damn well. When you write as much as I do, you don't want to spend time. I never look at my stories. I finish it when it's done. I never look at it again. Never look at my novels.
Well, that actually makes sense to me because I noticed. So when the second year I was at Writers of the Future, I wrote, I think it was 12 or 13,000 words while I was there. And when I got home and actually read it, I was like, this is pretty good. So the second year I tried doing it, well, I kept stopping myself, mainly because my spelling isn't what it was when I was young. So I just kept stopping myself. And I'm like, Joe, just leave it. Just write the damn thing. And you're actually the one that told me that. I asked you that downstairs at the bar, and you said, no, just write the thing. And it was right. And after I did that, it was fine. So now since then I got 67,800 words. And this is day 4.5. This is an 11-day story, so I have no idea what this is going to turn out to. And I don't even know if it's going to be any good, but I'm learning a lot.
No, don't judge your own work.
Oh no, I'm not going to.
No writer is the best judge of their own work. We all think our work sucks, could be improved, all that sort of stuff. We all believe that, and so the reality is that if we start judging our own work, that's when this front part of the brain, the really stupid part of the brain, comes in, because the creative voice is the smart part, the stupid part's up front. And once that comes in, then you start polishing it down and you take out all the good stuff. What you think is boring is probably your author voice. You can't see your own author voice. And so therefore you think, oh, that's kind of boring, I'll take that out. And what you've just done is taken out what makes the story unique to you. It's difficult at best.
It wouldn't have been for y'all's group. I don't think I would have ever started writing anything. And people have been asking me now for 2 decades to put out a book on some of the stuff, the work that I do. And I'm like, no, I just can't write. Even though I have the outline of 3 whole books sitting there. But finally hanging out with y'all, there was just little things I just didn't understand until I listened, sitting in the classes with y'all. Like the first year I was there, listening to you and what's his name? And McCaffrey's son. What's his? Why can't I remember his first name? Todd. And you think I'd remember as many times as I've talked to him. And I was listening to y'all, and then later on I was listening to Tim. And my problem's always been the filler stuff. I didn't understand how it worked. I didn't know how do you go from point A to point B to point C to point D where all the good information is. I just didn't have no clue. I was lost. It's like when a book opens up walking down the street in the pretty sunshine, blah blah blah. That was I just couldn't do that. It just was not in my brain. And then after listening to y'all, I realized, oh shit, I'm going about it entirely the wrong way. That's why I can't do it. Y'all, it's a shame.
See, the thing, Joe, is it is in your brain. That's the key. Is you've been a reader your whole life,
yes,
and been taking story in and everything else. So it's back here in the back of your brain. It's in your subconscious. You just got to trust it to let it come out. It knows what it's doing. The front part of your brain may be in doubt and in question, and I don't know how to do that from the front part, but the back part knows how.
No,
and,
I agree.
And if you trust the back part,
for some reason, I just have trouble trusting it. I should, because I do live radio all the time and live TV, so I have to trust what I'm saying. So you'd think it would be easier for me. I guess my confidence level though gets a little bit better each time. So maybe
that's all of us.
That's all. Part of it too is like at the beginning, you had to build your voice at the start of your writing, Dean. You had to like do that once you got your voice, and that's where some of the authors you're referring to, some of them, and then also there's others who said that 500,000 to 1 million words to develop your own voice and not just emulate or mimic. Right. But once you have that, then there's like you said, the schools, the writing schools, writing class at university and high school, where you need to polish and polish. I know Hubbard has this one story when he taught at a class. He was a guest speaker at, I think it was Harvard, at the creative writing class, and they were writing their short story for the semester. And he was, and so he was going in there and saying, you need to. He's giving these numbers, but he said you got to throw away your first 500,000 words, and they were just like in shock what he was saying. About writing and the amount of work that how much he was able, because he was writing 100,000 words a month, but he was writing three hours a day, 3 days, 5 hours a day, 3 days a week. So it was like you just wrote, but he built up his voice on that. And you're not unique, but you're more vocal about just writing a story and just submitting it. Whereas so many people have bought into that. No, you've got to revise and revise and revise and revise. And then they take a year, 2 years to write a story. And even in Hubbard's last interview, he says, I don't think people take that long. I think they write the story. Then they just, then they keep on messing around with it. But if your story itself can be written fast.
Yeah, there's a reason for that in modern publishing, and why. I mean, Lawrence Block calls his profession exactly right. He says it's telling lies for fun and profit.
Right.
That's Lawrence Block saying, and it's the name of one of his writing books actually too. And the reality is that when you have a reader that wants to pick up a $30 hardback of your novel, the reader subconsciously has gone through everything that the writer's gone through in their life. They've gone through English classes, they've gone through everything else to become literate to want to read that book. And they have the same belief system that a book must be struggled over, it must be rewritten 100 times before it can be any good, even though that would kill the book, that sort of stuff. So the top writers, the Kuntzes, the Kings, the Noras, all of them, they keep their mouth shut about their actual writing process. They never talk about it. And one of the things that happens is that when they go out to signings and lectures and stuff, and the audience is their fans, the people who are going to spend $30 each to buy their new books or their new books over the next, and so they have to tell that audience what the audience wants to hear, that they really struggled over that book. They really rewrote it a lot. That's why, and Hemingway was the worst example of this. He basically was an article writer, a magazine writer.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, he banged out first draft magazine articles on a typewriter, literally to deadline. That's how he wrote. That's how he wrote Old Man and the Sea, which won the Pulitzer and everything else. But he got so tired of the questions and all the stuff of the belief systems that he started telling people, "Oh, I rewrite 30 and 40 times." No.
Yeah.
He
Every time he hit a fifth, yeah.
never did anything like that. And then he, for one day, at one point, just because he got tired of questions, some young person, asked him, "Well, how do you write? What's your?" And he says, "I write standing up." And of course, you go to anywhere like his, the remnants of there's a typewriter and a chair. He
Yeah.
didn't write standing up, but he was just screwing with people. Well, the big name writers of today don't screw with people, but they do lie. They do exaggerate. They figure that their own writing process is their business, and they will tell the readers what they need to hear so that the readers will feel confident spending $30. And that's where this why this myth is impossible to break. And
Mm-hmm.
people like me who don't care.
Yeah.
you know, I am teaching writers. We have a lot of classes at WMG. We do a lot of classes and and basically we tell writers the truth of how it's really done. Now, whether they want to accept the truth or whether they want to believe the myth, that's up to them. But we tell them the truth about writing, and so Chris and I have been believers of, well, you know, we've been around 50 years now. I sold my first short story 50 years ago. What can anybody do to me? You either buy my books because you like them or you don't like them.
Yeah.
And you probably read hundreds of my, or maybe 50 of my books and don't even know you've read them.
Yeah, going through all your penning, I guess that's probably true. I mean, you do seem to have a just all over the place. So while we're on that, I mean, what are your favorite genres? I mean, is it just something particular you have to write in, or it's whatever comes into your brain, or are you just looking for things that just, hey, I'm going to write about this?
I'm a lot like Hubbard. I write what I want to write at the moment I want to write it.
Well, that's the way to be.
And it just, again, I don't have any restrictions. I can write and publish what I want to write and publish, and it's an enormous freedom. Hubbard got to a level back in the pulp era where he was exactly that same way. He could write what he wants to write. He got hired by magazines to write stories for them, but by and large, write what I want to write. I started off in science fiction and fantasy and horror. Actually, I was a horror writer to start with, frighteningly enough. No pun intended. There was basically a I just started off writing horrific. My first two short stories were horror stories, and my first novel was It has fantasy in it, science fiction in it, and it was published as a science fiction novel, and it was on the final ballot of the Stoker Award for the best novel of the year.
That's pretty cool.
I just kind of go down these cracks between all the genres and all that.
Well, that's where you got to feel comfortable, because sometimes I feel like people pigeonhole themselves when they
Yeah.
say, I can only write here, I can only write here. And I'm like, well, no, if you're a good author, you could probably write anywhere. I mean, if you've got the talent, you've got the talent. Because, I've interviewed now probably not even including the writer, the futures authors, probably well over 200 authors. And if you include them, probably over 250. And I always ask that question, and almost with the exception of you and maybe three other people, I always get an answer like, oh, I like to write this. Oh, I like to write crime novels. Oh, I like to write science fiction. And they just seem to stay there. And I'm always thinking to myself, because I don't want to be rude, but I'm always thinking to myself, if you can write really good science fiction, why can't you write something else? Maybe like a World War II novel. I mean, you just remove the aliens and put the humans there. Because I know that's what Gene Roddenberry did, because he used to write Westerns before he wrote Star Trek. And so, I mean, basically that's all he did, is take the cowboys out and take the Indians out and put the aliens there. I mean, the stories were basically the same thing. Let me teach you a little lesson in every story. So I went back and watched a bunch of his Westerns just to see if I was right. And it's kind of weird. If you watch about 30 or 40, you kind of get the sense of, wow, somehow or another, this kind of feels like Star Trek.
Well,
People, you'll have to go look for yourself.
Now, though, too, like Dean is segueing over from an earlier era where in bookstores, you do get pegged in a bookstore to that pigeonhole, because like
you can see
they
that
can't spread you all over. So the author you're going to be in science fiction, and that's the problem I used to run into with Hubbard, because we had his nonfiction self-help with Dynetics. We had the nonfiction self-improvement, like with Clear Body, Clear Mind, and nonfiction religion with Scientology. But then we also had Battlefield Earth. We had Fear, which is horror. We had his adventure stories. So we had all these different things. And so they go like, where do we put them? Which is what you had in all of his Westerns. Exactly. So with Amazon and with the internet now, you don't search like that anymore. Now you search author. And so now Dean, you'll find him, if you have enough bandwidth to be able to download all of his books, and look at them all.
Dean said, he ain't giving you them books for free, no shit. You got to pay for them damn things.
No, one of the ideas about that too is you got to be really careful as to what your cover looks like. Make sure your readers are going, oh, that's a science fiction. Oh, that's a romance. Got it. Okay, and that sort of stuff. And then also in your sales copy.
Yeah, your metadata's got to make it clear.
It got to be very clear.
Yeah, because I bought several books because of cover.
Use the same name.
Yeah.
And by the way, people, just because it got a good cover doesn't mean it's a good book. I found that out the hard way.
No.
I have unfortunately found that out.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around. That's true. I've actually bought some crappy covers and turned out to be some really good books. I don't know what to tell you.
It's better to have both.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, in the traditional day, we had no control. Authors had no control over their covers.
Right.
It was whatever the publisher put on them. And boy, I'll tell you, I had some ugly covers over the days. And then I had some covers that I thought, oh, that's really good. And it didn't sell very well.
You never know. That's weird.
When you've sold, I've sold upwards of 30 million copies of my books are in print in different forms now. And that's the last count. I sort of count every 2 or 3 years. Kevin does that too. Kevin J. Anderson does that too. He kind of counts along, as to what it's doing. But back in the day, back in traditional publishing, which I'm very glad is basically almost dead. Now it's down to 3 or 4 publishers, and you don't want to go there because you lose all your rights as an author. They treat you don't get much money.
Yeah,
you can't make a living in traditional publishing anymore, like I did.
What is it, like a quarter cent a word now or something?
It's they'll, like I used to get for a Star Trek novel. I wrote 35 Star Trek novels. I used to get upwards of $20,000 to $30,000 a book to write a Star Trek novel. The authors now are getting $4,000 for a full book, and they're taking it because they get to write in Star Trek and they get to have fun. but I'd never. You can't make a living on
No,
that.
because once you set that, that's where it's going to go.
Yeah, you can't. It's come down from my day. The like for example, my wife Christine Catherine Rush, she has back then they were really, as John said, they really pigeonholed you, and so she has an incredible series, but it's under the Chris Nelscott name, and it was Edgar nominated, won lots of awards, numbers and numbers and numbers of novels, but it's under Chris Nelscott, and so she's kept that name coming into indie publishing because it's a valuable name. It's got lots of track record and everything else. She also wrote romances, but she did that under Christine Grayson, and so she has these incredible, I think there's 12, 15 novels now that are Christine Grayson fun fantasy romance novels, and so she's kept that name too, into indie, where I took all of my sort of sideways names and stuff and just lumped them back into Dean Wesley Smith, republished the books under Dean Wesley Smith, the ones that I owned, and went from there. So I only have one name, but Chris is still writing under 3 or 4 names.
Yeah, but if it's making money, it's a good thing. Helen from Derbyshire, England just wrote in. She wanted to know what the hell is indie publishing. Now we all know what it is, but I'm kind of surprised that I said, "Are you a big book reader?" Because I would think you would know. But anyway, I'll let Dean explain it to you because you can explain it much better than I do.
Indie publishing is what's occurred. Let me back up and give you 2 seconds of history. Every 50 years, publishing changes. The distribution of how publishing is delivered to the public, stories are delivered, changes. Started back after the Civil War in the United States, we had penny dreadfuls and all of that. And 50 years later, it changed into the pulps. And for 50 years, the pulp magazines delivered most of the commercial fiction. And then that changed in the 1950s and so in early 60s into the paperback, the mass market paperback. You can't find a mass market paperback anymore, but it changed into the mass market paperback. And for 50 years, that was what we now call traditional publishing, the big corporations. There were 1,000 of those publishers. It's now down to 4 that's left. And about 15 years ago, the transition started from mass market delivery system to electronic delivery system. And so we went from penny dreadfuls to the pulps to mass market and now to electronic. And we're in a brand new era of electronic. Well, what happened in the electronic era is it allows authors to be their own publishers, to be independent publishers. And what's grown up around this independent publisher, where the authors are publishing their own work, is that there's massive support systems that now do this. We can deliver our books through BookFunnel. We can get them instantaneously. We have Shopify stores. We do all of our own everything, including our own covers. We're now in control of our covers, good or bad, as that may be. We're in control of our own sales copy, good or bad, because most writers can't write sales copy. And so, but we're in control of everything. If we make a mistake, it's our mistake. It's not a publisher's mistake. And so that's what we mean by indie. Indie is short for independent publishing. And it is the new world. It will be the dominant structure for the next 50 years in publishing. I have no idea what's coming after that.
What's coming next? AI publishing. That's what's coming next.
I won't be around. I can tell you that.
So, Claire, did that answer your question about self-publishing? Because it's basically the same thing. Did it? Okay. I had like 4 people put up there. Should I self-publish? Should I self-publish? Should I self-publish?
Yes, it's called indie publishing now. It's not self-publishing.
Yeah. See, there you go. That's not the
For the
publishing way, people. Oh no!
the
When I finish, I'm sending it to John. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dean.
For the traditional years, those 50 years where it was mass market, there was a subset down there called Vanity Press, and they were always awful, and it was looked down on. And that's where that worry comes from, is the traditional publishers controlled everything, and then there was the few people who bought a whole bunch of books and put them in their garage and couldn't sell them. We don't do that now. We don't buy books ahead of time. We print on demand. If I sell a hardback, it is a person buys one of my hardbacks, it's printed and sent to them directly.
Yeah, I love that.
I never touch it. Nobody
I
ever.
think that's so great. You just and it just goes to wherever it's going to.
Well, it's
That is
also
such
the
a nice fact.
we also have now merchandise. You know, you can have a mug with your book cover on it, or your logo, or your brand. You can do shirts and T-shirts and everything else. You can do, you know, mouse pads,
There
all
you
that
go.
stuff, and it's all print on demand. It's all completely done. We never touch it. In fact,
Yeah, I forgot who we use for that. I think it's Cafe Press we use for that. And we can put anything on any. It doesn't matter what it is. As long as we have rights to it, we can put anything on anything.
that's right.
Matter of
I mean,
fact, for 4 years, the number one seller was a thong with an alien face on it. I'm not kidding you. We must have sold 300,000-400,000.
it's really good, really good thinking.
You just gotta wonder. I mean, but when my manager called me and told me about it, I was like, "What?" She said, "No, really, I thought she was pulling my leg. I really did."
Oh no! And
She
now
said,
it's all
"Oh,
print on demand.
yeah,
Now,
it's all
now you don't have to warehouse anything. Warehousing is a thing of traditional publishing. It's gone.
yes.
Nobody warehouses anything.
There's no reason to."
My books get put into warehouses every so often. If I have a book that's selling well, like one of my Cold Poker Gang mysteries or something, it will Amazon will buy a whole bunch of copies, have them printed, and put them in their warehouses.
Yeah.
But I don't pay for that. I don't do any of that.
It's their headache. Yeah, that's
Wanting to ship it to customers quicker. So
this is so much of a better way to do things now.
so much better.
It's easier, and plus, a lot of these people, have distributed all over the country. So, publish, bam, it's there.
Wow.
Publish, bam, it's there. Publish, bam, it's there. And I mean, everything now either goes UPS, FedEx, or even special mail, and the regular mail. It gets to you within 2 days or so. So, I
One
just
other
think it's
major
great.
change is that back in the day, back in the traditional day, because remember I had 100 and some novels in traditional publishing, and then the next 100 and some now have been in the independent world. The back in the day, we only sold North American rights, so nobody in Great Britain or Australia or anything else could get my books unless I sold it to a publisher over there. Now we sell worldwide.
Yep.
We sell
That's such
completely
nice.
worldwide. Our market is every English speaking, and then if we put it in other languages, it's the other language market. So we are worldwide versus just a specific area of the world.
The internet is such a great
Huge
thing.
change. That's a huge change.
Yes, the way the world is connected up to. I was just telling John before, right as we started the show, this particular show goes out to 80 countries now, and it's just such a nice thing. I mean, and it's really effortless for us. It's just we're available and people tune in, and if they hear about us, they can tune in from anybody. Can tune in from anybody in the world if they want, but it's always a good selling mark. I don't know. I just like the fact that we're connected around the world, and you can send anything, because every now and then I get on a kick that I want to sell something. So it's a nice thing. What's that, Clara? Wait, what? I don't know. We've never asked Dean how many books he has. He'd never told us. We've been talking about it tonight, but he's never said I got like 300 or 500 or 1,000. Why you want to know? Oh, y'all taking bets on how many books he's got? Well, wait, I want a piece of action now. Wait a minute. If we're gonna be betting about this, I want a piece of action here. I'm the damn host. Wait, what? So anyway, go ahead.
You want to know how many books I have approximately?
Yeah.
I'm up around 800.
Whew,
900.
Lord have mercy. How in the? I don't even know how to bleep you even do.
And that's under Asimov's way of dealing with books.
Right.
I have to have my name on it. I have to have a major part in it. I either edited it or I wrote it.
So are we typing? Are we typing on a computer, typing typewriter, or are we just writing? Because every now and then I meet an author that likes to still write by hand, which still weirds me out a little bit.
No, right? Well, I can't put that hand up. That shoulder right there. See that computer that's sideways right there?
Yes,
that's my writing computer.
Oh,
it has no internet on it. It has nothing on it. It has a Word program on it, and that's it. And that chair behind me going that way is my writing chair. And when I sit in that chair, all I do is write fiction. On this computer here that I'm on, I write nonfiction and do all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's very, very, very sequestered. My writing is when I sit down in that chair back there and pull up to that computer that way. I basically, I'm just writing. I don't do anything else. And there's like a switch in my head that turns on. If writers out there, if you do not have your own dedicated writing computer, get one. They're
Yep.
cheap. Writing computers are cheap these days.
They are.
Get a writing computer, put nothing on it, keep the games off of it, keep the internet off of it, keep everything. I use little thumb drives. When I finish a story, I get a thumb drive and bring it up to this computer here and load it into the cloud. But otherwise,
Well, guys, see, he's doing it the right way. If you're, see, like the computer I'm on right now, I only use for broadcasting. The other computers on the side of me are used for a lot of different things, but it's easily to get distracted if you have the internet, little bubbles popping up on your screen or something, or you got a little game that's trying to tease you, come play me, come play me. See, that's distracting, and if you don't have all that shit, you're just going to do what you're there for. You're just going to sit there and write it. No, I think that's absolutely perfect, because if you ever come in the studio here, you'll notice the computers are segmented off for different things, and it's the reason they are, so I don't get distracted. Because I'm like a child sometimes. A little game pop up and it's, oh wait, what's this? And next thing I know, I'm 45 minutes down the line. I've done wasted looking at some stupid ass game. No, guys. Dean told me last time we were talking, just this past year, I was asking him about something because I was stuck on something, and he said, just go write the damn thing. That's exactly how he said it, and it actually worked real well for me. It actually
I am blunt.
No, that was, but so am I. So that's a good thing. It actually worked real well for me, and whatever was holding me back there for them first 2 days just went away, and I got out another, I think, almost 15,000 words. So, well, for me, it's different, guys. I can't do like that. So when it hits me, when the urge hits me, I just until my fingers stop. Then I'm done, and I can't write at home. I don't know why. And it's not even that, because my house is very quiet when everybody's calm here. I don't know. It's just not the right setup. It's easy when I'm around y'all because it's just a lot of motivation, especially with all the winners and all running around, talking about it. It's just easier for some reason for me. But still, I have managed to get some writing out.
Got to get everybody to get into Writers of the Future.
Yeah, we tell them all the time. Yeah, we talk about it all the time. It's what is it, Carolyn? No, I have told y'all. Okay, writersofthefutures.com. Okay, if you want to go, if you want to get in, if you want to submit, or you want to join the course or any of those things, writersofthefutures.com. If you want to buy anything, galaxypress.com. They're easy to find, and both the sites are easy to navigate. They're really easy to navigate. They're well put together, so they're easy to navigate.
And if you go to writersofthefutures.com, you'll also, if you look at writer judges, you'll see Dean in there, but you'll see the history of our writer judges. It's literally, it's been a who's who of, he's talking about, at the beginning, but the guy that wrote Dune, his son is a judge now, but he was one of the first judges. Mm-hmm. And Orson Scott Card, I'm going to be logging off shortly because I have to set up for that. I'm doing a live 2-hour Q&A with Scott Card in just a couple of hours. I'm setting up for that.
8:00, right? Central Time.
That'll be different.
Caffrey was a judge. What's that? What, Dean?
I said that'll be different than me. Scott and I are very diametrically opposed.
Yes, y'all are definitely different.
I mean,
that's a good thing, though.
I've known Scott since '82, when he was one of my instructors at Clarion, and he was a young Turk.
Yeah.
Back then, and I was just coming in, and we have different approaches to writing, so that'll be interesting for readers to
that's one thing I've learned talking to all of y'all. Most of the judges I've met are we'll just say different in the way they look at things,
which is what makes Writers of the Future so cool. We don't have
it does.
This is how you write. Dean, you're like Mr. Indie, and then you got Scott, who's definitely the traditional, and you've got Tim Powers that takes a year or more to put together a book, and you do a book a month,
or two or three.
Yeah.
Kevin solved his problem of like what you did. We solved the problem of losing rights, to his books and not being able to keep out there. He created his own publishing house, like what you did, because the big traditional publishers wouldn't do it. And you're running into the thing too, if you put a book out there and it sells 1,000, and then the next book sells 900, that's all they're going to take in. It keeps on reducing down, and no matter what you do, it just keeps on shrinking.
One of the nice things about independent publishing is that when I sell a book in my Shopify store, I get basically 92 or 3% of the total income. If I sell a book through Amazon or Kobo or D2D or anywhere around the world, I tend to get 70%.
That's still better than a lot of people
If
get.
I have a percentage of a royalty coming in from traditional publishing, it's between 9 and 12%.
Jesus.
And so there's a lot of difference between that 9 and 12% and 70% or 95%.
Right.
And that makes that's why there's a lot of very rich indie writers right now. And there are nobody starting to make a living now except maybe Colleen Hoover. She's broken in, and there was one other that have broken in the last couple of years. But otherwise, you don't see anybody breaking in. It's lottery. You got to win the lottery to win in traditional publishing. You just have to be a hard worker in indie publishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to be willing to do this stuff, because basically there's the various hats involved in publishing you need to take on yourself, or to connect up with yourself or Kevin, where you have your own publishing houses if you're willing to take on somebody else. And again, they're gonna have to give up a piece of the pie.
We have an entire office building of employees in Lincoln City, Oregon, and it's me and Chris, and they can barely keep up with us.
I bet.
Then
Because y'all write like mad people, man.
He takes on several authors, and he also has been a resource for the old authors that no longer have a voice or chance to get a voice. So he'll republish some of the masters.
Oh yeah,
He'll do it, which is a good thing that he does that.
Well, and he's teaching at Colorado too.
Yeah.
That publishing program, which is actually Kevin J. Anderson we're talking about here, and his associate professor is Allison Longuera, who is our publisher at WMG. So Wordfire Press and WMG are teaching a how to be a publisher program at Colorado, and most of it's online, and it's a
master's
really
program.
good program.
Yeah.
It's a really good program if you want to become a publisher. And I would highly recommend looking up Kevin's website. Or you can get a lot of this stuff if you can come to my website, which is deanwesleysmith.com, and ask me questions there.
If y'all watching us on TV right now, you can see his website scrolling by on the bottom.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah. We put it. We always put y'all's websites up so people can find you. Hell no, Steve. What? No. The only way you can do that, Steve, you want to meet him in person. Well, you better hope he's at a book signing, or if you could win Writers of the Future, then you could meet him. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to go to Superstars this year, but I have it's right here. I now have a brand new titanium shoulder and part of this arm.
Wow.
I was running a 5K, and I was running a little too fast.
Oh shit!
And I hit a lip and went down rolled into the fall. And instead of hitting my head, I hit my shoulder, rolled into the fall, and completely smashed the shoulder. And that was a couple months ago. I had surgery, and I'm now in PT.
Yeah,
that's why you don't see this arm moving very much.
Yeah, so I'll be there at Superstars in a month, and then a few days later is Life, the Universe, and Everything, LTUE, and this is their big anniversary, number 42, which is the answer to the ultimate question of the universe is 42. Yeah. So that's their.
Oh shit! I forgot about that. I forgot all about that stupid movie.
That's good. That's good. Yeah,
it's been a long time since I've seen that too. What y'all got a couple questions. What was it? So Randy, where are you writing in from? Seattle, Washington. Well, what? Just write the question out. So finish right now. I'll see you typing. What is it? So Randy says he's published a couple of books. He's made a little bit of money. He said like last year he made about $45,000 selling books. He's asking, is there any shortcuts to self-publishing? Is there any ways to get your book known faster? Seen? Yeah, if you got a lot of money, it's called advertisement. Go give the TV station some money. That's not going to help you any.
Yeah, no, you need to become a better storyteller. So you need to take craft classes on how to become a better storyteller. That's the real bottom line. It's being a storyteller so that people read one of your books and say, oh, I want more of that author. And think of it this way. If you only have 2 books, imagine yourself as a store down on the corner of Main Street in your town. and you have a customer walk through the door, and you've only got two things in your store. What does the customer do? They go in and they turn around and go back out. You have to fill the shelves in your store, and that means you got to write a lot. It takes time. This is and what's really interesting is that so many people say, well, this is an international profession and I'm going to be a good enough writer and I'm going to give it a year. And I'm thinking, it takes 7 years to become a little local attorney.
I
It
know.
takes 8 or 9 years just to become a little local doctor. This is an international profession. It takes time. You got to learn how to write better stories so that people come to your work and find your work. And then you have to have enough work that you can continue selling it.
Which is that philosophy of 20 books to 50K, that conference that you helped teach
20 to
at
50.
in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's the basis of that. 20 books, 20 major books to $50,000 a year, 20 to 50. That's the theory on that.
I just interviewed Judith Anderley yesterday for the podcast. She'll be up next week.
Mhm.
She and Michael.
How did that go?
She's awesome.
Yeah.
We were able to talk about the legal side of stuff and how to protect your rights and stuff, and how to deal with AI and what does it actually mean and this type of stuff. So it was a good interview.
You don't even want to talk about the chat GTP with professional writers, because, like, for example, I quit counting when I got to 29 of my books that were stolen by chat GTP.
Oh, I have a big argument with this shit going on.
And I could have gone up into the hundreds, and it's so. I hate it when people steal my stuff and try to make money off of my stuff. I like it when people read my stuff. I give a lot of stuff away. That's not a problem. But they didn't come to me and ask my permission, just like they didn't go to Nora Roberts and they didn't go to Grisham. That's why all the lawsuits. One big concern, folks, on ChatGTP is most of you probably aren't young enough or not old enough to remember Napster.
I remember Napster. I got a lot of stuff off of Napster.
Napster was a thief. They stole
boy,
stuff,
were they?
like
Jesus.
ChatGPT does. They stole it, and then it was on computers. Well, the only way they could stop Napster was they had to, under copyright infringement, they went right through Napster and to the consumer. Well, ChatGTP and all of their miscellaneous organizations are basically bankrupt at this point in time. They're going to go down quick when it happens, and the lawsuits are coming. There's a tsunami of them that are already filed and are just waiting, because this is pure copyright theft to train what they did. Now, I have no problem with AI. I think AI is going to be way cool in all kinds of different areas.
Yeah,
but
not in this
where
area.
the authors are complaining is they came and stole our stuff, pure theft, to train it. And so, and it's like, no. If you'd have come and asked permission, paid us a small fee, we'd all said yes.
Guy Dean.
We'd all said
in a
yes.
second. Sounds like it's in. Oh, there
But
it is.
they didn't. They just stole it. So what's going to happen with ChatGPT is when the lawsuits hit and the billions of dollars of damages, which ChatGPT cannot pay, they'll go into bankruptcy. The only way to stop this is they're going to go through the computers to the people who have ChatGPT on their computers, and they're going to find them with copyright infringement. Now, I know you'll say, that's not fair. Well, get ChatGPT off of your computer.
Yeah, well, if it's a Fed, they'll give you like a 30-day warning, like they did with Naps, and say, look.
No, they'll just come through because it's copyright infringement. You stole my work. Don't steal authors' works. Write your work.
Well, it's funny because when you ask it to make you a story, you can tell. Well, let me rephrase that. So Jeff Wine and I was playing around with this one day, and since then, several of other authors have been on, and we've played with this a few times. The problem is, first off, you can tell when you ask for a particular story, you can tell it's someone else's work. I mean, you just get the sense. But it's even worse than that, because sometimes it'll take three authors and try to meld them together, and it comes out to this. Just the only way I can say is a heap of shit.
Anything good.
No, it doesn't, and it's just. I have seen it do some good magazine stuff.
This is one area where AI is failing at the moment. It probably will become a good tool for us down the road, but they got to clean out all this infringement, this copyright infringement, because we all live on copyright. Mm-hmm. We all license our copyrights, and you can't have some major company just wholeheartedly stealing it, and so to make money. And luckily, they're not making money. They're going down fast. They're really in trouble. And so the reality is that don't do that, and watch these lawsuits. Watch these copyright lawsuits as they hit. The Authors Guild, with some of the biggest names in the industry behind it, have sued them, and that's only one of maybe 500 lawsuits.
You know, I think I got 10,000 videos off of Napster. Easy, probably 100,000 songs. Easy. It's
Did they come through for you?
No, they didn't bother me at all. It's no, it's well, because at first off, I think a lot of the stuff we had was under Free Usage Act, but and being that I'm in the media, it's a little harder to mess with me because I also pay a couple of different things that I pay for. So I actually can use a lot of people's material without having to worry about it.
Napster was a real interesting shot across the bow, which stopped copyright infringement at wholehearted levels.
It was a nightmare, is what it was.
It seems the people who started ChatGTP.
Well, they used to have a guy.
Well, the thing that was also said yesterday when I talked to Judith Enderley was that copyright law hasn't changed. It's still the same copyright law. It is still the same law.
Same law.
It hasn't changed.
Absolutely. Yeah, and AI. I'm a big fan of AI in general and in other areas.
Yeah,
we got to get this one bad apple out of the equation, and then if an AI program, like for example, the Adobe, on what they're doing with the artists, they have been going to the artists. Their AI program, they've been going to the artists and getting licenses from the artists and getting permission and paying the artists. And so Adobe is doing it the way it should have been done from the beginning. And so, Adobe, there's things, just be careful, everybody. Just be careful.
Yeah, just because there's gonna be a lot of stuff come down with all this before it's all said and done.
Just be careful. Yeah, because you don't want to be on the wrong end of that notice of copyright infringement.
Yes, Frida, I do remember him. He used to do the premiere movies and put them out on Napster the same day. Yeah, I love that guy. Whatever it was, it was. I don't know how he did it. He would get into every premiere and he would put it up on that. This guy was great. Oh yes, I probably still got some of it. No, I don't. I got rid of that computer. Never mind. It's it was though theft. That's the only way you could say it. Because
completely.
We had so many songs now, and this is what was so funny. So YouTube tells me one day, because I had like 78,000 songs on one of my lists over there, and it goes, you can't download that to your computer. I'm like, I'm not trying to download it because YouTube can be played anywhere. Why would you want to download and keep all that information? And they're like, because that would be a copyright infringement. And I'm like, really? I said, I can download anything off of YouTube. Why can't I download this? Their point is I couldn't do 78,000 at one time. Like anybody was going to do that in the first place. YouTube has gotten a little weird lately. Plus they've gotten really touchy about what you can put on there. I know there's a bunch of lawsuits against them now about freedom of speech and stuff like that. So we'll see where all that ends up. What is that?
Watch the copyright lawsuits.
Keep an eye on it.
That's where the world's heading.
What do you mean, Martha? You're talking about AI for art. First off, before y'all even go any further with the AI, you can't submit anything AI to Writers of the Future. It's not allowed.
That's right.
Right.
Can't submit it.
We had a thing come up a few weeks ago where it came up that someone had won the contest, and then they were doing the illustrator winners then are given the writer winners, and then they have to illustrate the winning story. And it came up that Echo Chernick, the coordinating judge, had this one illustrator that was illustrating one of the stories and challenged them on it, like, is this AI? And it came up that it was AI they were using. They weren't painting, they were using AI. So the person was disqualified, and we announced a new winner. But you can actually still tell. Maybe 10 years, 15 years from now, he's not going to be able to. But right now, there's different ways you can actually tell. And there's also apps you can use that can also dig into it. And if worse comes to worse, all you do is just say, okay, show me your earlier progression files so I can see that you actually were working on this to make the final painting. And then technically you did also for a story too. If someone has something before they do the final edit and proofread.
Paint that in oil for me, buddy. I'll believe you there.
People will try to game it, but that's not what the purpose of the contest. Our contest is to be able to find and discover new voices and the new talents. Doing it the old way.
They'll never let it through. Jody will never let it through.
Yeah.
Jody could spot an AI.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, some of this stuff is really easy to spot. I mean, some of it might be better than others, but a lot of it's easy to spot. A friend of mine wanted that. He asked for what was it? A kangaroo fighting a dog, and it gave him a 5-legged kangaroo and a 3-eyed dog. I was like, really? Nowhere in there did he ask for any of that. The AI just put it together that way for some reason.
Yeah.
You just don't know what they're going to do. Maurice, no, we just said that there's nothing allowed to Writers of the Future that's AI.
Nothing. And same with my magazine, Pulp House. I'm not open for submissions, and at all, and never will be. But because I read Slush in the past, I'm not reading Slush ever again.
Never done that.
But the reality is that we won't take it, and we have in our contracts that you warrant that you did not use AI on the story for our writers and for the different stuff, and so it's
just write, people.
it's
Use
right.
your damn imagination and write. You don't need a damn AI for that.
We're
I,
getting,
I,
okay.
I did like what the gaming company said though recently, that they were going to go ahead and try AI out both in for writing and for imaging, but they wanted to keep their authors and their illustrators to make sure that AI is doing exactly what. So their thought is they're going to let the AIs, the authors and the illustrators run everything. This way it'll just get produced faster, but it'll still be the same quality as if the author or the illustrator was doing it yourself. Yeah, we're going to see about this.
Well, John and I are going, no.
That's what I was listening to it going, we're going to see how this works out, man. We'll see how this goes. Oh, man. Sometimes the bullshit you got to listen to is
The only way you're going to get a Larry Elmore is to get a Larry Elmore.
Yeah, and that's the truth, isn't it? I mean, that's
Yeah.
the truth. But that's the thing. Like I said, doing oil. Well, Larry's got oils. So does Echo. I mean, a lot of the big artists I talk to have oils at home, so you can actually tell they're real artists. They're not wannabes. What do you mean a wannabe author? I wouldn't know what a wannabe author is. You mean somebody who just writes something and it's worthless? I imagine there's a lot of those in the world.
Well, there's 4 million books published in 2023. It came out an article that in 2022 there was 4 million books that were published. 1 million were actually made any type of money at all, and that type of money, the average author, I think, was making $500 a year. So it takes, there's a lot of people, maybe that's what we're talking about, wannabes, but it takes work, like Dean was saying. Like if you think you're gonna I'll give it a year, who are you kidding? You're willing for, it's like someone who's to be a rock star. Okay, I got a guitar, so I'm going to go take a lesson. I'm going to go be a rock star on stage. It's like, no, you need to work up that. It's like any in the profession too. Just because you write a book doesn't mean now all of a sudden you got a living. You need to really work.
Isn't that the truth? Guys, I got 8 minutes to get a question in. So if y'all want to get one in, y'all better get one in. I keep seeing London, but I don't see any questions. No, you can buy Dean's books anywhere in the world. No, like he said earlier in the show, this isn't the old world. This is the new world. And you could buy, it doesn't matter. You could be in Ukraine right now and get a damn book. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. I hate to say you could be in Ukraine right now and get a book. Then go on to Amazon, or the book could probably be there in 3 days. Mm-hmm. Hell, if Amazon's got it the street, might be.
Amazon or Kobo. Kobo does
a
good international.
Yeah, Kobo,
yeah. We're all over the world. We're in, I think we reach about 85% of the English-speaking population of the world. We're still having trouble getting into India. That's a tough market to crack.
Yeah, because they're funny over there.
But boy, there's some good money there. But we have inroads a little bit here and there. You just go to our actually anywhere. The place to buy Chris and my books and all the other projects we've done is WMG, which is the name of our publishing company, WMGbooks.com. WMGbooks.com, and there's over 1,000 titles there, and more being added all the time because we haven't caught up yet to where we are. Plus, we're writing new stuff, and plus there's all kinds of cool stuff like mugs and products and pillows.
Somebody go ahead and buy me a damn mug, people. Damn. Y'all, this audience is tight. Y'all need to come off. I need a mug. I need one. Look, I can put right here and drink my coffee while I'm on air. Yes, I want one that says, I want one with Dean's face on it, man. What y'all
Oh
talking
no,
about?
we don't do that. But we have really cool logos.
Look, I got your image. I'll go make my own cup and send it to
You
you.
don't want my face on anything.
Harper, is that what your name is? Harper, where are you calling from? Sydney. Jesus, what time
Yeah.
is it over there? What is it? Evening, right?
Copyright's the same all over the world because
So,
of the Berne Convention.
So you wait, what? Rewrite that. That was jibber jabber. Christian, I'll ask you a question because that whatever the hell that was jibber jabber. Christian's what? No, Christian's actually from Hawaii. She says she lives on the Big Island, and she said, "How do you write so many books a year and still do everything else? And does your wife mind you always writing and not talking to her?" I said, "How you don't? She don't talk to her." See, that was just rude. Go ahead, Dean. I'll let you answer that.
She was just over here.
I know. I was thinking that just a minute
off,
ago.
off camera here.
I seen her too.
My
Anyway,
wife is Christine Catherine Rush, and she's written as many books as I have, and she writes under many other names. And so we are two writers in a 2-story condo in downtown Las Vegas, and basically that's all we do. We eat and we write. And
You run. You do 5Ks.
We do 5Ks. Yep, we do a lot to try to keep in shape. That's the real key with writing.
yes.
Is you've got to stay in physical shape, and even with accidents, shoulder accidents, you really got to stay in shape. And so we do a lot of walking. We walk to lunches and dinners, but we live in Vegas too.
Yeah, it's a lot to do in
our
Vegas.
our bad months are June, July, August, and September because it's too hot.
Yeah, same for us. Not
so
as hot as y'all are,
but everything's indoors here anyhow. We have indoor tracks, indoor everything, so we stay in good physical shape and we write. And
there's a lot of beautiful country in Vegas, and of course, if you always just want to go get in trouble, Area 51 is only 90 minutes away, so you should go down there and write a book at Area 51.
I drive to Writers of the Future.
Yeah, well, I can see that because I've stayed in Vegas a few times and drove out to LA. I didn't find it to be that bad of a drive. What was it, like 4 hours or something?
Yeah, I was just there last month in December for the Stetson Country Christmas, and we didn't quite connect up this year. We did the last year, but
I was still in slings when you were here.
Getting
I had a sling on my arm and wasn't doing too well getting out.
But it gave me an opportunity. I love it when I go out there. I get a chance to. That's the one time a year I get to wear my cowboy hat and cowboy boots. I love it. I love it for that.
Yeah.
It was quite a deal.
Yeah. All right, guys. I got one more question. We got like 2 minutes. We got to go. We only stayed over a little bit because this was usually we do a 2 hours on Saturday, but it was a kind of crazy Saturday, so we only had it scheduled for an hour. What is your question? Where first off, where are you? Brazil. Well, hello down there in Brazil. Are you like one of the old Mayan, Incans, or Aztecs? Toltecs, right? That's who was down there, the Toltecs. Anyway, what's your question? Oh, okay. Oh, no, that's a good. So she just wants to know who is your own personal favorite writer, or she said your own personal favorite author and your favorite movie is actually what she wrote.
Yeah, favorite author?
Yeah, that's.
I have to be dead honest with you. My favorite author is standing about 5 feet from me over here, Christine Catherine Rush. And
Christine! I'm sorry.
I get to read all of her books first, and I'm a fan of all of her series. And she has a new Fabe novel that I just read that's sitting on the table out here in our big office complex here, and it stands about, how tall is that? About 2.5 feet. Manuscript. She's giving me the dirty look. Favorite movie? It depends on what time of the year.
That's mood for me, man. I couldn't do a favorite movie.
I'm much more of a, like in the fall I watch Lifetime holiday movies. Other times I watch thrillers. It's whatever.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Along.
For about 20 years, my favorite movie was White Christmas. I just loved that. I watched it every year, and it was so good. It was just.
I watched a lot of stupid Christmas movies.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Christmas movies.
I was kind of like, okay,
romantic at heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's that, Denise? Wait, real quick. Wait, where are you at? Oh, not Derbyshire. What is it? What I know what you're saying. Anyway, it's where Doctor Who's filmed, or where it used to be filmed. Jay. I know what you're talking about. Anyway, what's your question? So you're a dumbass. You know that. I'm gonna ask him. You're a dumbass. So she's. I can't. Never mind. I can't. We're gonna get out of here. I just.
Go ahead, ask me.
I can't stop.
Go ahead,
laughing.
Joe. You're like,
So first off, she goes. I know he's married because I see his wife in the background. She must be really good because she takes really good care of him. And it's nice to see a woman who actually still loves her husband after X amount of time. I was like, okay. I'm like, what does that got to do with the question? And then she goes, well, which one of y'all is the better writer? I was like,
Chris.
oh shit.
Chris, far and away.
See,
No,
there you go.
That's not even a hard question. That's an automatic. Chris is by far the better writer.
It's
Always has been, always will be. I am more commercial and do different weird ass stuff. Chris stays to her heart, to her to what makes her, and that's why she's a better writer. Where I, for a long time, I was, yeah, I'll write anything. Kind of Kevin Anderson and I were pretty much in the same boat for a long time. If someone offered us a project, we'd say, sure. Okay. So,
but work is work, man. You know that. I mean, as a contract, I can feel that because you got to work when you got to work. Man.
I don't do that anymore. I follow.
No, because you're comfortable now. You don't have to.
But... I don't need to. Hey, John, say hello to Scott for me.
I definitely will. Absolutely.
Pop it. Anything else you want to plug before you got anything you plug in or anything you want to let go?
No, just come to my website and look at some. And if you're interested in writing, we have a lot of classes we built over the last 15 years. A lot of classes.
Go check them out.
For writers, they're for writers, and we also do Kickstarters about 6-8 times a year.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Somebody early in the show asked what a Kickstarter was, and I forgot to ask the question.
Oh, it's just basically through Kickstarter.com, and we put up books. Like, for example, starting on Tuesday, we have 100 short stories in 5 volumes, 50 of Chris's and 50 of mine. And basically, it's called Hearts Collide, and it's a 50. We're half of her stories, half of my stories, and we are doing it as a Kickstarter. And you can get 100 short stories by backing that Kickstarter, and also it has some workshops in it, and it has different things like that. So. Well, I am ready for another appointment right now.
Yes, get on out of here, man. Get out of here. I appreciate you staying over with us.
Okay, you got to kick me off because I wouldn't have a clue.
Oh, I'll toss you.
Hello, Chris. Okay, he's gone.
Well, he will be gone in a minute. There he is. Boom. Boom. Now he's gone. Now we done kicked him to the curb. That was Dean Wesley Smith, guys and girls. To whoever asked that other question, you can always go eat at the barbecue with him if you win Writers of the Future. Yes, you can sit out there and have barbecue with him, and he knows a lot of stuff. Actually, the last 2 years, most of the questions I heard asked him wasn't so much about being an author. It was about running, how he ran his business and how did he get to where he was. Well, he's got a lot of knowledge about that. And, if you got enough books, you can go there. Yes, you do. But all I can tell you is you can submit 4 times a year. Who told you that? No, you can submit 4 times. What do you mean? I don't think you can send 10 books at one time.
No, it's once per quarter.
Yeah. I don't see.
Y'all
get some bad information.
Rules there.
Yes. RiseOfTheFuture.com. Click. But we get ready to get out of here. Emily's about to hurt John. Linda's about to hurt me. We don't want to see no blood on the TV sets or anything. This is not a horror show. Look, guys and girls, I'm glad everybody's starting to find the author's quill. I see we were over 400,000 again today, so that makes me real happy. 80-something countries makes me real happy. So what I want to see y'all do, I want to start seeing y'all click. Because really and truly, this is probably going to be the only show we're going to be able to sell books on. Because I've noticed we've run book sales for 5 different groups now, and I've seen just nil. I mean, some sales, but just pathetic. I've seen other things selling this network, bam, but for some reason, books doesn't seem to be one of the things. So this show should help with that, because most of the people coming here will be people who are interested in authors. Yes, we're just compacting it for y'all, so you don't have to go fishing all over the network for who you're looking for. And because I've had people scream at me about having authors on UFO on the cover, and I got somebody the other day said, "Why aren't you talking to this guy? Why aren't you doing the damn news?" It's like, so this way it's all compressed in one place. Yes. I will be in LA a couple of days this year. So if you want to holler at me, if you've got my personal phone number or my email, you can get hold of me that way. If you don't, you're probably not going to get hold of me. That means you're not a friend of mine. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to get hold of me. Well, I'm just being honest, man. I don't want to lie to anybody. No, but really, we got to go. We got to go. What do you mean? No, John's married. Why y'all always ask me if John's married? He's, he got a good wife at home. Yeah, she's
an
the
awesome
boss
wife.
anyway. Yeah, she's the boss. No, she's a sweetie pie. I love to pick on her. One day she's just gonna punch me. I love to pick on her. Her and Sarah are my two favorite people to pick on. No, we got to
Are you
go.
coming to the Scott Card thing tonight?
Yes, I am. So
I
just
sent you the link, so you've got it.
yeah, I got the link in there. If you think about it, like 10 minutes before, just I know you're going to be busy, but try to pop me a link. I'm gonna
Okay.
put it on. I'm gonna put it on Alexa. It's 8 o'clock my time, right?
Correct.
Alexa, set alarm for 7:50 p.m.
Alarm set for 7.
We'll take care of that problem right now.
Okay, good.
Before I go, I'm going to let you go. We've been using Alexa has become a TV star with us now. She's been being used on the news show from time to time. Somebody's like, was that Alexa? I said, yeah, it was Alexa. I said, I'm not going to get up and I'm not going to take the time to go through my computer. I just ask Alexa. Oh, that's just too much. But anyway, guys and girls, I want to thank everyone for tuning in to the Author's Quill with John and I. And I hope everybody had a good time. Remember, John's on Mondays at 4 p.m. So you can catch him there. He's as a matter of fact, last week's show just aired before this show today. So y'all can catch it there. And of course, it's always an archive on all of our archive sites. On that note, good evening, good afternoon, and I will see y'all Wednesday. Stay tuned for whoever's next. Oh, the Gray Zone. Good night, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Cassano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 on the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. The Outer Realm is fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee, who are giving us another year. So thank you, Folgers. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, big thank you to Justice Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which you just heard in our intro. Big thank you to him. Please go check him out on Facebook, on Instagram, on Bandcamp, Spotify, iTunes, Amazon, you name it, he's out there. Also, huge thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind our banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Does phenomenal commission pieces, pretty much of any type. I think last night we were talking about all the pet artwork he's been doing. So definitely check him out. So tonight we welcome back Ryan Peterson. We really had a good time with Ryan last time. He's a biblical researcher, a writer, with an emphasis on ancient Hebrew thought and theology. He will be discussing his newest book, The Final Nephilim, and it's going to cover anything from the Antichrist to the apocalypse, UFOs, and how they play a part, everything. It goes from Genesis to Revelation, providing a study on end times, prophecy, and the rise of the prophesied seed, of the serpent, which of course is the Antichrist. So remember, guys, we do have 7 chat rooms. We are broadcasting on 8 different locations simultaneously, one of them being Roku. Roku TV does not have a chat room. And it does take us a little bit of time to come in from, like I always say, look at it as a super highway coming down into literally one lane. So we will go at Ryan's pace and try to get in as many questions as comments as we can. So people are chiming in. Oh, hello, Dolly. I always want to break out in song. I always do. Oh, Mark, Eddie, hello. Yes, we're looking forward to it as well. Um, I'm always been curious about this. I know that Joe and I did a whole segment on the differences between, Armageddon, the apocalypse, things like that, back on the gray zone. And it was really interesting. The show did like crazy well. And I have no doubt that this is going to be really interesting because if I just want to go over a few things from Amazon with respects to the book. And it does have a religious undertone, guys. So just heads up. I know some people really thrive on it. Other people's like, meh, but it is a really interesting thing. And there's a lot of study. And I love theology of any sort. So this is really, really cool for me. Anyway, just as the book of Genesis prophesies that the Messiah would one day be born, the seed of a woman, so too was another seed predicted to come to earth, the Antichrist. While many have portrayed him to be a charismatic military genius, he will be something far more sinister. He is the final Nephilim. So, right there, that's pretty cool. A fallen angelic human hybrid, who will use occult power to lure more of the world, into the greatest deception in human history. And the only thing that can stop him, of course, is the return of, I guess, a second coming. So there's going to be a lot of really cool info here. And of course, if you guys have questions, you can start filing them in as we wait. But in the meantime, we're going to send some love and light to Amelia. So she's down, and she's just people just aren't really feeling the best over there. So let's just send them lots of hugs and lots of prayers and good love and light, as I said, and let's hope that she makes it back next week, which would be great because we have another Q&A, first one of the season. Our open mic night is always fun with more great guests that we will go over at the end of the show. Spirit Switchboard tomorrow night. That's right. I will be joining my dear friend, Carrie Lynn Shellhorn, and we're going to be, her show is Spirit Switchboard. It's on at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. She's just delightful and gives me an opportunity to share her up with you guys. And of course, we're going to have her on our show as well. So it will be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing the show. So I hope you guys can come on over there and show her some support, and we'll have a lot of good conversation. And as we wait,
Hello.
you.
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Thank you. First week back, and I sort of, I got feedback a little bit. I'm hearing myself talk. Do you have, is the volume up really high?
Let me see. Okay. Is that better?
Yes. That's excellent. Thank you.
Good.
I don't think you'd want 2 hours of me doing that. So we were just talking about how we were all talking about, puppies and, psychic readings for animals last night. And I said, okay, tomorrow's going to be real hardcore. we got both ends of the spectrum.
Definitely.
I know, I love it. Well, I hope you had a really nice Christmas and a nice holiday and ready to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a wonderful holiday, a wonderful Christmas. I was actually with my family and my mother in Sedona. And my wife does a lot of hiking. And
Nice.
so we hiked up there in the Red Rocks, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was, for New York City boy like me, it was great to get so close to nature that I don't often get to, and really feel the vastness of God up there.
Oh,
And it's also a very interesting area too. I actually recorded some footage there because Sedona is one of the leading cities for UFO sightings in America annually.
oh yes.
And there's like, a lot of these energy vortexes there from the electromagnetic anomalies going on. So I did some, there's no way I wasn't going to investigate.
How can you not? Like, you want to get in touch with nature. I think you're getting in touch with a lot more than nature out there. It's
Exactly.
really a
Yeah.
wonder,
Definitely some spiritual entities and presence up there. And a lot of it just really reminded me. And when you think about it too, again, going to scripture,
Yes.
and God talking about the high places, right? Even
Right.
God himself meeting Moses on Mount Sinai, but certainly throughout the Old Testament, you see
The power
the attempt
spots.
to access the spirit realm on mountains, right? So,
Yes.
and
Yes.
idol worship.
Yes. Oh, I love that because it's very near and dear to me. I have like different stones and stuff that have been sent to me from Sedona, and they just there's so much power. Anything that comes
Definitely.
from the Red Mountains, and in fact, John Polk is on next week, and he does all of the UFO tours, paranormal tours, historical tours out in Sedona. He says,
Oh,
and
really? Oh, I
yeah,
wish I had known that.
oh yeah.
I would have gone on one.
For the next time. No,
Yeah.
he does them all for I guess a lot of the shows that film there as well. So well, I don't hear the echo anymore, but I guess
Excellent.
hearing an echo, I have an echo. Okay,
Michelle.
well
Okay.
let us go for persist. Do you have earbuds? Maybe earbuds.
I don't have earbuds. I have headphones I can use.
That's fine. That would probably
So I think they're
eliminate.
right. I think they're actually like right here. So
Sure, no
try to
problem.
see if these work.
Okay,
Yeah, they just hook them up to the computer, so they
perfect.
should work.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess when people do conventions there and they do filming there, John is the guy that they communicate with. And Deborah Thunderbeat, who also does all the does other types of tours out there in Sedona, especially like Egypt and Sedona. There's apparently a lot of ancient structures there that it is widely believed are the same carvings of ancient Egypt that are in ancient Egypt.
Yes, that I did know, and also too, the show Skinwalker Ranch. If you're familiar with
Yes.
that show.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Yeah, so they did. I didn't know this until I was there, but we were at a restaurant and the host was telling us that season 2 was done in Sedona. They did an episode. I don't know if it was the whole season, but they did an
Right.
episode. That same team, that investigative team, did an episode in
Yeah.
Sedona because there's also a ranch in Sedona that's known to having a similar phenomenon of extraterrestrial
Isn't it
activity.
the Stardust Ranch? Would I be correct in saying it was the Stardust Ranch, or is it?
That might be its nickname. So the name, he told me that the name was a last name, as if it was
Okay.
like Bennett or Benedict.
Oh,
but
okay.
it may carry that nickname as well. But it's but they have their own former of Skinwalker Ranch in Sedona as well. So
See, that's crazy. But it doesn't surprise me that everything's in Sedona. What a wonderful place to be with your family and share and all of that fantastic energy.
it was
Um,
it was amazing.
So, for those who haven't caught the archive, shame on you. You should be over there catching the archive. So, maybe you can just recap a little bit on the other book and your research, and then we can come right into the final Nephilim.
Sure. So you want to talk about the first book for recap?
Quick recap.
Yeah, so Judgment of the
First book.
Nephilim, my first book, is really it is kind of like just a comprehensive look at what took place in the days of Noah. When we think about Noah's Ark and the Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of the fallen angels who took human women as wives and really started a whole genetic breeding experimentation program, in ancient times, and why to really. So I explore how this was done to really prevent the birth of a human Messiah, of Jesus Christ, who is fully God and fully man. And so it really goes through the Old Testament and the battle of these two bloodlines and Satan's attempt to try and stop our salvation by corrupting our genetics and ultimately trying to really wipe out all of human genetics and make us something other than image bearers of God, so we could be disqualified from salvation.
That's a punch right there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So.
Yeah. It was a punch / kind of nuclear strike right on humanity. But it's so important to understand it, right? Because the beauty of understanding what really took place in the story of Noah's Ark is that it makes, to me, the Bible make much more sense, right? That the flood judgment, which of course is God wiping out 99% of the human population, it wasn't just a judgment, it was a rescue. It was God actually rescuing the last remnant of humanity to preserve us and save us and preserve our salvation. And same thing when we look at the wars after the flood, like in Canaan, when God's saying, to go in and wipe out everybody, it's because it was eliminating these hybrids, these fallen angelic hybrids that were out to actually exterminate the human race.
Right. Now, some people believe that, they think, angels are another race of perhaps light beings, because there are extraterrestrial beings that are exactly that. They're light beings. They're just so highly evolved above many others, probably being closer to the creator. So when you say the word hybrid, I find that very interesting.
Yeah, and light, right, is a big part of the divine or the spirit realm or the unseen realm, however we want to categorize that dimension, right? Even from the beginning, that God is, his light is what is actually giving life to the earth itself in Genesis chapter 1. But I think that angels certainly emit light, that I think that even, we see examples of this in the Bible, right? When Moses spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, getting the 10 commandments and receiving the word of God, he's in God's presence, and God was covered in a cloud, and God said, you can't even see my face or you'll die. Right. So he didn't get to see God fully. And yet when he came down, he was glowing. So much so that the Israelites were scared of him. He had to wear a veil over his face because he was emitting light. He was reflecting the divine light of God. And so I think angels definitely emit that same light in their full angelic form. And I think, even Adam and Eve, I think for a time before they sinned, I think they even emitted this light, which is why after sin, they realized they're naked, because now that light that they emitted or reflected from Yahweh was extinguished. So I do think when you think of angels as light beings, I think it's an attribute that this divine light is something that they would carry and reflect as well, because they're of course around God way more than we are. So
Right, which would make sense, of course, being like our perceptions of them. It's interesting to me when you look at the depiction of archangels, how they're not how we actually portray them. It's more along the lines, people believe that Ezekiel's wheel was more about communicating with these angels that looked completely not like what we expected.
Definitely. Absolutely. And I think, the great thing about that chapter is the level of detail, right? When it says that there are wheels upon wheels and their wings have eyes, right? That's really out there.
That's
a creature whose wings have eyes, right?
I know.
And so the Bible's trying to really demonstrate to us that these beings, right? I think there are a different type of what we call angelic beings, first of all, but these specific beings, I think the Bible is trying to make sure we realize it's not, a little child with wings. This is something that's way beyond what we can even imagine. And so, so I think we're going to be in for quite a surprise when we see some of these beings and creatures, right, in the heavenly realm. And this, I was thinking about this today, just the whole idea, there was this fisherman, I don't know if you've seen him in Massachusetts near Nantucket, and he's been posting TikToks of him way out at sea. He's 150 miles off the shore of Nantucket.
Crazy.
And he's hearing these female voices, and he thinks they're mermaids at sea. And this is a guy who he works for a company. Just for those who don't know, that area he's fishing in is the second most profitable area for shellfish, right? To actually fish for shell. So this is a serious commercial operation. He's not just a guy on a boat. He's on a huge
Right.
They're taking in hundreds of pounds of shellfish every day. So this is a serious operation he works on,
Right.
and he's recording these sounds. And then there's one point where they're traveling at about, I can't remember about in knots, but it was about 25 miles an hour. So not they're not on a speedboat, but they're
Right,
moving.
extravagant, but just
And these beings, he actually records them like in the water, and you hear them, these female voices. And so, and he thinks they're mermaids, and he's been doing interviews on it. And the thing about, for me, is when you think about the divine realm, right? Everything that's happening on Earth in our dimension is a shadow of the heavenly dimension, right? That's how the Earth is operating. Even when you look at, and God said this, and going back to Mount Sinai and Moses with his glowing face,
right.
when God gave Moses the instruction for how to make the tabernacle, the most holy place where to put the ark, he said, after the pattern of what you saw in heaven. So God gave Moses a vision to let him see heaven. And all these things are just patterned after what's in heaven. So there's a tabernacle in heaven. There's an ark in heaven, all these things. And so when you think about that, we have lots of animals, right? Animals are a very important part of God's creative plan, right? He made them immediately. He had Adam name all of them. So why wouldn't there be also heavenly realm animals or creatures that aren't going to be like,
right? Besides,
So I think some of these things we're going to see, and then you take the idea of Genesis 6, where it says that all flesh had corrupted. These fallen angels who were experimenting with human genetics, I believe they were also tampering with animal genetics as well. And so when you think about a mermaid, a half fish, half woman, or a centaur, that this all goes, I think that was taking place as well, that these are just either hybrid creatures or even heavenly realm creatures that are, temporarily crossing over into our realm.
Can I ask, could they be, my theory, and of course it's just a theory, when you think of our creator on an average, would not just limit himself to one planet. I believe he would, you create a universe, you would create life on so many other planets within this universe, other universes, because you're the creator. That's what you do. You create. I think we're just so used to considering what our world is because it's where we live, right? But is it possible that these could be beings that were created even on other worlds that have found their way here or were put here, or maybe, worlds get destroyed? Do you think?
Yeah, funny you should ask that, because I'm actually doing research for my new book now. And yes, which is going even earlier than Adam and Eve, right? Which is talking about what was taking place. Like, we're almost, it's almost like Star Wars, the first Star Wars movie, A New Hope, which was really episode 4, right? You're picking up in the middle of a conflict. And in Star Wars, Darth Vader's already evil, right? Very similar to Satan, right? We see Satan make his appearance in Genesis 3. He's already evil, but we know that he didn't start that way, that there's a history there. And so my new book is exploring what was taking place in the world before Adam, and the initial angelic rebellion. And I believe the initial creation of the earth, because I don't believe, common to popular belief in the church, that the earth was created in this kind of like dark, water covered, formless and void state, and God then makes it beautiful. I believe it was created initially beautiful. And what we see when it says it's formless and void and darkness over the face of the deep and the earth is covered in water, was that it was judged. And so in my research about this, I've actually already found some books, from the 1800s, 19th century Christian commentaries that talk about the idea of in this era before humanity, did angels themselves occupy other planets or stars, right? Even this idea that God uses the term star and angel interchangeably. In Deuteronomy 4, and God tells the Israelites in verse 19 not to worship the heavenly host, the planets. He says them. He speaks of stars and planets as if they are, he personifies them. And so is it because a particular star, a particular planet has an angelic ruler over it, right? What we call in Ephesians a principality. We know on Earth there are different areas and territories that an angel may have dominion over, right? And so could that also extend beyond the earth? I think it's possible, right? And is there a history there? Like, even, this is going back a little bit, but David Flynn, who was one of the early people to look at prophecy back in the early 2000s, and had some very interesting theories. He had that theory about Mars, and said that a lot of the craters you see on Mars were a result of a destruction he believed was a divine judgment on the planet Mars. Right. And that's why it looks so battered and beat up. And so, I do think there's a possibility. I do think there's some possibility there. Right.
So let me pose you this question. What is your take on things like out of place artifacts and ancient civilizations that look, there's so much stuff under the water. There's so much stuff under the canopies of South America, the Amazon, and things are starting to surface underground. All this technology is finding ancient structures. What is your take on that? That predates.
Exactly, right. And so even like Göbekli Tepe, right, in Turkey,
okay,
right?
Yes.
Unbelievable, megalithic structure. Yes. Tens of tons of these big pillars that are all there, and they say it's 10,000 years old. So this is before even a chisel. This is before ropes and pulleys and all the things. So how is that being done? And so I think what this ancient technology is revealing is that, again, there's a history on the earth before Adam and Eve, before humanity. And I believe that's because the angels were on the earth initially, right? And we see this again. Right. Ezekiel chapter 28, God is addressing the devil and says, you were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was that covering. We were talking about the stones earlier, the stones of Sedona, right? That he was wearing stones, and God names them the sardius, the topaz, the carbuncle, right? And I believe these stones have properties to them, and that's why you have to wear them on your chest, just like the high priest Aaron had to wear the exact same stones when he had the breastplate to go into the most holy place before God. He had to wear this breastplate with 12 stones on them, each a stone for one of the tribes of Israel. So I think what we're seeing, and especially with the underwater cities, right, that we've barely been able to excavate, that there is a history that predates humanity. And I think there was a whole angelic history or pre-Adamic history, and that's really what I'm exploring in my current research.
I find that fascinating because there is so much information on lost civilizations. I mean, lost continents. Like, we know something was there. Maybe we're the new and improved version. Mind you,
right.
Like I always say, we're the kids that can't get along in the sandbox. So I don't know.
We're not that improved. We don't get along with each other. You're right.
I know. So, but I mean, there has to be something to it. And this is what I love about theology, because I had a friend of mine who was, he used to be a minister in North Carolina, a Christian minister. But he's also a theologian, and he loved to just bounce those ideas around and really gave me a great love for the whole theology of everything. Because it's just, there are questions. And this is what people, tend to argue. It's just like, yeah, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this? It's just, but what about it? Okay, we're obviously not the first kick at the can on the planet. I mean, it's just so old, but we're definitely the latest. And it would be nice if we were, leaving behind something of an evolutionary scale that could, just pave the way for something really, not that we as humans aren't amazing. I think human beings are amazing. There's so many things that we know how to do. We're powerful beings. We project, beautiful energy. What we do with that energy is what turns it the other way. I truly believe that. I've seen frequency heal people. I've seen light workers and natural healers, gifted people that were gifted with abilities to be able to help. Right. So I think
most definitely. I mean, it's true. Right. And there's so much beauty in the human race, in humanity, like we are not, I don't believe that we are animals, in the simplest sense. Right. And I remember there's a time I was in a discussion, someone asked me about, evolution and what is your evidence that evolution is incorrect? And I said, music. I said, we're so that's all you need to know if you really understand. I played music my entire life, so I'm like, if you understand music, we are definitely not. There's no ape who's going to compose a symphony or or do a blues riff on a guitar. This is not going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, right. So and also that level of it combines everything really when you think about it. It's mathematics and art and creativity at the same time. It's such and personal expression. It's personal, but it's universal, right? And that's so there's such a force in music, and it's spiritual, right? Music is spiritual, right? God loves music, right? King Saul is possessed by demons, and David plays a song and the demons leave him. He was able to do an exorcism via music. So there's so much power there. And so I agree with you. There's so much beauty in the human race, but unfortunately, with that beauty comes a nature, right? A sin nature that leads us to endless amounts of horrific evil and atrocities.
Yes. Tamara says God created angels, then God created jinn, then God created man. So would you say that we are the third model or kick at the can, so to speak?
I think we're the second model in that order. We're definitely not the first model. We're not the first model. And so, and I think even that, that's a great point, because one thing I'm really, really digging into right now is really trying to research God saying, let us make man in our image. Not so much about how we are the image of God, but the fact that it's almost like this time with this creation, we're going to make them in our image, in our likeness, as opposed to the first iteration of the race that we created. Right. And so that's what I'm really kind of exploring, is that I do think that we're like 2.0. We're not the initial created race.
Right. Well, I'm really anxious to see what you come up with, because I agree. I do think it goes back much farther. Between science and technology, they're finding a lot that just doesn't make any sense otherwise. And it does contradict a lot. I just think we've been so conditioned to believe one thing, that I love the fact that it's being explored on different levels now with open minds and saying, no, you know what? I think this does go back a lot farther. And where did it all start? How many
exactly
claim to be the cradle of civilization?
Yeah.
And I think it's stuff that we need to know, because we should know our real history.
Definitely. And I predict that, in the next 20 years, we're going to see, even in schools, right? Because Göbekli Tepe alone absolutely shatters the current paradigm of how we teach.
They just found one close by that's even older.
Exactly. Right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's right in the vicinity. So, and who knows, like they're speculating, because now the beauty of ground penetrating radar is you don't have to wait to dig to find these structures, right? You can just start scanning and knowing they're there, and then start digging more accurately. So yes, but that alone, the current educational paradigm on when did human civilization start, where they teach you, everything started in ancient Mesopotamia 6,000 years ago. That was the beginning of everything. In secular, I'm not even talking about biblical education. I'm talking about just regular social studies. In public school. That blows this away. There's just no way that shows that an entire educational paradigm is absolutely shattered by that one megalithic structure and its companion structure, which is even older. So we're really in a very exciting era, because now it's not just the Christians or those who believe in the supernatural and the paranormal who are saying these things. It's scientists, it's archaeologists, and the evidence is very clear. It's right in our face, right? It's being dug up right before our eyes. So
you just have to look at pre-Ice Age. I mean, they found a Stonehenge type structure in Lake Michigan, and there's a carving on a stone nearby of a mastodon.
Wow. Yeah. So
that that right there, they haven't been seen in 10,000 years.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Tamara's got a question for you. Autocorrect. Oh man. Would you consider men? Should go stupid autocorrect. Would you consider men the alien on Earth? Would you consider us, I guess, to be a transplanted group?
That's
Does that make
really
sense, Tamara? Does that
yeah.
work?
So in a way, right? So in a way, yes, and like that's really kind of what I discuss in Judgment of the Nephilim in my first book. I talk about what I try to do is put for a chapter. I try to put the reader in the position of the angelic realm, right? So God says, okay, one, we're going to make this new race, but we're making them in our image. So right away, we're very special and unique, and then two, we're giving them this gift of marriage. They can marry because they can procreate, have babies, and God told Adam, you have dominion over the earth, right? So which I believed initially, the dominion over the earth, I believe, belonged to the angels, and then they forfeited that in their rebellion, and then God said, I'm going to create a new race, and I'm going to give them the earth, and so from the fallen angelic perspective, yeah, we're completely aliens, right? We came out of nowhere, out of the ground. Well, here we are, and now we have the keys to the kingdom. And so that, of course, I believe started the whole conflict because this was not only were we, taking over, we could ultimately replace the rebels, right, in terms of the order and hierarchy of God's kingdom. And so, yeah, so from a certain perspective, yes, we were aliens to them. To God, of course, no, because God created us, so we're his children, just like the angels are his children. But for the angels, yes, because we literally popped up out of nowhere one day, and
here we are.
Exactly, and really multiplied, right? we can definitely multiply. We don't get along, but somehow we sure can multiply.
So let's talk a bit before we get into further questions.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the new book. Like you just kept going, much like this is kind of like the last Star Wars, and then you're jumping over to the prequel next, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. So in the new book, again, whenever I write something, I really want to challenge traditional thought in the church, right? Those are things that excite me, and so a common. There you go. A common belief and doctrine in the church today is that the earth itself, the planet, is 6,000 years old, roughly, right? Approximately 6,000 years old. And all the evidence, like when you go to Sedona, you can see the strata of millions of years of earth changes right there in your face, that's just not inaccurate, or God is making the earth look old, right? I've even spoken to people where I said, well, what about stars, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at a star that is 20,000 light years away, that means that light has now traveled for 20,000 years, and that's how you're seeing it, right? You're seeing into the past. When you see a star, you're actually looking through time.
That's a good point.
And so I said, how could that be the case? If we can see stars all over the place, that means that light has been traveling for way longer than 6,000 years. And the common response I get to that is the common response is a question. Usually people will say to me, well, don't you think God can manipulate light to make it appear to be traveling that far? And I'm like, well, why would God do that?
Exactly.
Why is God going to make a fake star? Like, why do that? Like, God has the power to make a real star. Like, why make a fake one? So, and of course, obviously, the scientific evidence alone, the geological evidence. So, I really wanted to, again, like I did with Judgment of the Nephilim, just like people didn't believe there were hybrids and that angels were having offspring with human women in the church. I wanted to now show that, the Bible really does show that the earth is first of all, the Bible never actually says the age of the earth. At no point is the age of the earth even stated, but certainly all the evidence in scripture is that it's way older, that it's millions of years old, and that science, what science tells us, that we don't have to be scared of science, right? We don't have to be scared of it. Science isn't our enemy. It just supports what the Bible says.
or
Exactly. Exactly.
they go hand in hand. I think it's important, and it also adds more credit to your research that you're finding the balance. If anything, you're finding the balance. So, I mean, do you think the Old Testament? I mean, I feel the Old Testament has a heck of a lot more information in it than the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, it's bigger, so right, and so the
Yeah.
books are bigger, and the books are bigger. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's so much history there, and I love that. Like, I spend a lot of time
Yes.
really going through the Old Testament in both my books because what I talk about in the final Nephilim is how so much of what we see in Revelation is a repetition, right? Is what I call quantum repetition, right? And so, yeah, there's so much information there, and you have to understand the Old Testament to really understand the book of Revelation, to understand prophecy, to understand the predictions of the future. And so, yeah, there's so much there. And I think just like you can find kind of this, you can trace this war of the bloodlines right through scripture. You can also trace that God gives us glimpses into this ancient world, this pre-Adamic, pre-humanity era that existed when the angels were on earth. And so I'm like kind of really digging deep to bring all that out. And then also show that this was the common belief in the church up until the 20th century, that there was never this concept of a young earth. When you go back to the first century, the second century, certainly in ancient rabbinical and Hebrew sources, absolutely not. But this idea that the earth is young, that was never a part of the church. And they readily acknowledge, there are many sources I've already found that readily acknowledge that this whole history of the angels being on earth before Adam. And that's why we see the earth in the state that it's in. And just think about it this way, right?
Right.
Let's just look right at the idea, because I truly believe, like, that God says that he uses types, he uses similitudes. That's what it says in the book of Hosea, that God gives us pictures and repeats things. And it's almost like his signature that he is controlling the events that are taking place throughout the universe, right? And so you look at Genesis chapter 1. Let's just look at what we see. We see the earth is covered in water.
Right.
It says there's darkness, right? Which all throughout scripture is a sign of a judgment. You just go 7 chapters later. What do we see? After the flood, the earth is covered in water. It's been judged. It says that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters in Genesis chapter 1, right? And then God says, let there be light. What does Noah do when it's time to get off the ark? He lets out a dove. The dove flies over the waters and comes back with a branch. And so he knows, now I can get off the ark, right?
Right.
The dove, of course, is a symbol of the Holy Spirit. When Jesus was baptized, the Holy Spirit took the form of a dove, right?
So it's all symbolism, basically.
It's all repeating. It's all repeating as well, right?
Right.
In Genesis chapter 1, we have a man we see a man who has a supernatural interaction with animals. God brings all the animals to Adam for him to name them. What happened with Noah? God brought all the animals to Noah so he could put them on the ark, right? We're seeing all this. After the ark, Noah gets into a sin from getting drunk with a fruit, involving a fruit. He grows a grape vineyard and gets drunk and has a sin. Some sin takes place in a tent with his son. I won't get into what that was. There's lots of debate, but we know something happened that wasn't all good.
Right.
What do we see in Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2 and chapter 3? A sin involving a fruit, right? With Adam and Eve eating the fruit, where we see all these patterns. And so I think what God is showing us is that what's happening in Genesis 1 is the earth is being repaired. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, right? And it says, and the earth was formless and without form and void. But in the Hebrew, that term, tohu vabohu, really means that it was ruined. It was destroyed. But that in the sense that there was a process, something happened to it.
Right.
And God then is now renovating and repairing the earth. When he says, let there be light, he's not removing the judgment, right? Even the fact that it says darkness was over the face of the deep in Genesis chapter 1, the deep, tehom, that's hell. That is hell in Hebrew, right? Why would there even be a hell if the earth was just created? No one's even here yet. No one's evil. Why is there a prison already, right? And so I think I'm pulling out what God is trying to give us glimpse of, to give a cohesive like account to show that this is what's taking place, is that there was this history and God had to judge the earth, and that's why it's covered in water. And then of course he did it a second time and says, I will never do it again. Right. That's the rainbow where God says, now I'm never going to do this judgment on the earth again. I will never flood the earth again. But he did it twice, I believe.
Right. So here's a question while we're on the Old Testament.
Sure.
I think it's a great question. What if the God of the Old Testament is not the God taught in churches? I have heard this before, actually, which is kind of wiggy, Guardian, but I have heard this before. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So
It really deterred us from that book.
Yeah. So, so the God of the Old Testament, right? So this idea of that, and I've heard this many times, that some people say the God of the Old Testament is different from the God of the New Testament, because the God of the Old Testament is this harsh, really aggressive. Yeah, very right. And so, I think it's the same. Yeah. And then of course Jesus comes, and Jesus is like a lamb, right? He's peaceful, he's meek, he's compassionate, he's empathetic, he's sympathetic. He takes a hit on his face and does nothing, right? He's get punched, spit on, and beaten, tortured. And so I think that, this is something that, the late Dr. Michael Heiser really articulated really well, that, kind of the two gods of the Old Testament, that you have God the Father, I believe, and the Son in the Old Testament, both of them, right? That Yahweh, the concept of Elohim,
yes, that
Elohim is a word like sheep, right? Where it's plural and singular. Right. At the same, they interchangeably. And God saying, let us make man in our image. That you had the Father and the Son together. And I believe that the reason why you see the harshness, right? That you're right, that God, there is a lot of harshness in the Old Testament. I think beyond what we're talking about with the seed war and the Nephilim, even towards the Israelites, is because God's appearing in person. I think that's the distinguishing factor, is that when God is revealing himself to the Israelites, he's talking to them directly, right? They hear his voice, they see him. And so he's revealing, in terms of he's revealing his divine power. And I think that's why they have the greater burden of having to be responsible and obedient to God, because he's, they're literally eating food that's being sent to them from heaven, that's falling from heaven, and still doubting that God, can save them, And so that's why I think you see that kind of that contrast of Jesus, who now comes, and think about Jesus, he only did his miracles around those who believed, who had faith. In certain areas, he says he wouldn't perform miracles because there was no faith there. He often told people, don't tell people who I am, right? He told the demons when they said, you are the Christ, the Son of God. He wanted people to come to him in a true faith. And so I think there is a big, big difference. And of course, his mission was to be a sacrifice. It wasn't the Jesus who we see in Revelation, who's coming to culminate to put an end to this battle in person, right? So it's so I think that's a big difference, is that the mission of Jesus was very different. And I think that was also kind of part of kind of the chess match between God and Satan, that God, really was throwing, I believe, the fallen angelic realm off by having the Messiah come. Right. And he's not fighting anybody. He's not demanding anything. He's not saying, yeah, I'm here to take over. He's just healing.
Hybrid as well.
I'm sorry?
He's technically hybrid as well. Son of God.
Yeah, right. So what they call hypostatic union, or I wouldn't say, for me,
you have to think about it. Who is our creator? He's not a physical man.
Right, but he is, right? He's not a man, but he is. And and for me, I've found the way I've wrapped my mind around this has been by dabbling into quantum physics. Right. And this is what I talk about in the Final Nephilim, is that I open the book talking about quantum physics, because yeah, there you go. Great, it's a beautiful segue. And without getting too deep and geeking out too much, right? The study of atomic and subatomic particles, the proton, the neutron, the electron, the three things that make up an atom, right? That's what quantum physics is looking at, that world. Yes. And this concept that what they've found in quantum physics is that subatomic particles don't behave how we would expect them to, that they can actually exist in two states at once, and even two times at once, a single particle, which they call quantum superposition or quantum entanglement, when they're connected through time, the same particle existing in two places, two times at the same time. And when I started researching this, I said, you know, this is God, right? Jesus standing on earth. Jesus in John chapter 10 says, I and my Father are one, right? The Father is in heaven. Jesus is standing on earth. He says, we're one. Like, how is that? How is that possible, right? Later on, the New Testament says that there are three that bear witness, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and these three are one, right? So they're existing in separate states at the same time. They're one being existing in separate states. And I'm like, this is exactly what, if you go to a secular physicist,
right,
and say, hey, if you and just exchange God and Jesus with the word particle and say, is it possible for the same particles to exist in three separate states, in three separate locations, in three separate even times at once? They say, yeah, of course, that's called superposition.
right.
And so, and that's kind of how I've been able to reconcile. I'm like, you know, and this is really what God is doing. And even the fact that you have prophecies that God makes that will repeat in time, right? That's the idea of quantum entanglement, and so that's really how I kind of have the lens in which I'm looking at Revelation and looking at the Bible in the final Nephilim. And so when you think about how is this happening, the Trinity, I'm like, now it all makes sense to me. It all makes sense because science has proven that this is actually the case on the subatomic level. And the amazing thing too is that when you go back to the original physicists who discovered this, Schrodinger, Max Planck, right? They have this experiment, this thought experiment, Schrodinger's cat, where this cat is in a box and essentially there's radioactive material, and because of the conditions in the box, the cat is, you don't know because you can't see in it, the cat is dead and alive at the same time, which is exactly what Jesus said. Jesus said, I've died, yet I live always, right? He lives forever, but yet he says, I died. So how could that be, right? And so it goes back to these concepts.
The art of resurrection too, though, like the ancient people, and he would have been ancient, so he would have, like, you know, if you really dig back, you'll find that ancient people did know that there was a sacred knowledge, and he would have known about sacred knowledge. He would have been.
Oh, no question, absolutely. And there is a power to it, right? And even when you look at the final Nephilim, who I believe is the Antichrist in Scripture, that's the thesis of the book, right? In Revelation 13:4, it says that he suffers a mortal wound and lives. He comes back from the dead. He dies and comes back. So it's not even just Jesus in the Bible who resurrects, right? And other people resurrect, right? Lazarus, you know. So the idea that a human being can die and come back is certainly in Scripture, even not being a divine being, just a human being, not just Jesus, but other people.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Wayne says, was Adam actually Adam?
That's great.
You know, he also makes a good point. He goes back. I'm just going to read off a couple of things here. He goes, I have a, odd question, fat fingers. Wayne, you're right. I can't make that one word. Earth was destroyed. Okay, so if Earth would have been destroyed, could it really have been Mars and humankind there? Were we there first, along with various animals which were relocated to Earth? A new beginning, starting over, along the lines of, so was Noah's Ark actually from another world to come here? Maybe that might explain some of the outcasts, like the platypus, you know, the outcast animal.
Yeah.
And he goes, so the ark was actually a different sort of vessel. Maybe it was a storage ark for DNA of various creatures. So a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, sure, right. Yeah. So I mean, well, you think about it. That was the goal, right? God said, "I'm building this to preserve seed upon the earth." Seed meaning genetic material, right? So obviously it was in the form of animals, but God wanted to preserve, I believe, the genetics of the creatures He made. And in terms of, humanity being on Mars initially and the destruction taking place there, I think that's a separate conflict altogether, right? Because I think the interesting thing about the Earth in Genesis 1 is that when God, there's this the Hebrew, the language of English is very loose with how we translate Hebrew.
Okay.
And the word create is only used a couple of times in Genesis chapter 1, but everything else is made. The word for create, bara, in Hebrew is only used a couple of times. And so when the animals are made, God said, let the waters bring forth the animals, this creature. So it wasn't like he formed them out of the dust like he did Adam and created a new being. It's almost as if their genetic material was already there in the water. And God said, all right, now it's time to bring them back. So, and he even says after their kind, right? Creeping things and four-legged beasts after their kind, which again implies that they have ancestors. If you're created after your kind, that means there has to be a lineage there. And so I think these creatures were all, destroyed in the judgment before humanity, and now God's just bringing them back.
Right.
And so, yes, I think the initial rebellion and judgment took place on Earth. And so again, we're picking up in Genesis chapter 1 in the middle of the the trauma.
Right. I mean, you think about it, technically, even going back to DNA, like Dolly makes a good point here. We actually covered this a few minutes ago, Dolly, with Mary or Christ being hybrid Mary, God, that sort of thing. But we all technically have Nephilim blood if you're going back to when they mingled with humanity. I mean, that went down the pipeline.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, I think that God's effort was to eradicate it, right? Obviously, God was, when you look at Noah, right? I think Noah was selected, right? It says Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. That's how he's introduced in Scripture. And that term perfect, tamim,
right, in
Hebrew is referring to a physical perfection, right? The same term for a sacrificial lamb that they in the Old Testament said the lamb must be without blemish, meaning tamim. So has nothing to do with him being he's such a good guy, like he's morally perfect. It's about something in his body, and I believe that he was perfectly human. So I don't think everybody was. I think that's why he was selected to reboot the earth, because he was, one, a believer, and two, was actually probably one of the last humans, full humans left on earth, I believe, at the human population at that time. Right. So Jesus, though, on the other hand, and again, going back to Mary, does Jesus have Mary's blood in him? Absolutely. He was born physically. He was literally born from her womb, right? So again, he, in that sense, and again, I will say, rather than saying it's a hybrid, I would say that I call it that he is in superposition as a man and God at the same time. But yes, he definitely has the human blood. He has the blood of Mary in him.
So,
and her genetics, obviously.
Right. So in your research, because you're going to keep going forward while you go back.
Yes. I'm going forward and backward at the same time.
Exactly.
I have to go back to the future.
But will you be exploring into giants? And I mean, obviously, it would make sense that you would find bones and such of giants, because that would be your theory as to the destruction of the Nephilim. But there have been modern day sightings of giants, right down to from some of our service people in Iraq who have claimed to see,
Sure. Yeah. The Kandahar giant. Yeah. So I think, and even things like Chupacabra, right? Sasquatch, all these things where I think we know that beings can cross through the veil, right? I don't think the veil that separates the human realm from the spirit realm is just fully open. I don't think that's going to happen until the end times, but I think that beings cross over, right? They're people, and there are ways to do it. It's no different than people who are conducting a seance and trying to speak to the spirit realm. You're enacting a ritual in order to pierce through the veil into the divine realm. So why can't these beings do the same thing to come back? or a creature, right? So, and again, I don't think they're coming in by the millions, but can a single being entity make it to our realm where we can actually literally see them? I think I think it does happen, right? I think it absolutely happens. And so,
Right.
can we see a hybrid being in this time, or an angelic being, or a demon, or a possessed creature, right? Too, right? And that's another thing that I talk about in Judgment of the Nephilim, is that, you know, we see in the New Testament demonic beings enter animals, right? And so those animals are not going to act in their normal fashion when they're possessed, right? So I think yes, I do think there's a possibility when we see these sightings, that we see the spirit realm at work, that these beings can for different reasons. And I think that, you know, everything in God's kingdom has an order and a function, and it's almost like a legal system where you have to have a license to do certain things. And even if you think back in the Old Testament, that every day there had to be a blood sacrifice in the temple to cover sin, that blood was literally doing something in the divine realm to protect Israel from God's judgment, to say, okay, now these sins, God is going to remove this sin from Israel today because the blood has done. So it's somehow accessing it. We talked about Aaron having to wear the breastplate, how only he was the only person allowed in the most holy place. So all these types of rules and regulations. And when you think about, there are so many other rituals that people do to try and access the spirit realm. So I can see it working in the reverse way too. They want to access the human realm. There are certain things they have to do. Maybe they need blood. You know, I recently was on a show talking about cattle mutilations and this idea of like, what's going on with that. And I said, well, you know, cattle happen to have a significant amount of blood in their body, you know, because a lot of times they're finding these cows and they're fully, you know, they have these like very precise surgical incisions and all the blood is drained from them. And so, you know, well, they happen to have a lot of blood, and we know certainly in the Bible and in many belief systems, blood is critical to accessing the spirit realm. And so maybe these beings are doing the reverse to come into our realm.
Mm-hmm. That's possible. So I'm just going through some of the notes. I went onto Amazon just so I could delve in as much as I could into your book.
Yeah.
But you have some really interesting points here. What role do UFOs and alien phenomena play in end of time events? I find that one really interesting that you would even put it there. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it's going to be a big part of it. So, you know, again, as we talk about the veil, I do believe that, you know, Jesus said in Matthew 24, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. In the days of Noah, before the flood, the veil was removed, right? You had angelic beings openly manifesting. Adam and Eve spoke to God. They spoke to the devil. They could speak to angels. There was a cherubim guarding the Garden of Eden after they were banished, and a flaming sword just swinging around. So there's the intersection of the divine and the human realm was just totally open. And so I think that's going to happen again in the end times of the Great Tribulation. And so what does that mean for the UFO phenomenon? Well, we see in Revelation 12, it says there's a war in heaven when Satan, who, by the way, can access heaven still. Satan is allowed to go to heaven. Satan speaks to God. They have conversations. He stands before God's throne. We see this in Job chapters 1 and 2. But in the end times, that Revelation chapter 12, it says that there's a war between his army and Michael's army, and Satan is evicted. He's cast out down to earth. And it says, and all his angels with him, and he's no longer given access. And I think at that point, you know, what I point to is now they're coming to earth. And it says, woe unto the inhabitants of the earth, because the devil has come upon you with great wrath, knowing his time is short. And so this is the invasion. Now these beings are going to be out in front, visibly manifesting. And so, but what if they don't come to earth, you know, with fangs and growling and looking to fight? What if they come as benevolent beings, you know? And so I quote, you know, this amazing passage from Hippolytus. Hippolytus was a Christian pastor, basically bishop in 202 AD. And he wrote a treatise, the earliest commentary in Revelation, called On Christ and Antichrist. And he talks about this exact chapter. And it's just amazing how he describes them. He says, imagine the angels coming, you know, bathed in light, floating in the air, singing beautiful songs, and so his whole thesis is that they may come saying, hey, we are your creators. We are from this distant planet. We are coming to now evolve you into Homo novus, Homo sapien 2.0. We seeded you on the planet. So I think that's where, if we see this idea of alien beings coming in, I think it's gonna be at that point. And so, and they put themselves at the role of saying, we are actually the creators of humanity, and now we're here to help you transcend to your next stage of evolution. And so, and by the way, if the rapture takes place as prophesied, things, those people were just not willing to participate in the proper procedures we need to take. They're not a part of our movement, so they had to leave this realm. And so, so that's kind of how I see in the end times. I do think that we can see a UFO actual manifestation before our eyes for the whole public to see, not a discrete little thing that happens that only 5 people see. I think it's going to be a global event, right? And I think everything that's happening now, where you have so many government officials and governments themselves disclosing programs and documents and all these things, that like, these are the birth pangs, right? The pump is being primed for a much larger, more public, more open disclosure.
Well, I'm going to challenge your thinking a bit.
Sure. I love it. I love it.
Okay. So what if we know angels were here? There are angels with wings, angels without wings. They're light beings. What if they're the ones that come down and remove, let's say, because the righteous will tell you, no, we're just going to have this rapture. We're going to be gone. How do you know that's not how it's going to happen? And the rest of us are here fending for ourselves. Or, it could really go either way, because until we actually get there,
we don't know for sure. Yeah. And it could be, right? I mean, there are lots of people I know and have tremendous respect for who believe that any rapture is going to happen actually at the end of the Great Tribulation, right? At the very end. And so, which means we're here for everything. All Christians are here for everything. And that may very well be the case. That could be the case. I take a different position, but it could be the case. But you're right. We don't know until it happens, for sure.
Right. Because this is a Christian belief. There are religions of the world that are considerably older. Christianity is a baby on the grand scheme of more ancient religions, except Buddhism. Even the Muslim faith is like, they're older. So you have a lot of people in there with their own opinions, but in the end, it's the same idea, just with different arms of the tree, sort of thing, which I find really fascinating, because I love learning about religions and how you have the one basic concept that's the same, but there's just so much more to the
different variations. And in some ways, there's a lot of overlap, right? Because again, going back to the Nephilim, there are easily 35 identifiable ancient accounts of giants and a flood all throughout the world, right? So does that mean that they're all different religions and different floods, or are they just retelling the exact same account from their own cultural milieu and perspective, right? That's why I would say it's all the same event, right?
Right.
It's if you ask a detective, an NYPD detective, okay, you have 35 people just told you they saw someone run in a bank and steal it. They're not going to go to 35 different banks. They're going to say, okay, this happened at one bank.
At one bank.
Right. So,
Right.
So I think so. There is overlap, but what gets me personally excited with the Bible is there are very few books that tell a lot of prophecy, believe it or not. Like a lot of ancient texts don't get into too much specific prophecies there, as much I think as the Bible does. And so that's where my leaning comes. But I do think that on some level I think there's overlap in some level, right? So I one thing I looked at that came to my mind and I mean to look into it even more, right, is when we talked about like the planets and beings being on planets, right? In Mormonism, you are taught that if you follow the rules of Mormonism, of which there are many, and they're pass and ascend, that you get your own planet, and you have a lot of children to populate this planet that you get upon death, right? In turn, and so now I don't believe that personally in my belief. However, I find it interesting that they believe that there's an idea of having a planet, right? And I think so. I think, where does that come from? I think it ties back to the idea of angels having planets. And even if you look at ancient Roman mythology, which is their religion, right? Their mythology, what we call mythology, was their religion, right? Mars, right? They believed the planet Mars was a god, that a deity, not just a rock, a deity, right?
Ancient civilizations. I mean,
right. Venus, right? So again,
yes.
So what does that mean? Do I think that they're wrong? I think no. I think no. I think there's some that we may call what in scripture might be a principality. They're just calling Mars, right? They gave us, he has a specific name, or she has a specific name, Mars or Venus, right? And so I do think that on some level there's a lot more commonality in religions than we think. Obviously, in Christianity, as in other religions, right? Some religions choose to promote an exclusive viewpoint in terms of how you achieve salvation. Christianity definitely, Islam for sure, Mormonism. You can be a Mormon and still not actually achieve the proper level of ascendance in Mormonism, because there's a lot of things you have to do. Yes, you might not get a planet in the end, especially if you're black. So, which they think is a sin, right, and a curse. So, but for me, again, I personally go with the Bible, and so much of it is, I think, because of the power of prophecy, and there's so many, just the Old Testament prophecies that have not just proven by the life of Christ, but even by archaeology, right? There's a lot of things that even secular archaeologists can say this proves what the Bible said. So that's where I fall personally. But I think I understand the overlap.
The planet's only 6,000 years old. Life will end here.
No.
I'm just like, that's ridiculous. I swear, you have to, realize from a certain standpoint that, the obvious is right there. As far as, we have the technology now to test a lot of this stuff. We're finding a lot of ancient civilizations, ruins anyway, are rising up out of the water. We can see it, they're under the forest canopies. We can see it. We can, it's everywhere. Pyramids, how many, thousands of pyramids all over the world. I think we have to look at some of that as well. And that's what I think that's why people look at that and go, I struggle with that, because there's so much more that's left out. It's just not included.
The earth the earth is filled now in this day and age, this era that we're living in, obviously because of technology, right? We're seeing ancient history right before our eyes, right? It's like a movie, right? We're discovering in the dirt, in the sand, in the earth, literal ancient history, and so and again, that's why, and in my research, I'm going to include, a chapter about these megalithic structures and put video in. So, I like to put video commentary in my books. So there'll also be video so you can see these things and not just hear or read it from my perspective, but see that we need to embrace this, we need to embrace that all this archaeological and ancient evidence that not just shows the age of the earth, but also, again, like you said from the beginning, shows ancient technology, high mathematics, advanced geometry, right? And just the sheer work itself. Right. How do you, in 10,000 BC, lift up a rock that weighs 15 tons? How is that done? And stand it in the ground so that 10,000 years later, it's still actually able to stand on its own.
Ancient
and you don't
Rome-
have a chisel or a shovel.
Exactly. We can't even make a building that lasts more than 200 years. Everyone's lucky. And we have technology. So that's a bit of a
Exactly.
concern, you know, when
Exactly.
this
Yeah.
was being done before. Um, okay, so let's get into who or what is the Antichrist? Was he
Sure.
supernatural?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
guy?
Great
Is
question.
he, you know,
Yeah. So I believe that, you know, again, going back to Genesis 3:15, I kind of start both books in the same place. In Genesis 3:15, when God prophesied in Judgment of the Nephilim, I talk about the prophecy of the Messiah. God says that tells Satan that your head will be crushed. You'll be defeated by the seed of the woman, that a woman is going to give birth to this Messiah who will ultimately defeat you. And that's what sets this war off. However, that's not the entirety of the prophecy. What God also says, he says, I will put enmity, I'll put war between, speaking to the devil, he says, between your seed and her seed. Right. And so you can go to any church and say, hey, her seed, that's Mary, right? That's the Messiah. And they'll say, yes, of course, that's the Messiah. He is the seed of the woman. However, God says there are two seeds. He tells the devil from the beginning in Genesis, he tells the devil that he's going to have a seed, an offspring. And I believe that's a literal child. And I believe that's who the Antichrist is. And he is a hybrid. He is the final Nephilim on earth. And so, and you know, a part of this too, when you think about this, and Tim Alberino in his book Birthright really, I think, fleshes this out really well. He talks about the fact that the idea of rulership over the earth, and that since God gave the world to humanity, when we see he gives dominion to humanity over the earth, it's critical that whoever actually is ruler of the earth has to have, to some extent, human DNA. And I think that's why, you know, it's so ironic that the devil spends all throughout the Bible, the devil's trying to rule and challenging Jesus and tempting him and says, I want you to worship me, all these things. But when it comes to the time that he's at his maximum power in the book of Revelation, it's not the devil who's running the world. It's the Antichrist. It's the beast. It's his offspring. And I think that's because he will be part human, and that will give him the birthright, so to speak, to sit and actually rule the earth. And so his goal is to be, I believe, to present himself as the Messiah of the world, and to really, again, try to thwart God's plan of salvation, and ultimately not just rule the world, but receive the worship of the world as well.
right. God, I think it's going to happen in our lifetime.
I think it's very possible.
Gotta ask.
I think it's very possible, right? And I'll tell you why I think it's possible. Is what I look at is in terms of how close are we, right? Is to me, I look at technology, and why is that? Because I look at what is being described in Revelation that could not be achieved today, right? You look and think about, like, you know, Revelation was written in circa 96 AD, right? Almost 2,000 years ago. And you have the Apostle John, he's writing about, you know, a mark that controls all buying and selling for every single person on the earth. The mark of the beast that goes in your hand, it controls everything. Well, in 96 AD, you could literally trade any item for anything. Mm-hmm. I could trade you a goat for fabric. You can give me gold for veg. Like, anything was exchangeable that had value, right? Commerce was very free flowing. And yet he's saying there's going to be one object that you put in your hand and you can't buy or sell anything without it. But of course, now today, that's achievable with RFID technology, RFID tattoos, inserting a phone into your body, right? All these things can allow you now to just wave your hand and buy something, right? You can go to the Whole Foods now and just use your palm print and purchase your groceries.
It's true, that wigs me out.
Exactly, right? Right.
That's
So, but we're seeing prophecy.
Like anything in my body, though, like Botox, none of that stuff. So
there you go. But see, but don't you see? This is what I'm talking about. The prophecy of the Bible, how real that is. The Bible, like John wrote that 2,000 years ago, that you're going to be able to buy something with your hands, and literally, you can literally do that right now at Whole Foods.
Right.
Just put your right hand down and go buy something. And so again, the technology now exists. Revelation 11 talks about the two witnesses who preach at Jerusalem for 3.5 years. It says they're killed, And it says their bodies lay in the street for 3.5 days, and the entire world sees their bodies, right? Again, totally impossible until about a few years ago, 10 years ago, even 15 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. But now it'll be on Facebook, it'll be on TikTok, it'll be on Instagram, and everyone has a phone, and everyone now that's completely possible.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
So
let's face it, social media is a collector of information.
exactly.
Why it was
Right.
created, you know.
It's the collective information. And so now that all these things are possible, and then when you look at the ultimate, right, the ultimate technological achievement in the Bible that you see in the world, to me, is the image of the beast, right? Like Satan needs technology, right? He's not omnipotent. He's not omnipresent. So he needs to use technology, which is why he has to use a mark, a device, something in your hand for buying and selling, because he doesn't have all power. And so you have the Antichrist. It says he sets up this image, and it says that the false prophet, who's kind of his religious prime minister, it says he causes the people of the world to make this image to be worshipped, but it says it's given life. It's alive. It's made. It's something made, but it's alive. So it's literally artificial intelligence. It's the ultimate AI, that it's a created statue or robot, but it actually has life. So that to me is, again, another startling thing, that to be writing that in 96 AD, that something's going to be created by people, they're just going to manufacture something that's actually alive. It's AI. And then it says that it knows who is worshiping the Antichrist and who isn't.
Right.
Now, how can that take place? How can it know if somebody in Zimbabwe is doing their little Antichrist worship in the morning? They can know that if that person has a link into a network, right? Like a Neuralink that's literally connecting your mind to a network. Well, now I can know
I'm having
everything
a
about
Matrix
you.
moment is what I'm having.
There you go.
right now. So,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly. It is the Matrix, right? You're jacked
It
into the
is.
system. You're plugged into the system.
It
So
is.
that's so, and now that's happening, right? We see Elon Musk is doing it. In Japan, they're working on technology that can actually take your dreams and put them on a screen, visually display your dreams on a screen.
Absolutely.
Right. So the idea of interfacing human thought with a computer network, I would say, at the most 5 to 10 years away from someone being able to literally think something, right?
Yeah, it's got its
and a
own-
computer can pick it up across the country. I mean, across the world, rather.
Right. I agree with you.
So, and yeah,
No, I was
go
just
ahead. Good.
Wayne, when he says, and I am an avid Enoch. I love reading about Enoch, but
Sure.
with his feet planted firmly upon the ground, which on the kingdom of heaven within the palm of his hand. Sounds a lot like a cell phone or a tablet.
There you go. Right.
does.
It's all repeating, right? It's this, right? See, it's all repeating.
Yes.
As it was in the days of Noah, right? It was how were the angels able to impress humanity to get wives? I believe it's technology. I believe they offered divine technology in exchange for a woman's hand in marriage, right? And which is what the book of Enoch says, by the way, right? They taught humanity sciences, metallurgy, makeup, even, right? So,
Right.
so yeah, so it makes perfect sense to me that Enoch had the first iPad.
I know, Enoch was pretty cool. So with that being said, I am going to have to make a quick station ID. So for those just tuning in, you're listening to the Outer Realm Radio, broadcasting live in United Public Radio, UFO Paranormal Radio, 105.3 and 107.7, and of course, Roku TV. That's right. So I love all the comments in chat. Thank you. Thank you. Our guest tonight is Ryan Peterson. We're talking about his book, The Final Nephilim, and it's a really super interesting conversation. And, we've got some people agreeing and disagreeing. This is what I love. I love all the comments. We are
great.
all individuals. We are all different. We think differently, and we find our answers in different ways. And that's what you need to keep doing. I'm an avid researcher. I love to learn. And this is why I enjoy doing the show, because so many amazing people like Ryan come on and discuss their research with us. And I personally am all about high strangers and the otherworldly, and it comes in many different ways.
Absolutely. And so I want to give a special shout out to everyone who's watching in the chat room and all the comments. And for those who may disagree with some of the things I'm saying, it's great. It's all good. And you'll be very comforted to know that there are many Christians who disagree with what I say as well. So it's all good. No, it's great. And the thing about it, right, is that this is how I feel. Like, I feel that, like, when you study things that are helping build your spirituality and your spiritual beliefs, I compare it very much to the gym, right? It's like, I love going to the gym. I played sports all my life. And it's all about challenging yourself, right? And that's why I write what I write, is that I want to make sure, like, if you're not challenging your beliefs, if you're not pushing yourself, then you're not growing, right? That's how you grow. That's how you get more fit. And so it's okay to have the exchange of ideas, and we're not going to agree on everything. And no one's going to agree on everything when it comes to spiritual matters, especially prophecy. All right, just go to any Christian online forum and talk about the rapture and watch what's going to happen. There are so many people are so passionate about their positions, but at the end of the day, as long as we can do it in a respectful manner, then we're growing together, right? We're learning from each other, exchanging, and that's important, right? I think it's a good thing. I want my beliefs to be challenged. I like when you say I have a question to challenge you, because that's how I'm going to get. Iron sharpens iron, right? As the Bible says, that's how we're going to get stronger in our beliefs and really learn more and grow more together. So it's all good. All welcome.
I agree. And I do believe that it is a combination of different belief systems throughout our entire civilization that keeps challenging us and keeps us going. And I totally love the different theories that are out there. And I do a lot of interviews for other people myself, and from a paranormal standpoint or a UFO standpoint, anything like that. And I always say, until I get there, I don't really know. We don't really know. All we can do is hypothesize. All we can do is take the knowledge that we see in front of us and try to challenge what's in this book or challenge this belief system by finding exactly what you're doing, by finding different things to prove it using science. I like the whole quantum physics thing. That's, I'm a big believer in vibration and frequency, and
Sure.
that there are some phenomenal things that have been happening with it throughout the ancient world and still are. And, you look at the Bible, the Old Testament, especially, where it speaks of seeing UFOs, for example. Well, where'd that come from?
Right. Yep.
Ryan.
Yeah. They came from heaven. Right? The chariots of the gods, right? So Eric von Daniken, he got that from the Bible. That phrase is from the Bible, right? That literally God travels on the cherubim. They carry him, or travels in the clouds. It says Jesus is going to come with clouds. When he ascended to heaven in Acts chapter 1, a cloud takes him to heaven, and then two angels tell the apostles he's going to come back the same way. So he's riding something, right? Then you look at ancient Canaanite culture, and you have Baal, who is known as the cloud rider, right? So this is the idea of a divine vehicle. Is something I definitely see in scripture. And certainly you see it in Ezekiel chapter 1. You see it with Elijah when he is taken up to heaven at the Jordan River, and they're in chariots, right? Carry him to the divine realm. And so, so where do they come from? I think that they come from that realm. For me, they come from that dimension is where they're coming from the divine or fourth dimension.
Yes, I'm fully on about the whole dimension thing as well. It's the one thing that makes the most sense to me. I can't look up or down. I have to look at everything within the energy, within the space,
Yeah, exactly.
So let's talk about the apocalypse. Like, what signs should we be looking for with all of this? Are we expecting giants to come back down and should I hide my daughter? Like what?
Well, I think they're gonna try again, right? I mean, Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, they were gonna see some repetition. And so, Daniel chapter 2 says that in the end time, it says they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. So it's like, who's they? Right. So when we're talking about mingling seed, we're talking about birds and the bees, right? So there's going to be this attempt again. Yeah. So I hear you. I have a daughter too, so I'm right there with you. And So yeah, so I think what are the signs, right? I think we're seeing all the signs around us. And again, I believe if people take a time to study Revelation, you're going to see nothing but headlines. We already talked about, it talks about a global electronic currency, right? It has to be a digital currency if it's controlling everything, buying and selling, right? So we're seeing that. It talks about the idea of again, mingling seed in the end times. We see this with transhumanism. We see this, the whole CRISPR, all these efforts that the Silicon Valley billionaires who are investing hundreds of millions of dollars, the CEO of Google, Peter Thiel, all these people to try and find life extension technology, to try and manipulate human genetics to live forever, right? They're trying to literally achieve immortality. Right? That's the last thing left for these tycoons to achieve, right? And this is exactly what scripture states is going to happen, even to the point that I believe there is immortality achieved in the book of Revelation. Right? In Revelation chapter 9, there's this interesting passage where the abyss is opened. So now these beings who have been imprisoned in the Tehom, right, the deep, who I believe are the original angels from Genesis chapter 6, we are told in the book of Jude that they're locked in chains. That those angels, that subset of the fallen angels, are in prison. The devil and the rest of the angels are still around doing whatever they want to do, but those angels are in prison. Well, guess what? They get released in Revelation chapter 9. It says they start tormenting those who don't have the seal of the sign of God in their forehead. So they're there as an instrument of God's judgment. However, there's an interesting thing that takes place. It says, in those days, humanity shall seek death and shall not find it. People will not be able to die. So, and it's going to be a time when they want to die the most because they're getting tormented by these beings who are supernatural. And so something's going to happen that's actually going to allow people to actually not die for a period of time. And it says 5 months that people won't be able to die. So, and which is exactly the goal that we see, that again, that millions of dollars are being poured into. And this is all out of the book of Revelation. So you have transhumanism, you have artificial intelligence, you have technology to actually to read thoughts, right? To know if someone's worshiping, a control society, a global government, a global control system, a hive mind. So when I look at everything we're talking about, transhumanism, CRISPR, CERN, the Neuralink, all these things are what the Bible calls, what Jesus called the birth pangs, right? The birth is coming, and you know it's coming when you start feeling the pangs, right? The contractions. Yeah. And so those things to me are screaming to us that, well, we're on the cusp of this taking place.
So let me ask you this, because, I'm challenging your thinking again.
Yes. Keeping me in shape.
There are people, like, people running the show, so to speak, and they're reading this Bible. They're like, okay, so if this happens and this happens, then this happens. Could they be forcing all of this to make it happen because it's in the good book, so to speak, and should we say rushing it along?
Yeah, I think there are some people who definitely want to usher in these things, right? I mean, even to the point that, when you look at all the the amount of genetic data that's been collected in the past decade, from not just colleges and institutions and labs, but just from, people, all these organizations, 23andMe and all these, there's a lot of genetic data out there and they're mapping the human genome. I believe there are efforts to try and find the bloodlines of the Nephilim. I think there are efforts to try, like CERN, right? What are they trying to do? I did a show on my YouTube channel about CERN where I read from their own website. So because I wanted to show what their mission is, not from anyone's speculation. So I'm reading directly from their website, and I put it on the screen where they talk about dimensions and how they believe they can access another dimension by firing up the Hadron Collider, right? So they're telling you in their own words, right, which is exactly what's going to happen in the end time. So it's all about the veil being removed, and now that dimension, the spirit dimension, is going to be open to the earthly dimension. So yes, I do think that there are people who are ushering this in, and even to the point of, even going back way back in the day to, like Rosemary's Baby, right? The idea that there are people who want to usher in the birth of the seed of Satan. Do I think there are people who want to do that today? Absolutely.
Right.
And want to usher in, or Damien, the Omen, right? Like Hollywood's been telling us this for decades, that there's this concept of having an offspring of the devil rule the world, right? Not just to be born and be a bad guy and go rob people. No, he's going to actually rule the earth. So, yes, so I do think there are people who want to try and usher this in.
Okay, and in line with that, hello, Guardian says, what if bad ETs, because there's a lot out there as well, that are talking about this, that have been in cahoots with government with respect to shared technology. Example, Project Looking Glass. That seems to be around a lot right now. And all of this AI programs, what if they're all set to go off at certain times? Because, I would think since Roswell, it really set us back with respects to technology, apparently. And, they're saying we should be at least 100 years ahead right now than where we are. But the only ones that are 100 years ahead are, military, governments, things of that.
Exactly. And I've thought that for a long time, that whatever technology we have, the government is at least like 2 decades ahead, right? And so the idea of, extraterrestrial or interdimensional beings sharing technology today, I totally think it's possible, right? I mean, you have, and again, it's because and this is, I think, a very recent phenomenon. It's really only been about 5 or 6 years that you have so many people who actually were either in the military or in the government themselves saying on camera, yes, this is happening. Yes, we have crashed spacecraft, right? So exactly. So there are a lot of people, and that's the common thread, right? Are they all making this up? And it's not just America, right? It's in Israel, it's in Great Britain. It's, so there are many governments that you have officials saying, beyond a shadow of a doubt, yes, we've had encounters, there is technology, or they're making agreements. And so the idea that things are being set for a certain date and time, it's certainly possible. Certainly possible. So,
well, I mean, I think so. I mean, I've had different experiences with different beings, and I know that they must come from somewhere. Like I said, I don't think our creator would just make us the only little grain of sand in this large beach sort of thing, and I believe that there are a lot of bigger kids out there who just kind of, infiltrate the sandbox, as I say. So, I do think it's a very strong possibility, and I think it's probably why there's an edge out there, and this thirst. Like, it just seems to be like in the last 50 to 75 years, there seemed to be a real thirst for not just knowledge, because that's always been there. I think the ancients were they had technology with vibration frequency, things that were made available to them just through, were energy, for God's sakes.
right.
We're energy, so I think there's a lot out there. The indigenous people, they relied on nature. They used to look at the stars. They didn't need all of this stuff that we have today. But if you think about it, even time allegedly doesn't exist. If you want to onto it, a man-made thing, which is why I asked, is this why we're, this is all being pushed through? Because there's this timeline that needs to be met.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, and even, there's so many things in Bible prophecy that are linked to time, right? There's Daniel's 70 years prophecy. There's the prophecy Daniel told the prophet Jonah told Nineveh, in 40 days God's going to judge you, and then they repent, and God stops, doesn't do anything to them. God forgives them. So there's lots of things, I think, linked to time.
Right.
Linked, and even right, even the birth of the Messiah, right? I mean, the wise men saw a star, right? So they that's charting. They knew that particular star was appearing and followed it to Bethlehem. So the idea that there's a timing to everything, I think definitely. I don't know the time, but I do think there's a very specific time. Even in the Great Tribulation itself, I mean, it's described as the Bible goes out of its way to say the Antichrist or the final Nephilim rules for 1,260 days. 3.5 years. It describes it three different, like every which way to let you know we're talking about a very specific time period that this is going to take place, and then that's it, right? So yeah, I do think there's a divine timing to all of these events.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay, that's a lot of food for thought, and you see a lot of this starting to unfold, and it is a little bit scary. The world is a scary place right now. But I know every generation goes through it, but not every generation goes through this big leaps in technology and such, which is for me a really big key. I personally would never want to be microchipped. I remember when it started happening, people were having microchip parties. I'm like, why?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
My brain just couldn't work around that sort of thing. But to each his own, So
yeah, it's not for me either, by the way.
No, I'm good.
I will not be getting chipped.
But I don't like anything. Like I said, like I don't do Botox. I just don't do anything. I just say all natural sort of thing. So as we start coming up to the top of the hour, tell everybody how to find you, please, and the timeline on your new book, where to find this book.
Yeah, sure. So my website, which you've graciously put on the screen, I appreciate that, is judgmentofthenephilim.com, and Nephilim is Nephilim. Additionally, my Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube channel are all just Judgment of the Nephilim, one word. That's how you can find me. So I have my books, Judgment of the Nephilim, The Final Nephilim. I have study guides for both books. I do lots of research. I have 2 documentaries that are each based on the book. So if you don't want to get into a too deep book, you can get through the book in one night. So I documentaries that I filmed with the Hollywood crew. You can find that on my website. They're available in DVD and digital on demand and Vimeo on demand. The links are all there on my website. My books are also on Amazon. And in terms of my new projects, I just actually released a new documentary. We didn't discuss it, but it's all about pop culture, how pop culture talks about the Nephilim. It's more geared towards the youth and the young adults, the movies and the books and TV shows and comics that get into all that. Exactly. So I do a big expose on that. It's called End Time Nephilim Deception. So that's also available. It's officially released January 14th, but it's available now on my website and also be on digital on demand as well. And then my new book that we've been talking about and teasing, the goal is to have that come out in September of this year, Lord willing. So I have a lot of great research. I'm very excited, and I think it's going to really shake some things up. So stay tuned, much more to come on
you'll
that
have
front.
to just let us know when that comes.
Absolutely.
The trilogy or the prequel and the back thing. But thank you so much for joining me tonight. Amelia had to miss tonight because she's under the weather. So 'tis the season,
It is. It's going around. I'm very thankful. I've been very healthy. So I've dodged every bullet.
Right.
And so, but thank you for having me on. Shout out to Amelia. I hope you feel better. And I appreciate it. This is great. I really love what you're doing. I think it's important that we speak about the supernatural, but really be open. Right. People have so many different experiences. Like I said, I was in Sedona. There are people, I heard things I'd never heard before. I didn't know all about the vortexes there, and I got a full education. And so we have to keep our minds, our hearts, our ears open to what is taking place around us. Because like you said, so much is being revealed right now, because I believe we're getting very close to what the Bible describes in the end times. And so I really appreciate you having me on. So thank you very much.
And all of your links are in the show description as well. So nice and easy for people to find.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, and one thing I didn't mention too is that this shirt I'm actually wearing is also available on my website. So my wonderful wife was like, you got to start making cool shirts. So she designed this shirt that says, "Ask me about the Nephilim." Oh, nice. And it's a great conversation starter. And on the back,
Oh, very
Actually,
nice.
yes, it actually has a QR code you can scan that takes you to like a 2-minute primer video on the giants, the hybrids, and explains it in a very
Wow.
easy. And so, I
Are
wore
people walking behind you with their phones?
all the time, all the time, and I love it. So when we debuted it, I was at a conference in Norman, Oklahoma, back in October, and I went to a Target just to pick up some equipment to help with my computer. And there were like 3 people who just came right up to me with the phone, like, "I got to scan that. What is that QR code? What are the Nephilim?" And so it's a great conversation starter.
I love it. I love it. Oh my God. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you come up with for your next book as well. I'm
Yes.
really looking forward to that research because I am, I've always been an ancient history fanatic. I've always excelled in it. And, I remember doing projects. It's pretty bad. You're in high school doing ancient history project. Your teacher won't give you back your notes.
Yes.
Wow.
That's deep. You're doing some serious work. That means you're really working
Exactly. I
hard.
need to
So
prove I did this, I
yeah,
have
that's
family
right.
that
Yes.
stuff.
Well, we're kindred spirits. You're talking about language because if it's ancient and
Yeah,
supernatural, I love it. So
I love it.
I will definitely keep you posted, and
Thank you.
I think you'll like what I'm finding. So it's gonna be exciting.
I love it. I have no doubt if you're involved. So thank you for joining me. And I'll be in touch with all kinds of links and such for you.
Great. Thanks so much, Michelle. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you,
All right.
Ryan.
Take care.
Take care now. Bye bye.
Bye.
Well, we have come to the end of another fantastic show. Whether we agree or don't agree, whether we have to agree to disagree, whatever the case may be, I'm always so appreciative of the people who come on the show and give us a couple of hours of their time to discuss their research and their books. And I have a healthy respect for that. It doesn't mean we all see eye to eye, but I thoroughly enjoyed the interview. Ryan is just such a wonderful individual to sit with and have a jam session, shall we say. So big thank you to Ryan Peterson for spending the evening with us. Thank you, big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring our show tonight and every Wednesday and Thursday night. Huge thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for providing us with his music, his voice for our intro that you just heard tonight. If you want to communicate with us, guys, the outer realm contact at gmail.com. If there's somebody you'd like to see on the show, if you'd like to be on the show, tell us what you've got. Let's go from there. We've got all kinds of people who write in, and a lot of these people end up on the show. So much so that we've got a waiting list and we're now booking into March. So, also, guys, if you like what you hear, if you enjoy the shows, please show us some support. Find us on Facebook and remember to like, subscribe, share, comment. We love it all. We really appreciate it. And next week, okay, we start off Wednesday night for the very first time, which tonight was a nice segue into this actually. But we have John Polk, and he works as a tour guide in Sedona. He specializes in UFO tours along with ghost, vortex, medicine wheels, shamanic journey tours. He's got it all. He's the go to guy when they have large conventions or paranormal conventions. Any large group tours, television media, they go to Reverend John Polk. And he's going to be talking about UFOs and other, I guess, other areas of high strangeness that goes on in Sedona. But we're going to be limiting the talk to a degree because he's booked for at least 3 shows with us. There is that much information that he wants to share with us. So let's look forward to his debut on Wednesday night. Thursday night, of course, open mic night. Hoo. That's going to be the first one of 2024. So join us in the chat room. Get your questions and comments ready. Let's just kind of connect up. Amelia is hoping to be back by then. So it's going to be a party. So get on in there and hang out with us. Anyway, guys, have a fantastic weekend. Catch me on Spirit Switchboard tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, with Carrie Lynn Shellhorn, a very dear friend of mine. We're going to be talking anything high strangeness. So join us in chat. Same idea. Let's have a good time. Start off the weekend right. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. And thanks for tuning into the Outer Realm.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle LaRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of the Outer Realm, first segment of 2024. We're broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who are continuing their journey with us here into 2024. So thank you, Folgers. We appreciate you so much. You have no idea. We couldn't or wouldn't do it without you. Also, big thank you to Dr. Snick, Justin Snicker, aka the Sonic Surgeon, for his contribution of his time, his music, and the voice that you heard on their intro. And happy that he's on board for 2024. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite streaming platforms. Also, Steve McGinnis, another sponsor of 2024, the artist behind our banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the Halloween genre and does all sorts of fantastic commission pieces of any type. So tonight, of course, starting off 2024 right, we are welcoming for the very first time Julie Jean Bassett, an animal communicator, pet medium, energy healing practitioner. She's also a shamanic practitioner. Her passion and her service to humanity is to help resolve physical, emotional, and behavioral issues for their companion animals. Say, I love that. And I know Bubbles wishes she could be here as well, but she's under the weather and, you know, 'tis the season. And if you do suffer from migraines and such, it's never fun. So we're going to wait for our guest to come in. So I hope everybody had a really good New Year's. Nice to see you guys back here. Hey, Z-Sun. Hello, Janie. Wayne, where are you? There you are. Down for the count, but here you are. Yes, animal communication has always fascinated me as well, big time. There's just so much stuff that we like to know about our own pets. Because see, we do a lot of pet rescues, and we don't often know anything about their past. We don't know always where they come from. Sometimes the organizations have an idea. Sometimes people they just don't. They don't tell you anything. They don't know anything. So you're left playing, guessing games and trying to figure it out. And it's really sad, especially if there's health issues or behavioral issues or things that make them nervous. So, we're really, really blessed to be able to have rescues. They're just such joys to have. They're just so sweet, and they're so often so grateful, and it takes a long time to socialize them at time. I had a dog that took almost 10 months, and you couldn't even touch her. This chihuahua just not happy about being touched for 10 months. So it took us a bit of time to get used to that. So it would have been good to have somebody like Julie say, oh no, she doesn't like to be touched because, or, maybe she was manhandled, maybe she was dropped. Like you don't know. But yeah, we nicknamed her Cujo for a long time. That's true. I know. Hey, Ron, all the way from Scotland. How are you? Hey, Tamara. Ah, Janie. I know Amelia would love to be here. I know she would. Steve's working on pet portraits right now. Wow, funny that. Steve is working on pet portraits. So maybe you guys might want to check him out and get one of your favorite pet portraits done. That would be nice. We've lost Julie. She's here. No camera. Let's just bring her on board. Julie, you with us? Not yet? Okay. Bring her back. I'm sure she'll be back. Um, so anyway, yeah, pet portraits. But our little rescues are definitely the joy, of our lives. And I mean, I've been doing pet rescue personally for many, many years. I think I only actually got 2 dogs my entire life, from breeders. And they had their own share of issues, but they, you know always a joy. And stayed with us until, literally, they became very aged and pass away. And like people, they tend to get a lot of, illnesses. Like it's hard to see you have an animal with kidney failure, or you have an animal with cancer, and because they can't talk to you, and you just don't know what's going on with them. And just takes so much to try to sort it all out. So they're just like little people. And our guest is back. Hi. How are
Sorry about
you?
that. I was trying to stream to my Facebook business page, but
Uh-oh.
I can't figure it out. So,
Oh, yeah, you should be able to just add it as you come in. It should give you the option up at the top, right near where it says the live, I think. Over to the very right hand side. Yeah, give it a whirl.
yeah, I don't think I can do it. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no, not good. Well, you feel free to tinker. That's okay.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to kick myself out again. So,
Oh,
I'm sure you'll send me a link so that I can just post it in my business page.
absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, what I can do for you right now is I will email you the live link. And you can post it to I did do that, but I will do this again. So share, and this way people can get in chat right away if they want, and listen to you. So give me 1 second. People, be patient with me. Okay, because I am here. Oh, there's Joe. Okay, so here it is, Julie. This is the live link right now, so you can.
Awesome.
Should be
Thank
okay.
you so much.
All right, hopefully all will go well. so, so Ron says he prefers the company of animals to people. They're more trustworthy. Probably not wrong on a whole lot of levels with that. Um, so people, feel free to chime in. Remember, we have 7 different chat rooms right now, and we can only go at a certain pace, and our guests can see your comments, so we will do our very best to um to get to people as it comes up. So Laura Lee, here you are. Hello. Familiar face, always nice. So I hope everyone had a great new year. And I know we've been looking for this. I have been sitting here trying to hook up with Julie to figure out what's going on with our own pets for a while. And everybody knows, you always hear me be a harpy about my schedule. And it hadn't changed over Christmas, where you thought it was going to get nice and quiet. That does not happen very often for me, but I'm still working on questions. But I got the pictures and some questions, so we're partway there.
And the thing is, you can ask more questions as we go along. So
Oh,
there's plenty of time.
that's good. The questions will be pretty generic, I think, for the 3 girls, because they're all rescues. They just have different situations, and then we have, one who's passed on, and so, it's always really hard. I was explaining to people earlier how it's very difficult when you're dealing with rescues, because you just do not know their history. You don't know, where they come from, if they how much damage they've had, or maybe they just, maybe they were lost from their families, maybe they were given up. There's just so many different things. So sadly, happy new Year to all your viewers. Thank you very much, Ron. So let me know when you're ready to go. Julie.
I'm ready.
All right. So let's talk about humble beginnings, is where I usually like to start. And when did you realize you could communicate with animals?
Probably when I was little. I had a dog that was I considered my sister because we kind of grew up together and I was an only child. And I could always sense the way she was feeling. And um, so I think I kind of knew then, but because, oh, it's just your imagination or, that just, that's not real. So, like most people, I shut it off.
Oh,
And then in 2017, I had back surgery. And 2 weeks after that, I had a pulmonary embolism where I nearly died.
oh my
I
goodness.
decided I didn't want to go back to my stressful corporate job, although I did because financial security.
Of course.
But while I was on my short-term disability, I ended up taking a course in a health coach course, one in to be a transitional coach, and one in animal communication. And the animal communication one had also energy healing, so I could also heal the animals. And that just really lit me up. And I felt very passionate about that. Um,
Yeah. It's so rewarding because they're just so innocent, you know. They can't speak for themselves. They need someone like you to do it.
and I enjoy being their voice.
Oh, goodness. Do you have pets of your own?
Yes, I have, well, one cat right now. I did have two, but they both passed
Oh,
and
sorry.
are now my guides or some
Right.
of my guides.
Interesting. So, how is it like living with your pet, knowing exactly what your pet is thinking, or you pretty much how your pet is feeling, being able to communicate?
Um,
How does a pet feel about it? Cats are crafty. They're like ninjas. They don't like to know, or they don't like you to know.
well, Rosie was very much um, like my soul cat.
Oh,
And so I was able to communicate with her very well. And, um, you know, she was like a 20-pound cat. I kept telling her we need to put her on a diet so that it would be better for her bones and her health. And she's saying, no, I'm pleasantly plump. I like my food. I will not go on a diet. Okay.
well then.
They have free will too. And she was perfectly happy. Um,
Right, right.
and then I had her son too, and he was a little monster, but you know,
Aren't they all? Cats think they're royalty. And
well,
that
they
mind you, so
are.
do chihuahuas.
They are.
Yeah, they've got quite a rich history,
Yes.
without a doubt. So you decided that you've gotten this training, you had this natural ability, and you decided to reach out. I mean, you've got a really great resume. I obviously just went through the first portion of it, helping to resolve physical, emotional, behavioral issues in companion pets. Um, I could have used somebody. I mean, obviously I am because we're in communication about doing it. But I could have used someone like you, like many years ago. You don't encounter many people who do this. I think I've encountered one person um, who I ended up using. We're talking probably about 15 years ago, and then she just dropped off.
Because a lot of people think it's too woo woo. And, now it's becoming more accepted, I guess.
Right,
Um,
right,
but yeah, for a long time, and I was like in the Bible Belt, and it's like, oh, no, no, no.
right.
But even in the Bible, it says that we communicate with animals. I can't quote the right passage right now, but
No, of
it is
course.
stated in the Bible.
Right. And do you think this is just a natural ability that people should be able to have?
We all have this ability.
Right.
We are
Right.
all born with this ability to be able to communicate with animals, and most of us have shut it off um, because you know, people think they have imaginary friends. Oh, that's not real. And so we shut it off, or we're criticized for it, or um, made fun of about it. And
Right.
so people shut it off, but everyone has this ability.
Well, Laura Lee says Julie's an incredible animal communicator as well as a teacher and phenomenal shamanic practitioner. Of course, Laura Lee is not biased. That's why we love her.
Of course not.
um, I know for myself, there have been times where I feel like I could pick up on what my pets are saying. And it's only been recently where I heard her actual voice. And I'm like, what was that? And I realized that it was Pixie. So I have to wonder, do you think maybe people are hearing them and are not really acknowledging it? Or is this just not tuning in because they don't think animals can actually communicate?
A little of both. A lot of it is because we share so much energy with our pets
Right.
that it's hard to tell what's yours and what's theirs.
Right.
And
that.
a lot of it is to go in with an open mind and trust what you're getting. Just set your ego aside and just trust what you're getting.
Right. Right. So that's a tough one because people don't even trust in their own abilities of fight or flight,
Absolutely.
let alone trying to communicate, with their pets. So, what is it like communicating with pets compared to, let's say, an adult? We have a lot of blockage as adults, like
Right.
that has a way of doing that to you.
To me, they're more like kids. They all
Right.
have their unique personalities. I mean, I've had them come and sing songs to me.
Haha.
And I mean, it's just phenomenal. And some of the stories they tell me, and it's just incredible.
Right. Right. So they know obviously that you have this light about you and that you're one of those people that they can reach out to.
Hmm.
Fascinating. So, what's been some of the more interesting animals that you've had communication with? Like something like obscure or sassy? Any story you want to tell?
Well, I had a horse one time that started singing the theme song to Mr. Ed. And what he was telling me is he used to be a dog. He had just lost a dog friend, and they used to be buddies in a previous life. But he saw this show, Mr. Ed. I don't know if you remember that show or
Oh,
not,
sadly, I do. I'm
about the
aging
talking
myself, but
horse.
yes.
So he
Yes.
was singing the theme to it and says, I saw that and I wanted to come back as a horse. And so he did. And his friend decided, no, that's too much for me, and came back as a dog.
Right.
And, but yeah, someone had me help try and track a um, bearded dragon that had gotten lost.
Right.
Uh,
Oh, interesting.
which that was kind of bizarre. I've never talked to a bearded dragon before.
Wow.
Um,
I like it. That's obscure. That's
um,
obscure.
I had a cockroach in my house one time, and it taught me about survival.
Hmm.
So,
Huh. Wow. Who knew? But you don't think of it. Now we're getting onto like a different level with insects, So that's actually really interesting to me. So what did that feel like? Did it feel was it like a tiny little voice, or did you actually hear this little guy loud and clear?
well, my gifts are a little bit different than yours.
Okay.
I don't necessarily always hear them,
Okay.
but sometimes they'll download information into me,
I
or
understand
they'll
that.
send me pictures,
Yep, I understand that.
or yeah. So those are my main gifts as far as being able to communicate.
Mhm.
Most of the time, we're sending pictures, or they're just downloading information to me.
It sounds almost like an extraterrestrial. It's Like seriously, you know, they do. They tend to give you downloads and images and
And who knows, a cockroach might be an extraterrestrial. Who
I've
knows?
seen Men in Black.
Exactly.
I know. um, Faye says, I think my cat understands what I'm saying better than I understand what she is meowing. Yeah, maybe. But hey, you need to get Roger on this. Faye is from Faye is and Roger are from Latino Psychic Visions, and Roger is um, very, very gifted individual as well. And if anybody can catch their show on Wednesdays, I believe it's 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. Did I get that right, Faye? Pretty sure. Um, Ron says very often cats or dogs indoors will just stare at the wall, and it said that they can see spirits and probably of humans or animals themselves.
Yes.
Animals are very gifted.
Yes, they are.
So,
And they understand a lot more of what you say than you think they do. Sometimes they're just kind of tuning it out because they don't like small talks as much. You know, when you go into, oh, what color's your bowl? Where do you like to sleep? It's like,
right.
they want to talk about stuff that's more meaningful to them.
I think animals tend to be really deep on so many levels. I mean, if you follow the Buddhist way of life, they believe that animals can come back. I mean, we can all come back as animals, or we can come back as humans. We can incarnate on different planets. Have you ever had any animals communicate with you and say, "Hey, yeah, my name is Joe, and I used to live down the street as an adult, you know, as a male man or
I have
whatever."
had that, but one of the most profound things that I've gotten from a cat, it was a cat that had been feral in a previous life, and he goes, "Yeah, we all start off as feral. They all start off as wild cats, and then they slowly, with each life, become more and more domesticated, and until they're a pampered lap cat or a house cat."
Right, right. So we ruin them by, by just letting them be free, and we coddle them and turn them into big babies, and
And they
that's
love
interesting.
it.
Well, yeah, I know one every morning that, you know, my daughter's cats are staying with us, and every morning, like clockwork, bam, 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 let me in, meow, 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 feed me. It then goes and chirps at the squirrels, and just, you know, it's a cat's life. I think I want to come back as a darn
Yeah,
cat.
it's like, it's 6:05. I'm supposed to be fed at 6.
The what? Sorry?
The cat that's you know, shredded the toilet paper says, I'm supposed to be fed at 6. It is 6:05. It's not 6:10. It's not 6:05. It's 6 a.m.
It's like somebody's forgotten the schedule and attempted to
Yep.
sleep in, and we can't have that. So, Laura Lee says, "I hear the animals, and I even had in Julie's class, her stepmom's service dog even sent me the rest of the medication he's on." Oh, that's interesting. I love that though. In Egypt, cats are considered sacred, and so is cattle sacred in India. Yeah, agreed.
Yes. Yes.
Agreed. You know, so basically, people like myself come to you and try to work out problems with our animals. What's the most common thing about you know that people reach out to you for?
Um, in cats, it's peeing outside the litter box.
Really?
And in dogs, it's um, probably aggressive behavior or, you know, being too protective of their owners or their guardians.
Right.
I hate using the word owners, but their guardians.
Right. Hmm. That's funny. With again with the cats, you
For
know.
barking.
Yeah, barking. Yeah. See, for me, it would be again with rescues. I guess because I'm affiliated with so many rescues as well, and individuals who own them or run them, and um, dealing with, you know, pets that have maybe come from. I know I had one that came from a puppy mill,
Yeah.
And it's just really difficult to try to get their history. You don't always have it.
And that's where a lot of times I can get their history,
Right.
and it's very enlightening for the owners or the guardians.
Hmm.
Um, I can cut the cords to those past lives, because a lot of them have PTSD.
Oh, yes.
And so that is one of the ways I help traumatized animals heal their PTSD.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think people think of animals being traumatized in that way. I mean, where it's ongoing. There's such a strong belief system. Even vets have made comments just to a couple of people I know that, oh no, this animal's not going to remember their life in 6 weeks. They're just going to focus on the now. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's the case because I've had dogs. Like I said, I had a dog for 10 months. I couldn't touch her. She was terrified. And it took 10 months to win her over.
Well, with rescue dogs, it takes at least 3 months for them to settle in and figure out, oh, this is home. I'm not going anywhere. This is home.
Right.
So at least 3 months. Um, and sometimes with like loud noises, a lot of that's tied to a past life. I had this one German Shepherd that was a war dog and
Really?
had bombs going off, and so of course he was scared of all the noises, the
Right.
fireworks, the thunder. It just traumatized him each time.
Right.
He even got some like shrapnel or something in his ear, and so it was hard for him to hear.
Oh my goodness. See, you don't think beyond like the past life. And because, I mean, some people don't believe it in their own past lives. So it's really hard to think outside the box that way. Here's a question for you, Faye. My sister's Norwegian forest cat will at random attack my leg when I visit my sister. I find it surprising and annoying at the same time because it hurts. Do you think the cat feels the need to protect my sister? Even though he would know, the cat would know Faye.
What's the cat's name?
Faye, chime in. What's the cat's name? We'll wait for that to come up. You need the cat's name, Faye.
Because it could be several reasons.
Hildy.
Either
Here we
they're
go.
I'm sorry,
Hildy.
Hildy. Um, what I was saying is it could be several reasons. Either they're trying to protect their owner, either they think it's fun and it's playtime. Um, I'm just trying to tap into Hildy right now. She thinks of you as a toy. She
Figures.
wants to play.
Crazy cat. Hmm. It comes out of the blue, the attack. Yeah. Cats go to the beat of their own drum to start with. And I have actually known a couple of cats just like that. And I would think to myself, like, it's kind of like got a loose wire in there or something. It's like a short circuit. They are big cats. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I had this one client one time that every time she sang, the cat would attack her. And it's like, she doesn't like your singing.
All
Of
right.
course, I didn't tell her that, but
Right.
the
Right.
cat said, no, she has a horrible voice. I don't want her to sing. Because, I mean, their hearing is so much better than ours that a loud noise, reverberates in their ears, and it's painful for them sometimes.
Right. I can understand that. I can understand that. I think it comes down to, even small animals, like I've got Chihuahuas. I've had Dobermans, I've had Huskies, I've had German Shepherds. For the last few years, it's been Chihuahuas, and they're 3 pounds. And you see a tall person coming in and trying to, you know, reprimand you, and all they see is this over top
Yeah.
of them, right? And then people wonder, well, why are they so aggressive? Well, if they're trying to protect their owner, or if they're trying to, maybe they're just frightened in general, so they're going to react that way. And I think we don't think of things like that. Try just being on the floor with them and seeing the world from how they see it,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. And a lot of times, you know, the smaller animals don't like to be picked up. No, sweetie. Mama's trying to work.
Oh, that's okay. We don't mind animals on the show.
Well, she's knocking over my camera.
Oh,
The
that makes
camera.
it a bit harder. That's because she wants her little claim to fame.
Absolutely. But where was I going with this? Um,
They don't like to be picked up, small animals.
oh, yeah, because, they've got free will just like we do. And here
Right.
we're picking them up, and they're saying, no, I don't want to be picked up.
Right.
And so sometimes it's very frustrating for them when they're being picked up all the time.
Right. Yeah. Well, Chihuahuas in this house are SOL then because they get picked up. But they seem to like it. They look
Yeah,
forward
some
to
like
this.
it, some
They have
like it.
rituals.
Sometimes it's just at certain times when, you know, they're doing something else, and, you know, said, oh, no, I don't want to be picked up right now. But some are spoiled and they love being picked up. It just depends on the animal.
Right.
They all have
Right.
free will.
Right. And now you find, like, when you're dealing with new pet parents, have you ever had new pet parents come to you and say, okay, I want to know right off the bat what my pet wants from me and how I can be the best pet parent to my pet?
I think most of my clients are ones that have issues,
Oh,
that they've been going on for a while or something, and it's like, we've been to the trainer, we've done all we can do. We're kind of at a loss.
right.
I've done a lot of pet mediumship when people have lost a pet,
Right.
and seeing if they're going to reincarnate and come back to them, and what's that going to look like. I've done a lot of that too.
That
But as
would
far
be,
as new pet parents,
yeah,
not so much.
yes. Because that's like some of like the questions that I have already, like waiting, is just like, what can we do to make your life better? Are we doing it right? Do you need something else from us? It's not just so much where they come from and what's going on with them. It's what can we do to enrich their lives?
Yeah, and I have had a few like that. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that's just us. I don't think people always think about stuff like that, because I think if there's something about our energy or something about us that our pets are just, I mean, come on, you can't there are people out there that you wouldn't be able to live with.
that's true.
And the pets just have no darn choice. It's like, well, I've adopted you, I've paid for you, I've taken you in, you're mine, love me, darn it, because I love you. And that doesn't even count like pets who are being abused. But I think people who love their pet, people who come to you love their pets, obviously, and
Right.
want to make it work. But sometimes you can't even live with another individual. And then here you have this pet who's thinking, I can't stand you.
Yeah, I've had a situation where I had to tell the guardian that their pet wanted to be rehomed because of conflict
See,
with another animal.
oh, see how that would now. How did that go? How did that pet parent take it? You
Um,
ungrateful little. How did that go?
they kind of knew it. They,
Oh, okay.
they because they could kind of sense that the animals were getting along. They were trying to think of what else can we do.
Right.
And I said, I'm sorry, but he his purpose was elsewhere, essentially.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so he wanted to be rehomed, and they found him a great home, and he was happy. And because ultimately, that's what we want for our animal companions. We want them to be happy. We
Yes.
prefer them to be happy with us, but if
Right.
not, we want them to be happy.
Yeah. See that is so sad when you think about it. But it brings. I'm just gonna give Laura Lee's comment because it's hilarious. My German Shepherd Emmy thinks she's a lap dog and would be thrilled if there were a way for me to carry her around. Not going to happen in this lifetime. so, um, so let's get a bit deeper. Have you had animals communicate to you, any animal, and tell you that they're on a really deep spiritual path, and how, talk to my owner, I need to do this, or just, I'm here because this is what I have to do.
um, yes, I have. In fact, the cat that I have right now is a tripod. Um, she's one of the stray cats I had been feeding for quite some time since she was a little kitten. And she came up to me one day and um, had hurt her leg. And so I took her and she was asking me for help. So I took her to the vet. We ended up, it was broken below the growth plate. And so they said, we can't save it. And so they amputated the leg. And so, of course, I couldn't let her go outside after that. So I still had Rosie at that time. And Rosie had passed about a month after that. Rosie had passed. And so Xena escaped. And so it's like, why? Um,
Mm.
and what she told me is she was just here temporarily. She was just here to help me with Rosie's passing.
Mhm.
And then she was supposed to be off on her own journey. And she showed me a picture of an autistic girl that apparently lives somewhere in this complex.
Mhm.
And she went to go visit that girl. And the girl wanted um, Xena, her name is Xena, wanted to keep her, but the mom didn't. And so Xena ended up coming back here. But she escapes every once in a while, trying to win them over and trying to get to where she can be of service.
Oh my goodness. That's such a lovely story, but sad at the same time. Um,
Yeah,
Dolly, oh, sorry, go ahead.
but she knows she always has a place here if she wants. But, you know,
Right.
she's got free will. If she doesn't want to be here,
That's a tough pill to swallow,
yes,
isn't it?
it is.
Especially when you care for them so much. Dolly says, as a zookeeper, I would fall in love with my animals, enriching them with types of playful exercise, of food hunting to keep them searching and interested. Home pets are the same thing. Engagement, support, lively play, observation with intent to communicate their emotions. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And Sherry says, Sherry, have you ever heard of a group called Heal Equine Assisted Healing?
No, I haven't. But is that like horse therapy?
That's
Where they
exactly what it is. Yes.
help kids or whoever with PTSD type issues or autism or something like that?
Yes. Yeah. Sherry's associated with them. They're a wonderful organization in Canada. So anybody needs this sort of assistance, please feel free to reach out. to us at the show, and we'll put you in contact with Sherry, who could put you in contact with them. Let's see, again, and I think that's fantastic to be able to work with animals, to be able to heal ourselves, because you see it happening. You go into home like assisted living homes or a home for the aged, long-term care, and they bring in animals who, like, they almost like the animals know these are vulnerable people, and
Right.
and the elderly just, they just seem to know. Like, my father has Alzheimer's, but when they bring in an animal, he knows they'll have to be gentle,
Mhm.
right? I think it's just beautiful. So, hello,
Yeah.
Mark.
I also work with a um, charity here, Service Dogs for Vets, where
Right.
we help train the warrior and the dog to be a warrior pair.
Oh,
And
wow.
it just helps them so much. It's so rewarding.
Right. Oh, for
These
sure. For sure. I remember there was a program on television a few years ago. I don't know if it's still running, where inmates would take care of rescue animals that were brought in, and they would care for them or rehabilitate them, and
Yeah,
and it took animals out of away from kill shelters, and they were able to be cared for and then adopted out, which I thought, what a wonderful thing
I
for
think they're
both.
still doing that if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, see, there we go.
I haven't heard about them in a while, but I haven't heard it being closed down either.
Wow.
Because I
I
think it
love
was a very beneficial program for the inmates and the dogs.
I agree with you. I think it's wonderful, and I'd love to see more of it, frankly, but who am I? Laura Lee, my autistic son's cat is so bonded with him and he with her, and she does healing work on him at night. My son was worried she would chew his video game cords at night, but Julie helped communicate his cat's needs to sleep in his room, and she stopped peeing on his bed ever since then. Wow, that's fun. Cat ruling the roost. Not like my house. Ruling the roost.
Yep.
Um, so, do you often have to, after communicating with animals, you find yourself having to work with the pet owners to just sort of accommodate the needs of the animals? Because it can't always be the animals. A lot of times it's got to be the owners.
Sometimes, but most of the time I can do some energy healing on the animal,
Mm-hmm.
and that helps fix a lot of the behavioral issues.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, talking to them and because like I said, they've got free will too. And I had this one where the dogs was chasing the car, and it's like, whoa. And I showed him pictures of what could happen and says, that car's not going to stop. It's not like another animal, because they thought, oh, this is fun. We're going to play.
Right.
We're going to chase this. We're going to get it.
Right.
And it doesn't work that way. There was another time where this dog was running through an electric fence, and we get down to the road, and this was a busy highway, and it almost caused an accident. And it's like, your mama would be very upset if you got hurt. And I showed him a picture of what could happen, the car's crushing his bones and stuff like that. Sent him a picture of his mama, crying as he was being taken away in a car. And I said, you don't want to leave your mama, do you? He goes, no. And says, I didn't understand. And it's like,
Oh.
she wants to keep you safe. And if you keep going through that fence, she's not going to be able to keep you safe. And so she's going to have to give you up. Oh, I didn't realize that. And ever since then, he never went through that electric fence.
Wow. Wow. I love that story. I really do. I think that, I think that people should reach out. to their pets and try to just learn about them the same way you would want to know about anybody else in your family, like their family. You have to know. But here's something that makes it a bit hard. A perfect example of how it doesn't always work. Like they have a black cat that we're feeding. She has a shelter out on our veranda, but only wants to eat here and shelters elsewhere. We can only pat her while putting food in her bowl. Otherwise, you can't approach her. So I could see that would be difficult to gauge. You just have the healthy respect. Like we have a possum outside. Every place I've lived, we've had a possum, and I've always cared for the possum, and we do care for the possum. The possum eats like a king. So, you know,
We
um,
don't want to feed them too much, otherwise they won't eat all the ticks and the fleas that they're supposed to be eating.
yeah, come springtime, it's gonna be a whole different thing. Wintertime, we like to make sure that that they do okay because a lot of animals just don't do well in the winter months. And this one even chirps. If when you go out and you give it a little chirp sound, it chirps back, so we know it's waiting, for its food. So let's just say over the Christmas holidays, the possum did really well. So, but um, okay, so here another question. While you're communicating with the animal, do you touch the animal or sit there and look into their eyes? So you can do it remotely, but what about someone trying to connect with their pet at home who may not have access to someone like you
Well,
or might want to give it a hand themselves?
I get my best connections if I use a picture and look in their eyes. So I would recommend looking at your pet's eyes and, you know, without making them feel uncomfortable. Because, sometimes you look at the pet's eyes, they're just like, oh, and start getting, oh,
Am I in trouble?
am I in trouble? Or,
Right.
Sometimes it's considered an aggressive movement.
Right.
So, but if I look at a picture and look at their eyes, it helps me to connect.
Right.
But I don't necessarily need a picture anymore.
Right.
But I think if you even like touch the animal, you can connect. You don't have to be looking in their eyes. It just depends on how you relate to that animal and um, how you're able to connect, because everyone connects a little bit differently.
Right.
One thing you want to do is you want to be respectful. You want to ask them if they're willing to communicate. You don't want to be judgmental. You want to look at things from their perspective. Because like the dog chasing the car, the owners thought, oh, he's just being, a behavioral issue type of thing. But no, he thought it was a game. He thought it was playing.
Right. Right. So essentially, when you're connecting or looking at a photo, it's the same that a lot of mediums would do, even looking at photos of individuals or so on. I think people need to realize that because for I'll back up. I can't tell you how many times I have read, posts, and I'm not on social media a lot. Time doesn't allow that for me, but when I am,
Why?
yeah, it's my life. But I've seen comments here and there, which basically have stated something along the lines of animals don't have souls,
That's
and
not true.
exactly right,
They also,
exactly
I've also seen where they don't have emotions, and that is not true either.
right. No, I've seen animals cry,
Me too.
and I think until you see it, oh my goodness, you just look at in the eyes of an elephant, for example, with so much wisdom. There's
Mhm.
so much wisdom. Because they tend to, or they should, and unfortunately, in some parts of the world they don't, but they should live a really long time. And there's so much life experience in there. I can tell even when I would look at, and one of like one of my elderly dogs, for example. Like through the years, the way they look at you, you could just see there's so much wisdom. And I wish I could understand what they were doing, when you're feeding them and they're just like, no, I don't want to eat that. I don't like it. Don't try to cram it down their throat. Like, okay, well, you just don't want this today. We'll try to do better next time, or, but it amazes me that there are people out there who really feel that way.
Yeah, me too.
you know they really do have souls and feelings. Animals have souls, they're emotional, they are sentient. Absolutely.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. um so basically then, when you are like, do you have a lot of people who want to communicate with you in person? Like, is it easier for you to touch the animal? Like, basically, I know when in my line of work, we do use remote viewing, and people get funky about it. So essentially, you're looking at a photo, you're just tapping into that animal without a photo. Do you get a degree of resistance with that?
Generally not, because often when I'm in person,
Hmm.
also picking up on the person. And so sometimes it's difficult to separate out the person versus the animal.
Yeah, I could see that.
Whereas if I'm remote, I can focus in on the animal before the call and get some information and make sure my connection is solid with them
Hmm.
before I bring the human into it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I could see that. You mentioned that you work the physical, the emotional, and the spiritual levels. So when I come to you, without getting into, obviously a whole whack of specifics, I'm already like trying to get this and this and this in place. but, but what would you do? So somebody comes to you with a pet and they're like, okay, here's some questions. Can you walk us through the process, so we all know what to expect?
Well, you'll have some questions to begin with.
Right.
So I'll connect in with the animal, and I always ask them if they want some healing, especially if we're talking about some behavioral issues. And like you
Right.
said, I work on the physical, emotional, and spiritual. These
Right.
sessions can take anywhere from 45 minutes to 2.5, 3 hours sometimes. It depends on what their higher self tells me they want.
Right.
And there's a protocol I go through primarily, and I get a lot of information from that. I can send a lot of healing. If the client hasn't booked a healing session, um, I'll do a quicker version of it during the call. But usually I like to do it remotely.
Right.
But I need to get the owner's permission to do the healing as well as the animals.
Okay.
So I just go through, I say, hey, I can't do this right now, but when I'm on the call with your mama, what do you want
Right.
me to do? And
Right.
so it can be things like um, grounding them, sending animal essences, sending crystal energy, doing some things for um, balancing the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Um, I use the meridian system, which is one of the energy systems of the body, to release stuck emotions from the various meridians. On the spiritual
Okay.
level, I will work with the chakras, both the major and minor chakras.
Mhm.
I'll also check to see if they have viruses or parasites or bacteria. Um, I'll also check into their lifestyle, their relationships.
Mhm.
So much that goes into one of these sessions.
Mhm.
I can't physically do it on the call. So
Right.
we'll do it. If they book a energy healing session, I will do it remotely.
Right.
And then we spend 30 minutes. Um, I'll summarize what all I've done, what information came through, what recommendations came through. And I'm not a vet, but sometimes
Right.
some health related recommendations come through, and I will relay that to the person. And there's always some time left to ask some questions.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. So basically, you go through everything
Yeah.
with the pet. I think that's lovely.
And
Oh,
that's the main toolbox I have. But I always ask them at the end, is there anything else you need? And sometimes they'll say yes, because sometimes there's a cord that needs to be cut, or, I've got a lot of different tools in my tool belt. I've even started adapting my shamanic practices to help
mhm,
animals. I've been
right.
working with my stepmom service dog because he was diagnosed with bone cancer.
Oh,
And so I've been doing some shamanic healing on him.
right.
And I've already extended that um, they estimated he would only last for 2 months. He's
Mm,
already lasted for 6 months, and
wow.
I can relieve his pain. I've been working on building up his shoulder with collagen and removing the cancer cells.
Mm,
Um, and now his timeline is his highest yet. It's like 2.5 to 3 years.
wow. That's
So
amazing. And and what does that require from you? Like, is this a daily healing you need to do, or is this something, is it weekly, monthly? Like, how much healing would you need to do on an animal that's pretty much diagnosed with a couple of months and ending up going years?
it just depends. Whenever my stepmom starts seeing that he's in pain,
Right.
uh, she'll ask me to reach out to him, and so I'll generally do a healing then. What I've been trying to do lately is do it weekly so that I can keep him pain free and off of his pain medicines, because she stopped having to give him his pain medicines.
Right.
Um, and just, you know, his quality of life is so
Right.
much better. Uh,
Right. Right. I think that's beautiful. And energy work, people it's underrated. It should be. It really should be more recognized because you can do so much healing with frequency, vibration, energy work.
and with
Uh,
diet,
right,
diet's huge for animals and
right,
people.
right. I agree. I agree with you on that. Faye said that is lovely. I would be suggesting to my sister to contact you about Hildy. Well, I think that might just be your answer, Faye, and you might start getting nice, peaceful visits with your sister.
Absolutely.
Ruth says, I'm with the cats and dogs all day, every day, so I talk to them a lot. She goes, I swear they understand me. The dog does for sure, but the cat's body language and vocalizations are clearly responding.
Yeah,
So,
they understand more than we give them credit for.
right. Uh-oh.
And, with pets, sometimes they choose to ignore you.
Especially cats.
But yeah, I mean, they understand a lot more. Sometimes it's just kind of gobbledygook to them, but
Right.
um, but
Right.
yeah,
But
if they're paying attention, they understand more than we give them credit for.
so basically, when you hear people say they understand the tone, or it has to be one or two syllables, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's all tone, or do you think that they actually do understand what you are saying?
It depends,
Okay.
because sometimes they don't understand, um, like medical terminology. Sometimes they don't understand what a chiropractor is versus an acupuncturist. And so
Right.
to send them a picture of, is when you had this treatment, did this help? And I showed the needles,
Right.
or I showed them, doing a chiropractic treatment, and said which one have felt better, and oh, the one with the needles.
Right.
So sometimes you have to explain to them, because sometimes some of our words don't make sense to them,
Hmm.
uh,
Right.
especially if you're talking strictly to the animal. A lot of times I'll talk to them on their higher self, and their
Right.
higher self knows more than um, the animal itself does.
Right. Right. I'm just going to post your website here in the chat room so everybody go crazy, guys. There we go. So, um, yeah, I think there are times when, you know, I the whole attitude part is interesting. For a while, I used to wonder, like, does she actually understand? Like, I'm saying her name 15 times, Muffin, 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 and Muffin's like this. Will not even acknowledge me, Muffin, Muffin. Then she goes, and she's a Chihuahua. She's 13 years old, and it's just like not doing it. And I get a little half glance over. It's like, wow, I feed you. I love you. I give you so much love and
Well,
affection.
Chihuahuas have attitudes.
Oh, yes. Yes. I've had many. I've
And
had
so
many
do cats.
chihuahuas.
Cats generally have attitudes too.
Yes. Yes. Cats are notorious for it. I've had Bengals, and Bengals are honestly, my first Bengal was just a dream, but he died of some crazy Bengal thing after just 2 years old, very unexpectedly, just like that.
Oh,
And
so
yeah,
sorry.
it happens. My sister actually knew somebody who had a Bengal, and the same thing happened like within weeks, and he just passed away. And apparently, this can happen with Bengals. There's no rhyme or reason. They just, that's it. He had a seizure or something. First time done. That was that.
Mm.
And the other one, there's just something that's not right with him, and he's now living with my son and daughter-in-law, and his little litter mates used to pluck off all of his whiskers. That might have had something to do with his anxiety.
Yeah, that might.
Yes, so he's never been right since, and he's a few years old now, but it goes just to show, like I knew this because the prior owner whose cat had this little guy said this is what happened, and he's a very strange little cat. He's the was the runt of the litter, and so we had an idea. But sometimes when you have, like, I'm thinking you're short circuited, there's just something not right with you at all. But how many times does that happen and people just have no idea? They're buying from pet stores, or they're finding them as strays.
And they don't know the history
Exactly.
because sometimes with some of the puppy mills, they're interbreeding.
Yeah.
And, that's not conducive to a healthy family line or a healthy pet.
No, not at all. Not at all. And some of them will portray themselves as, reputable um, breeders,
Yeah.
and then you end up with a very sickly animal.
And there are a lot of great breeders out there, but then
Yeah.
again, there's a lot that
Yeah,
aren't.
absolutely. Absolutely. Um, but I've just learned that for me, more rewarding are rescues and second chances.
Yes.
And I've always had big dogs. Like I said, I've had Dobermans, I've had Shepherds, I've had a lot of Huskies, because Huskies take a certain type of person to be
Yes.
able to raise them, shall we say. And I had rescue Huskies.
And they're very vocal.
Oh, they're very vocal and they're very silly. And we had one that taught our other well-behaved husky how to jailbreak, and they like to run, right? So they had a huge run, and it was probably about 800 square feet. And then there was like a couple acres to run besides that. So one day they were gone all night. One time that they escaped, and the next morning they decided to show up, and it was pouring rain. The other one came back early. He's like, nope, just let me back in. I'm like, all right, I let you back in. The other one just sat there in the pouring rain, sitting there staring at the house. And I'm looking at him through the window. I'm going, you're so naughty. So I go out and I looked at him and I pointed to, his main area. And I went like this. And he went down on his tummy. I never had to say a word. I never had to, it must have been my vibes. It's like, yeah, partying all night. Now you want to be dry and be fed, I suppose, you know. But it's like that telepathic thing.
Telepathic plus animals use a lot of more physical commands versus voice commands.
Right.
That's how a lot of trainers train them
Right.
to connect the voice command with a hand signal or something like that.
Oh, see, well, that brings me to this comment. My sister's other cat, a British short hair, was 5 years old when she got her. The sister wore the cat or swore the cat didn't understand her because she only understood Russian, the language of the cat's former owner. The cat now understands my sister, which is very sweet with her. So, what do we do when you have an animal? Because this happened with one of my little chihuahuas, came from a Chinese or family, and I'm talking to this dog who's 14 months old is looking at me like I have two heads. Like, what? What do you do in that case?
You basically have to retrain them. You have to show hand signals, like slapping your knee for come, um, using like this for stop,
Right.
things like that to try and help them to learn the new language.
Right. And have you been able to intervene that way by communicating with them? Is there anything that can speed up that process, so to speak?
I've never had the opportunity to work on a case like that.
Okay.
All of my clients have been English speaking and had dogs that were raised in English speaking environment.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, you might, because I'm sure one of ours still, mind you, she's been with us probably now as much time as she was with her prior family, but it was a real struggle at that point. The retraining process was very, very hard. Um, Laura Lee, my cats are so sweet. They've never bitten or scratched, but they've been raised since birth with dogs. Mind you, my son's cat and how we initially met Julie told Drew that she loves us, but she wouldn't miss it if our dog Emmy wasn't there. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That can be hard. That can be hard. We can speak more than one language. So can animals. Oh, I don't doubt that. I think we just all have to jive with the same language at the same time. So, but I do believe in the language of love and perseverance. So
And
eventually,
also, if you connect with their higher self generally knows more than one language.
right, right. I agree with that.
A lot of
Dolly,
it is telepathy and showing pictures and things like that.
right. Okay, so does that go back to, people will say dogs are colorblind? Think because if you're showing them pictures, I mean, I don't know, my animals watch television and they're fully into it. So, you know,
They have more limited color range than humans do,
right,
but they do see some colors.
right, right. Have you ever had parents who have had sessions with you and realized that, you know what, this isn't for me? Like, have they gone on to maybe find other homes? Not just because it's what the pet wants, but because, you know, like, I don't imagine a parent would do too well to hear, like, no, I don't like you. I don't like these habits of yours. I don't like what you feed me. I don't really like when you pat me or touch me. Like, have you ever had a parent say, this animal is just too difficult and I can't put the time in to make it work?
Um, the pet parent having trouble putting
Yeah,
in
yeah.
time.
Accepting the reading.
I've never run across that.
Oh, good. That's good.
Um, the birds I have talked with have been very animated, silly, fun. I had this one that had two birds in different cages, and she wanted to know whether she could put them in the same cage. And it was like, yes, but they want the larger cage. And she did, and they were fine. She was so worried that they would not get along or whatever, but they were fine. They wanted it. It's like about time.
Wow, that's funny. I've had parrots. I used to do parrot rescue, and I could rear little babies from eggs, and if I
Oh,
had to, and very rewarding. People don't realize how animated birds are, but they're also very cuddly, more cuddlier, like they're cuddlier, more cuddly. Am I saying that right? I'm being French right now. Sorry, but I'd be talking with my hands and get my point across. But I've had a bird who used to have to snuggle every single night. She'd fall asleep in my arms, and we would have our cuddle time.
yeah.
And they're just little angels.
Yeah, birds need a lot of attention.
Yes,
And I had a cockatiel and a cherry-headed conure at one point.
right.
Um,
Cockatiels are sweet. I've had them as well.
yeah.
They're so sweet. But I see that to me would be interesting to communicate with them because their longevity, with the bigger the bird, the bigger the lifespan.
Right.
And we had a cockatoo that was rescued. They gave her up because, her parents had a baby, and she was a little too loud and sassy. And they thought she was a boy. And when we got her, because I knew how to tell, she was a girl by her eyes, and she just would do very strange things, and even in her bonding. But her behavior when it came to the PTSD, when you talk about PTSD,
Yeah.
she was really a traumatized bird. And I've rescued parrots out of breeding situations who have plucked themselves bald, being kept in tiny little cages, the nails wrapped around. It's complete abuse. And I've rescued these animals or these birds and rehabilitated them and donated them, to good families because parrots are so expensive to buy. But she was just. I found out that cockatoos are one of the most abused parrots on the market. So, I noticed that you do talk because you have blogs. I've been on your website. I've checked it out. Go check it out, people. And you do talk a lot about like you have a good article on the PTSD and how to deal with that. And it's not just for dogs and cats.
Yeah. Any animal can be abused and have
Yeah,
PTSD.
yeah,
And
exactly.
sometimes they bring it from a previous life. It's not necessarily this life.
Yeah. No, exactly. And pets with children, that's where it gets really difficult. Have you had to say to people, that is this people don't always want to hear anything derogatory about their kids or their pets. But when you come into a situation where you just can't put them together because they haven't taught the child to be respectful towards a pet, for example, or wonder why the pet is lashing out at the child. Have you run into that and had any issues even with that?
Fortunately, no.
Oh, very lucky.
Um, but I would think that in a situation like that, the pet might want to be rehomed.
Right. Yeah. I I would agree. Our children were always taught to be very, very respectful of animals. I was taught that way. We've always had animals. I think it enriches your life, and it gives children a very healthy respect for how to treat animals. Faye says, have you ever communicated with an animal you just couldn't like? Is there such a thing?
I don't know that I've gotten a animal that I didn't like.
Oh, okay.
I like all animals.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to think I'm an animal lover too, but you just get some, when you have a cat who just looks at you and decides, no, I'm just going to barf up this fur ball right here in front of you so you can step in it, or I'm just going to poop over here because I feel like it. Just a salty animal.
I think a snake might be one of those that I would keep my distance from, but I've never really spoken to a snake. That might be interesting.
Spoken to a cockroach, though.
Yeah.
How bad could it be? Snakes are said to be, a representation of knowledge. So maybe they would educate you on a lot of different things.
Well, they're also a symbol of transformation or healing because they shed their skin.
Right.
When I was after my separation from my husband, I was in an apartment. One day I came home from running some errands or something,
Right.
and there's a huge cottonmouth snake on my welcome mat.
Wow. Okay.
And I actually had talked to a snake. I've forgotten about this, but I was getting ready to move to South Carolina.
Right.
And that was a symbol for me that I was on the right path.
Right.
And that I should go for it. But it's like, I'm not going up into the snake.
Wow.
And kids were getting ready to get off of school, so I had to call the apartment office because it wasn't moving.
Wow. So the snake was just taking up residence. Could you not just say to him, hey, why are you here?
Well, I did, and it's like, it had a message for me. And I said, okay, well, I got the message. Can you go back to the lake?
Oh boy.
Because there was a lake in our apartment complex, and
right.
it wasn't listening.
The snake just didn't care. Boy, oh boy, that would be difficult when you just have that sort of a situation, and they know you're scared of them, so they're just gonna push their little scaly weight around.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. But I mean, this snake was taller than or longer than I was.
Oh yeah, crazy. That's crazy. I mean, not that you didn't fear it for the good reason. Snakes on average, not everybody, feels like snakes and spiders as pets, or you see one, I just automatically instinctively want to sidestep and keep going. We're going to do a really quick station and sponsor ID. So for those of you just tuning in, this is the Outer Realm, and we are sitting with Julie Bassett. We are talking about animal communication. We are talking about pet mediumship, shamanism, spirituality, how pet owners can connect with their pets to find out if not just what they're doing or what they want from you, but how you can be a better pet owner. At least that's how I see it. So we're broadcasting live on United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM on the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM in New Orleans, and of course, Roku TV. So for those of you guys who are in chat room, please note there are 7 different chat rooms, and we are watching you file in from a superhighway into one lane. So be patient. The guests can see the comments. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring our show this evening and every evening. We appreciate you so very much. Big thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite musical streaming platforms. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind all of our banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Instagram and Facebook. And by the way, he does do amazing pet artwork, so he can paint your pet. And while we're on the topic of pets, I thought that would be important to bring up. So anyway, we are back. Okay, we're gonna get into a little bit of a little bit sadder. I mean, sadder for me. I lost my little pet baby a couple of years ago, and she really was like my baby. In fact, I remember when I went back about 15 years ago, and I was introduced to a pet communicator and sent her a picture of my pets at the time. She goes, "The little brown one thinks she's the center of the universe." And my response was, "Okay." Yes. And was there a problem with that? She was like my little, almost like she thought she was human. But, so what's the most, I mean, it's tragic when we lose our fur babies. It really is. So you're asked to communicate with them. What is that like for you? Like, do you find that really emotional? Because I know I would find that just really heart wrenching to be doing that on a regular basis.
I think because I am a pet medium, it's not as traumatic for me because I know they're still with us.
Right.
And, because often when I'm talking to the client, I say, well, he's right there. He's right behind you, or he's down at your feet.
Right.
Because they are still with us. They are here, once they pass, a lot of times they are here as guides for us because there is a reason why every pet is with us. They're
Right.
here to teach us something. They're here to heal us. They're here to be a catalyst for us. There's just so many things that they are here to help us with.
Right.
And their purpose isn't necessarily always with us, but they are to be of service. Like all the service dogs, all the therapy dogs, they love it. They love having a job to do.
Right.
They love helping us heal. That's the primary reason I find that animals are in our lives is because they're here to help us heal. But they're also on their own path. They're also trying to learn and grow just as we are.
Right.
They're here to experience different experiences too. And a lot of times they intersect with our experiences.
Right. And how do they usually communicate? Because I know with humans, um, we leave certain signs, whether it's smells, whether it's, like a favorite perfume, favorite flowers, or, birds. My mother loved cardinals. After she passed, good grief, we're like, how many cardinals do we have on this property? Just lots of cardinals. So, how do pets communicate with us once they've passed on?
Often I've found they send butterflies. They'll sometimes
Interesting.
send yellow butterflies or blue butterflies, or one sent ladybugs. So anytime somebody saw a ladybug either outside or in a magazine or in a photo or on a bumper sticker, anywhere, that was a sign from them that, yes, I am there. I've had them send coins. Most of the time, those are humans, though, that are sending the
Yes. Yeah.
but sometimes pets send them too. Sometimes they send feathers. It just depends.
Right. Right. No, I love that. Laura Lee said, I took a picture a few years ago of someone I was speaking with via Skype of their deceased cat sitting on the pillow next to them on the bed. It was very cool to see her cat there. And Wayne says, I had 27 pounds. My God, it's a big cat. I had a 27-pound tabby pass a few years back. And the night after his passing, I felt him hop up on the bed and walk towards me as he had done countless nights before.
Yes, absolutely. I had one of the dogs I tried to is a Great Pyrenees. I felt him come and sit down right next to me. And this was a dog from like Arizona or something that was lost in the desert.
Wow.
He ended up passing,
Mm,
fortunately,
yeah.
but he's now on my team. He came and sat down next to me. We had such a good connection.
Right.
And I could feel his fur. It was
Mm.
just really cool.
When you say your team, can you elaborate on that?
My spirit team and my healing team. I have a team of animals that helps me to heal other animals,
Hmm.
um, and helps me to communicate with them.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot with people who even just people's mediums who who don't work with animals at all will sometimes have spirit animals, not just as guides, but who actually, I guess they're still being the service dog, so to speak, even in the afterlife, which
Right.
is, really interesting. So, if you have, like, do you ever have pets who are grounded, who just get stuck because they just don't want to leave their family?
I've had animals that have prolonged their passing because trying to give their guardians a chance to adjust and to, um, because they didn't want to see them sad or feel guilty.
Yeah.
Um, so I have seen that happen.
Hmm. It's difficult. I think, like anything, we can tie human spirits, to us through grieving. And it would be the same with animals because we just, we're just so much more bonded. Like I know with my little one, like I revived her 6 times and like at least once a week for 6 weeks until her last time. And I just went, okay, yeah, mouth to mouth. She just stopped breathing. It's like, there we go. you know, and I could still hear her barking every now and then.
Yeah.
She had this little discount bark and you could just hear it in the distance every once in a while.
Yeah.
So, she again, my baby. So, but yes, you can, give mouth to mouth to a dog or an animal and right back, her little siblings would bark and let me know if she stopped breathing and it just was crazy. My vet would be just like, that's amazing. I don't know. It's a heart thing,
Yeah.
she had a heart issue. So it's just like, well, so that was difficult, to say the least, but I know she's still around. It doesn't make it any easier though,
No.
because we still, and I know better. I know better, I'm having mediumship abilities and I know that, your loved ones are around or your fur babies are still around. And it still doesn't make it easier, even though we know better.
Right. Because we miss their presence, their actual physical body,
Mhm.
their presence.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's why it's so hard for a lot of people is, you get so used to having them around and that even though they're in spirit, it just isn't the same.
It is not the same, no matter what. My mother used to laugh. She goes, "You probably miss that dog more than me." No, no, I don't. Um, Faye has a question. Do zoos ever ask for your help?
I've not been asked by a zoo yet.
Oh, okay. All right. My service dog Tippy is still with me. I see her out of body experiences. Or is that when you're having an OBE or when she would OBE? Interesting. So, um, what is the most, have you ever had to help with missing animals?
Mhm.
What has been, that
Those are
like?
very hard to do
Okay.
because I get a lot of the ones that end up being passed. Um, and that is very difficult. But there are, and animals travel, and so trying to track where they are is often very difficult. I
Right,
do not really care for doing lost animal cases, but I will.
right,
But they're always on the move, so I cannot guarantee results. And the pet parent has to be actively involved.
right,
Um, but there are different reasons why pets leave, and there are different reasons why pets don't come back.
right,
Um,
right. What about those who just get lost? For example, I don't know, example, you're camping, you bring your pet, or you're visiting somewhere, you're at a rest stop for a half an hour and animal just goes wandering, like animals wander. Have you ever been able to reunite families with lost animals?
I have on some occasions.
Hmm.
Um, there was one where a horse got missing
Wow,
and they
horse.
were looking in the wrong place.
Wow.
So I told them, no, it's over here because I do map dowsing, so I can try and track it with a map and a pendulum.
I love that.
Um, and just asking questions. Did you cross this street? Did you go this way? Did you go north, south, whatever? And,
Right.
and I said, no, it's on the other side. And so they went and looked on the other side, and there's the horse.
Wow, crazy. I was going to say, it's not easy to lose a horse. I think that's a pretty big animal. Wow.
But I've had dogs return. I've had some cats return. Um,
Is it just from reasoning with the animal? Like, when you're tapping and looking at a photo and the animal is just off on a, like my huskies used to do, because huskies are known runners. They will run for bloody days and miles. So were you able to just tap into the animal and say, okay, you do need to go home now? Your parents are worried. Have you had like a success story like that? Or is the animal just like, I don't care, I'm out having fun?
I've had both.
Okay.
Um, cats are notorious for going on little adventures.
Yes.
Um, generally, though, if you have a cat that's strictly indoors and it gets out, it's
Right.
going to stay close to home. It's going to try and find some place to hide where it feels safe.
Right.
I've had them underneath the house before,
Right.
underneath the like a deck.
Right. Right.
Dogs are more of wanderers
Right.
or
Yeah.
cats that have been used to being outside.
Right.
Um,
So, in communicating in the past, in your communication with animals, do they tell you what their parents should do to look for them? So, like, if we lose our pets, how, based on your experience, what should we be doing to try to get our pets to come back? Or is there anything we can do at all?
generally, if you animals can smell a lot better than we can.
Right.
And so if you put like a dirty piece of clothing from their favorite person, it'll help
Okay.
them find their way back home.
Right.
Or a dirty litter box,
Right.
cat will
Right.
help bring them back home.
Right.
Often I've put a big like searchlight above their house saying, go towards the light.
Wow.
I've often asked them if I could see through their eyes and looking around and see what they're seeing.
Hmm.
I was doing that with somebody a little bit earlier today where
Right.
her cat's been missing since mid-December.
Oh, goodness. That's
And
hard.
when I looked through its eyes, I saw like darkness around me. And I did the map dowsing, and it's like she's right there, or he's right there. He's under the house. And they're looking around trying to figure out how this cat got in there.
Right.
And they haven't found the opening yet. But
So is the cat lost? Like it just can't find its way out, or is it just plain
it's
hard to
scary
get?
because it hasn't ever been outside before. And
Okay.
so cats are very set in their ways,
Right.
do not like change. And
Right.
so this cat got out, and it's like, oh shit. Sorry.
That's okay. It's fine. It's not one of the worst words that have ever been said.
But it's
Right.
like, what am I doing out here? It's like, I'm scared. I'm going to go hide.
Oh. Oh.
And so it found a way underneath the house. There must have been a little hole. I've got the area because there's like a deck in the back. And then it looks like from looking at the deck, it's to the left and a ways in. And I
Right.
saw like he showed me white, and he showed me like a paint can that was kind of knocked over, and he also showed me like a pillar, like a wooden pillar, and a low ceiling, and also like he was in a corner somewhere.
Wow.
I've had an animal show me a rooster before, and it was a um, not a real rooster, but a decoration that was posted on somebody's wall outside.
Oh, so to show you basically where to find them.
Mhm.
How interesting.
I had
A
some
landmark.
puppies stolen one time, and I tracked them through the different roads to this one house, and they went there, um, which I don't advise doing because these people were not the best people,
Right.
and they could have gotten in a lot of trouble.
Wow.
But since they came, all of a sudden at the end of the road, there were the puppies.
Oh,
So they knew that they had been caught, and so they went and put the puppies where they would be found.
wow. They were fortunate. They were fortunate, the animals.
I had a cat that was locked in a neighbor's apartment one time,
Right.
and they were able to get the cat back.
Right. Right. It's sad. It's a whole other world out there. And you've really given us all a lot of food for thought. Myself, certainly. And I'm excited because I know I'm going to get to have you read my fur babies. And, my biggest thing again is okay, are we doing everything right for you? Because they're, coming from other situations. And it's not always about, what we want to learn about them. It's about what, they want from us also. So we're slowly heading into towards the end of the show. So how can people find you? We have your website going. I put it up in the stream. Do you have anything going on? Is there anything you want to promote for yourself? Please feel free to do that.
Well, I probably will be doing another beginner animal communication course, probably
Ooh,
sometime in February, I would think, because I do it like every couple of months, every 3 months, 2 months, 3 months, somewhere like that. So
okay.
I'm starting to think about doing that. I have a Facebook business page which has all my shamanic stuff on it as well.
Beautiful.
I haven't updated my website yet with my shamanism, but my Facebook page is facebook.com/Jade Bassett, animal communicator.
Okay.
And I've got an Instagram too that has both, and it's at Julie Jean Bassett, and JeAnne.
Excellent. Well, all of your links are in the show description, so people can go in there and just click on them. And Laura Lee said it was awesome. I took the course with Julie, so oh yeah, so people will definitely be able to find you there. And thank you so much for coming on. I mean, you're the first show of 2024 for the Outer Realm, and I know Amelia, who's under the weather, wishes she could be here because her dog's got all kinds of things going on too. So you may hear from her also, but it definitely was enlightening. I love to know what it's like from the other end. I'm the pet parent, and I've worked with so many individuals that I've never really stopped to think about what it's like communicating with these amazing little beings that have spirits who are larger than life and just enrich our lives so much.
Absolutely.
you know so well, chiming in, great show, fascinating topic, great guest, great show. Thank you guys. Keep chiming in. So thank you. And I will be in touch with all the links that you need. And of course, I am getting there, I promise. It's like,
Not a problem.
oh no, it is for
Everything
us.
in divine timing.
You keep saying that, but if I don't get on it, my schedule is going to undivine my time, and it's just going to go somewhere else completely where I don't need it to go. And we do want to know about our little ones. So they have a vet appointment for their annual checkups on Friday, and then we're going to be able to get into their little heads and see what's going on with them. The little darlings. So,
Thank
so
you for having me. I really enjoyed it. This has been a lot of fun.
thank you. I'm glad you had fun. I certainly did. Everybody certainly did. Still chiming in. Cool show. Thank you. Great chat. Love the subject. Night, night. Great show. And of course, our biased one. Amazing show. Thank you so much, Julie. And again, I will be in touch soon.
All right.
Thank you. Good night. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Well, everybody, we have come to the end of another great show. What a way to kick off 2024. Something near and dear, to my heart and many, which is, of course, our fur family. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all in chat room. You just make it that much more fun. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee. Big thank you to Justin Snicker and Steve McGinnis. We appreciate you so very much. If you guys like what you hear, if you like the show, please, wherever you're watching, subscribe, share, comment, just like us up. We appreciate you so much for that, and it helps us grow. Also, if you want to contact us, please do so at the outer realm contact@gmail.com, the outer realm contact@gmail.com, or just go to the Facebook page and click on email, and it brings you right to us. Unfortunately, it's so difficult to answer messages on social media. I personally get so much, and it's hard to keep track of all the group pages as well. So email really is the best way. So tomorrow night, we welcome back our returning guest, Ryan Peterson, who is a biblical researcher and writer with an emphasis in ancient Hebrew. Now, he's been on the show before talking about one of his books, and he really gets into theology, so he's really interesting. But he's going to be discussing his newest book called The Final Nephilim. So it goes back from Genesis to Revelations, providing study on end times, prophecy, rise of the prophesied, seed of the serpent, the Antichrist, all of this interesting stuff. So, we give you something lighthearted, and we're going to give you a little bit of gloom and doom. But hey, we do aim to please, and we are fascinated in what he's got to say. So again, Happy New Year. Thank you for tuning in, and we shall see you all tomorrow evening. Good night.
We have a lot of stuff where
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good afternoon, a good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful blue planet. Guys and girls, I know I say this every week, but I love doing this show because we go out across every time zone on the planet. Every time. We don't miss any time zones. We have someone listening every time zone on Earth right now, which, by the way, I want to tell all y'all thanks ahead of time because I do enjoy it out there. And for the people who are staying up and listening to us early in the morning or late in the evening, thanks, guys. It's really cool because I know, some of our UK audience and our US audience, it's between 1 and 3 in the morning for y'all. And I know y'all are staying up, and I can see the server numbers, so I know y'all are listening and enjoying the show. So, again, thanks for all my friends down in Australia who I know are taking their afternoon tea time to check us out on the radio. I appreciate that. Well, and for all of our American listeners and South American listeners, guys, it's just always great to have y'all on board. Tonight's guest is going to be Nadine Lalich, and actually, I've been hearing about Nadine off and on for years. It's not the first time I've interviewed, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. There is another archive tape up there that y'all can go find. but still, I find it to be very, very interesting. Now, also, before we even get started, for anybody who wants to catch up with this conversation, you can go over to alienexperiences.com. And a lot of Nadine's work, a lot of information about Nadine is right there on the site, so you can get in, take a look at it, take a good look at the site. That way, when you get into the conversation later on, if you want to put your hand up or call in and ask a question, at least you'll know what you're talking about. Nadine, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hey, why don't you, let me get you to tell the audience a little bit about yourself and why you're involved in all of this. Go ahead.
Well, I was dragged kicking and screaming into this research. Actually, I am a reluctant experiencer, but I'm happy to say after about 7 years now of being actively involved, I've moved through all of the anger and the fear, and now I'm just absolutely committed to unraveling the mystery as much as I can. And so after a very startling conscious contact in Sedona, Arizona in 1991, that sort of opened the doorway for me, and tucked it under my bed and hid it away, the experience, for about 15 years until finally in 2005, I'd had enough of the experiences, and I sought out some assistance and some camaraderie through MUFON, where I met Barbara Lamb, and in very short order, within a couple of years, we did the book Alien Experiences together, and now I'm in hook, line, and sinker into this great mystery.
Well, it's definitely a great mystery. There's no doubt about that. As much time and money as so many of us put into this, it's kind of nightmarish to actually think about it sometimes. Now, but for you, you were just going on through life. I mean, you knew about this one experience in your life, but you just, like I said, I heard you say you kind of buried it, you put it away, you put it night for a while, and you just went on with life. Now, what I wanted to ask you here is, was there like a nagging sensation? I mean, was there an overwhelming, what was it that actually drug you back, I guess is what I'm looking for, or drug you into the field is what I'm looking for. I mean, I know the experience is what it is, but what along the line of, I guess, in time actually pushed you back into that direction? Because I know a lot of people, like you said, fight this kicking and screaming because they don't even want to think that they've had alien contact. They're like, no. But I'll let you go ahead.
Well, prior to this extremely awake, conscious, physical experience of contact in Sedona, this was in June of 1991. Prior to that, I really, frankly, had very little interest in pursuing such a thing, and very little awareness that anything like this had happened to me. So I was, living there. I have an investigative nature, certainly, and I study a lot of things, and I pursue a lot of interests. But at the same time, this had a mild interest for me in general, just ufology in general, but certainly nothing that had to do with abduction or contact with ETs or any of that. And I hadn't read anything. I think I'd seen maybe, one or two movies, and that's about it on it. And I don't believe I've even read a book other than some science fiction. But when this thing happened in 91, I was very jolted. I had to leave the area quickly. And then during this contact, I did have company. I had a friend with me at the time who was rendered unconscious during the whole event. But after this, I was quite shaken, and it affected my life deeply. I was looking for trying to find some rational explanation, something that I considered rational at the time. Yeah. And I wanted it to be some kind of psychological or emotional type of event or episode or illness or something, but I could never find it over the next few years. And the only reason I eventually came in 2005, made the decision to step out, is because it has never stopped. My involvement with this phenomenon has been extremely prolific. The number of contacts, I have a high degree of retention and the ability to pay attention to facts and issues. Part of it's the training in the legal field that I've done working in litigation. And I work with databases and facts and analyze things for case trial and that kind of a history, plus some of the other expansion. I've studied a lot of sound and light machines, sensory deprivation tanks. I love studying the brain and memory. With a lot of my history, I came back from these experiences over these 15 years with so much information, and I have dozens and dozens of journals and drawings over the years that finally it just hit a point when I could take no more. And I made that decision. I was tired of living with this thing in the shadow of my life.
Well, no, I can totally understand that. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time a contactee told me that, I could have retired a decade ago. It's hard for me because I listen to you and I'm listening like I listen to other contactees, and it's hard on me because I know a lot of the rigmarole that goes along with being contacted, and we're not even talking about the alien part, just the everyday part of living. It's hard to make people understand that contactees still have lives. Regardless of what's going on, they still have lives. They have to get up and walk the dog, go to work, take the kids to school, whatever. I mean, life goes on regardless. And I think that part is hard, the hardest part, because once you accept the fact that aliens are contact, that's probably the hardest part after that is just adjusting your life accordingly. But now, so I want to go back to the awakening experience, to the contact that woke you up on this. I mean, what was it? I mean, what? Let me stop here for a minute before I run around in a circle here. What I wanted to know was, what about that contact? I mean, what was it that just jumped out initially and grabbed you? I mean, other than the fact that it was a contact.
My first experience.
Your first one, yeah.
In Sedona?
Yeah, in Sedona, yeah. I was kind of curious. So what was it you initially seen that got you,
Well, actually, in Sedona, I was completely unprepared for this, and we were camping in a very remote area. And I had gone with a longtime girlfriend of mine, and she and I were just going to do some camping and red rock climbing in Sedona. We were in a van. We were just outside the main area, the Red Rock area, and in a very remote area. Okay, and we were tired from driving all the way from California, so we decided to pull off onto a long dirt road, and we pulled off into a very old, remote kind of camping area without any kind of amenities to it. I think there was, like a couple of picnic tables, a few empty dirt spots to put your tent out, and that's about it. And there was a big creek running alongside, and we pulled in somewhere around 9 o'clock at night, and it was dark, and we set up. And I had a creepy feeling that we were being watched, although there was nobody in the area. And again, we were far off any main road. Anyway, I went to bed. In the back, we had a couple of sleeping bags thrown in the back of this van, and it was a hatchback van, a Toyota hatchback, and it would slide. The van hatch split up at the back. And I went to bed. She followed afterwards. We'd left all of our camping goods, material, food, everything was sitting around on the ground outside. We'd set up a little table and chairs. And the next thing I know is I'm sound asleep, she's sound asleep, and I hear a click. I sit up, and the hatch goes up, and I'm sitting up in my sleeping bag, and the light goes on in the van. The hatch is up, the light goes on, and I'm just sitting there. And I can't see. My eyes are trying to adjust. Very black outside. And the next thing I know, there was a hand reaching in the van towards me. And it's not any kind of a hand I've ever seen before. It has 3 fingers and a thumb. It's grayish in color, and it's a very long, skinny arm. Well, you're talking about, when you were mentioning the fact that, how difficult it is for us to incorporate this into our life, you're absolutely right. Because what happens here now, first of all, this wasn't something I had a reference for because I had not been studying this. I wasn't thinking about aliens ever in my life. I never contemplated. I never researched. I never read a book. I was off in other areas with my exploring and research. Anyway, so this arm and hand comes out to me. This is a difficult initial stage for anybody. The shock is beyond trying to wrap your head around this, and your emotions are there. So here your body is filled with adrenaline. I was scared, probably more frightened than I'd ever been frightened in my entire life. My body is filled with adrenaline rushing through. I'm breaking into a sweat. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. And I am looking at this thing, but at the same time going, this cannot be. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. So that's the initial shock I think so many of us experience, especially when it just seems to happen. Of course, looking back in time, I realize now that there were contacts that occurred prior to this, but they were buried in my memory. In this instance, it was so present, alert. I was so awake. Next thing I know, there's like a couple of seconds of a blackout there. Next thing I know, I'm standing at the end of the van, and I'm paralyzed. I cannot move my body at all. I'm standing up, stiff as a board, in this little nightgown that I'm sleeping in, and I have my hands straight at my side, and on each side there is what I later came to understand is referred to as a gray. Now, I didn't know anything about grays. I wouldn't have even known how to describe it back then, except to say there was a small little person that looked like a child that had gray skin and a large head. But I didn't know that later on I realized it was referred to as a gray. Anyway, there's one on each side of me. I can't raise my head up. And yet I feel there's a presence. I know there's someone else standing in front of me. Very tall, very large, a sense of a masculine figure. And we stand there for a couple of seconds, 5, 6 seconds, and the next thing I know, I can feel myself being raised up off the ground, straight up, as though I'm being levitated 3 or 4 inches up off the ground, and I'm barefoot initially. And we begin to move forward. And I cannot raise my head. My chin is almost pressed down to my chest, but I can glance side to side. And as I glance side to side, I can see the tops of the heads of these little characters, one on each side of me, and I can see them off to the side. I can see that I can see a little of the glow of the light from behind me from the van, and I can see a little glow ahead of me, a very bright glow as I look forward with my eyes. Even though my head is tilted, I can see an extremely bright light it seems like we're heading towards. Then the only thing else that I can feel before I am rendered unconscious is I can feel something hitting my face as we're moving along. And we're moving along, and by the time before I become unconscious, probably traveled, I don't know, maybe 10 feet. And apparently we were going into the woods, and something's hitting my face. The next thing I know, and this is something that's in physical experiences for me, there tends to be a real, a hard return to the bed, to the floor, wherever I was taken from. And it's like a big whoosh, boom, and that's what happened. I was sitting in the van. I knew, boom, I'm in the van, and I hit hard. It's almost like I dropped onto the top of my sleeping bag, and I'm just shaking violently. The light is off in the van. My friend, Pamela, is asleep beside me, and I am literally in a state of hysteria. And there's nothing else going on except I'm sitting on top. And those first few minutes were challenging, to say the least. Yes, to say the least. And I was beside myself, trying to find a way to, find a way to look at what just happened to me, because I knew, especially since I've been working in a lot of different mind states, some of the studies that I do have to do with different states of consciousness, and I was very, very aware I didn't have a dream. I was very aware that I didn't have anything that I was familiar with, that I'd studied before. I didn't have any consciousness. It was real. I could not wake my friend up, and I tried, and that was the return time was around 3:30 in the morning, and it got light out about 10 after 5, something like that. So I sat there unable to get this woman to budge. She could not wake up. She was so out cold. And finally it started getting light around a little after 5, and she suddenly woke up. We went outside, and one of the most, prominent parts of being outside, we'd left all of our belongings, our backpacks, our clothes. We weren't concerned because of where we were located. So we had all the food out, nice material, nice camping material, everything. Everything was there except anything that belonged to me. My clothes, my shoes, my towels, anything that was mine was gone, which is very odd. And anyway, that was my initial experience into the phenomenon, and that absolutely escalated from there, and continued.
Now, you know why we call it Well, now you know why we call it the awakening. Not to be rude, but that's why we call it the awakening.
That
it's
is a very rude awakening.
It's kind of a shocker. Well, it's easier when you if you would have identified some of the stuff in dreams and you would have hooked up with one of the researchers, the awakening would have been easier. But ET is kind of rude about when they need someone to awake. You're going to wake up one way or another, unless you just can't handle it. If you can't handle it, then that's a whole different thing there. And I think we just lost Nadine there. Yes, well, while I'm talking to y'all, we're going to call Nadine back. Don't ask me, guys. Phones are weird lately. A lot of conversations I don't think people want us discussing around lately. But anyway, it's dialing on that. But that's when y'all always hear me say about the awakening. Now you know what I'm talking about. It is kind of rude sometimes in the way the ET just dropped and you're just awake to the world. And you're like, oh, what the hell? What's up with this?
At 9, 4, 9.
We'll try again.
9.
I can't be giving a phone number out on the line there, people. Come on now. We can't be having that. Yeah, I know. Y'all got y'all's pens out real quick. Let me write this right now. No, shame on you people. Shame on you people. We'll give it another chance. If we can't, we'll take a quick break, and I'll see if I can't get her in on her cell. Well, I know you got it, Goofy. I'm talking about the rest of the world. Oh, wait there. It's ringing now. Maybe we'll grab her this way. And,
Hello?
Nadine, we got you back?
You got me back.
That was weird. You just, you were talking, and all of a sudden you was gone. I was like, uh-oh, where'd she go?
Oh.
Anyway, we got you back. That's cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Nadine Lawless, she got abducted there, but they brought her back, okay? And no, don't take that out of context, ladies and gentlemen. Start writing to us. That was weird. That really was. That was weird. All I said was you said something I was saying about it being a rude awakening, and poof, she was gone. Lately, we've been doing this contactee special. You're guest 9 on the special. We're doing 20 guests. And, most of the guests are well-known contactees. Some of them are not. I mean, there's a few of them that we're bringing on that are not all that well-known. But most everybody's pretty well-known. And then we're doing the panel shows at the end. And I got to say, we've been getting an enormous amount of unwanted attention. Not bad, just unwanted. Not really bad attention. They just seem to be curious, or mischievous might be a better word.
You're saying as a result of this kind of alliance with this many?
Oh yeah, it's not the first time. I mean, we've done this in the past, and we expect X amount of trouble when we're doing these type of shows. We really do. I mean, we expect some things are going to happen, and I've learned a long time ago because I've been doing the radio side of this for almost 10 years, 9.5 years. I've learned when you hit on certain topics with certain guests, you can always have at least 1 or 2 or 3 interrupted phone calls. It's just, we had Thomas Reed on last week discussing his case, and it took the first 35 minutes, we couldn't even get him on the air. His phone just kept disappearing. We went through 3 different phone numbers. He had 3 different phone numbers we were using. My audio was clear and perfect the whole time. Everybody else's audio was clear and perfect, but
I've never had a disconnect like this before.
It's just weird, but anyway, we're not going to worry about it. It's just, it's their friendly way of saying, hey, we're listening. That's how I look at it. We're paying attention now. Before that, they weren't listening. You must have said something about when you woke up that got their attention. Probably about that. I was thinking, the way you said about being dropped back in the sea. It really, literally, I've heard of contactees, or I should say abductees, really describe this a lot. When it's the shock of reality, the shock of coming back to reality, I guess, or our reality, I should say, and they describe it, and a lot of times it's harsh. Now, of course, things change in contactees and abductees' lives according to whatever they're doing with the ETs and how much ever they're, they're involved with whatever's going on. But let me ask you this: I mean, for you personally, now, that's a pretty good experience there to wake you up. You're in reality. This is going on. You're going home, right? What are you telling yourself? I mean, let's say this. Let me do this. Let's skip ahead 4 or 5 days after what happened to you. What's going through your head now? Are you like, oh no? Are you convincing yourself that this didn't happen? Or are you just putting it in a deep dark closet? Or are you talking to anybody who'll hear it? I'm curious.
Well, first of all, I'm not telling anybody. I'm not about to tell anybody. My one friend is with me. She's my one confidant, and I told her only a limited amount, but she was very supportive. I had told her that something had happened to me that night. I knew I had been removed from the van. I'm not sure what it was. But see, in those first few days, it was difficult for me to articulate it.
Yeah.
My mental process was focused on finding some other solution. Okay.
Yeah,
By the time I went back to my regular life, I was looking for relief because I had just mentally gone over this thing so much, so long in that week following, that I just wanted to shut down. I wanted relief, and whether you're dealing with something like this or some other kind of, new awareness you're experiencing as a human being, even in your regular life or your childhood or dealing with, whatever kind of issues you might deal with, a lot of times that's what we do. We disassociate from it. We put it to rest. But that little bugger is going to keep coming up.
That's why
whatever
somebody
it is.
contactees. That's why so many contactees have alcohol and drug problems.
Exactly.
They're still trying to hide it.
If you are a person, right, and if you're a person who likes to live in truth and who has a certain kind of lifestyle like I have, I leave no stone unturned. I want to know reality, what's really going on. It's very important to me. And, about reality, the more that I see there is to see. But I did tuck it away, and it would come up because I'd have another experience. And so it was in the first few months. That was in June of '91. By December, I was obsessed with moving to the Southwest, moving out into the boonies. Obsessed all of a sudden. So by December, the urge had grown so strong in me, I couldn't control it. Got an airline ticket, flew out to Santa Fe, New Mexico by myself. Didn't know anybody out there. And within a minute, I was out there. I got to move here. Just got to move here. Flew back home. In 7 weeks, sold everything, packed up my car, my critters, and off I went to live in New Mexico. And, of course, in a very, 2 minutes you're outside of town and you're in remote areas. So by the time I moved to New Mexico, which was in January of '92, and a year later, like 7 months later, the experiences began to escalate unbelievably. Fear began. I was now checking closets. I was certain I was being watched. I'd find myself out on lonely roads. I would reawaken in different places. I started having missing time. It was so prolific when I moved out into that area. Bottom line is, as time would progress, I was less able to deny the experience. So at some point I finally said, well, the only control that I seem to have over this, I wasn't ready to tell anybody. I suppose it's an ego thing, intellectual ego or whatever. I didn't want to be judged or seen in a certain light. So I found my power in journaling, and I began to record and became determined over the next 2 years to try to stay awake and conscious as much as possible and to try to gather, an investigator and gather information. So I began to fill volumes. And it also it gave me a tremendous emotional relief to have the journal to tell the truth to.
No, it's good therapy. The journals are excellent therapy. I tell this to contactees all the time. It's one of the very first things we tell you, anybody who's waking up. Keep a journal, keep a journal, keep a journal, keep a journal. Well, I like to tell them, keep a journal and then go back through your journal every 6 or 7 months. You'll be amazed at how much of that stuff actually starts making sense after a while. Because there's all kind of things in there. Because, some journals you'll read and then there'll be, it's disjointed in the fact that sometimes because of the type of contacts they're having, the journal might be disjointed. But then when you go back across it over 6 months and you're reading front to back, then you're noticing a lot of stuff does actually go together. It's just the way
start seeing patterns, making connections.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, you do. You see it all up in there. And that's why we tell everybody to keep a journal. And it's the easiest way. It's good therapy for yourself. Just to write it down, to rehash it, to rethink it, to put it in there, to reread it, and it's good therapy to talk about it. I know a lot of contactees are scared to come out and talk about it, but that's why we have online support groups where you can come in. Nobody has to know who you are. You can come in and just talk. Amazes me how many people actually come do it. They just come in and they talk and they tell their stories, and nobody's going to ridicule them because the rooms, we don't allow for that kind of behavior. So it's a good, safe environment to let people talk. And then there's people like yourself and me and a lot of the others who are actually out speaking aloud to the press about this, which is takes a little bit more will, I guess would be a polite way of saying it.
Yes, it
to get out there. But, we're driven. Think about it. I mean, you know it. I mean, you're doing it. You know you're driven. What kills me about all...
It's a process. It happens over time, that process. You've been involved a long time. I've only been out there 7 years talking about it. But once, I decided to put my experience into a book and really address it in this way and then started talking about it out in public. One of the really interesting things that started happening, I know you know Melinda Leslie, and I didn't know her at the time, and she deals with the MyLab issues, the abduction by military of abductees. I never had an experience like that until, not to my knowledge, until I began speaking out in public.
Yeah,
it was after, once the book was out in 2008, and then I started talking about it and did a little radio, a little TV about it, talking about it. All of a sudden, one day, I have a MyLab experience. Yeah. I have an experience where all of a sudden it's military.
It's really weird you bring that up because originally when I interviewed Kay Wilson and Mia Haley, that's the impression that I had got. And when I met Melinda Leslie, because Melinda and I are pretty close these days, I had told her this. I said, Melinda, what do you think? Because, she was way more in the MILABs than I was at the time. And and I said, well, what do you think? So we both got to digging it, and we have a much larger abduction load and MILAB load than anybody else does, so it was a little easier for us to catch up faster. But it's true. It's just the way it works.
I answered almost 100% of her questionnaire right.
Well, she's great. Her and I keep ties. Matter of fact, last time I went on Coast, I invited her to come on with me because we were doing MILABs. That's what the Coast had invited me on. I had just done a remake of the Betty and Barney Hill case for the X conference, and Georgia had invited me on to come talk about it, so I brought Melinda on with us because her and I were working some joint projects at the time. And but the MILAB thing is an important part of this, and it's important that you brought this up because most everybody I know who's been MILAB, seriously MILAB, not this BS where they've taken you, wanted to ask you questions, want to know what you're doing, do you know anything about their technology, whatever they're doing, but they're pretty serious about it. Those are usually people who, like Kay and them refer to themselves as communicators. That's usually people who have themselves out there who have a much larger retention of knowledge than the average contactee or abductee.
Yes.
And that's why they're interested. Granted, not everything in their heads is right, but still, the government knows not everything in their heads right, but they know they have a much larger group of knowledge, so that's who they're interested in. So if they can get you and Kay and Leah and Jim and a few others, then they're getting a better piece of the puzzle. See, that's what we do. That's what iCard does. We're the master puzzle. We're the master puzzle keepers these days. But that's what the MILABs are doing. So at least now we know what to look for. We know that sometimes if you're in the military, you may get MILAB. But I think that's more of a convenience than it is a necessity. And then most of the time what we find is when you become quite popular or very vocal about what you know, you'll tend to get MILAB. And I mean, it makes sense to me why they're doing it. I mean, you're the one out there saying, hey, well, I know this, and this about the aliens, and the government's going, well, I wonder if she really does.
Exactly. And it's all in the presentation, too. It's the way you're presenting things. I know I've met a number of people now that do not have a lot of conscious recollection and are not sticklers for facts and information. Some of us are, some of us aren't. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that those of us that are out there and, determined to be on I have my own mission during these experiences, and that is to gather as much information as I possibly can and bring it back with me, regardless of whether it's a physical experience or any other of the other types that I've had.
Well, you should always be trying to, everybody who's doing this should be trying to gather information. One of the things we teach contactees is how to pre-program their brain at night so that they can do direct questions. It kind of irritates ET when you do this, by the way, so just be warned ahead of time. But You start programming yourself for specific questions, and you do a deep programming after 3 or 4 days, 5 days. The next time they zap you, you subconsciously transmit the question. You don't even realize you transmit it. Most of the time, they don't even realize they're answering it until after the fact. And then one or two things usually happens. Either they're kind of like, wow, did that just happen? Or they're very, well, we'll just say mad and leave it at that.
I've had very little response to any of my questions or any of the interests that I've had or any of the questions that I have posed. I've had very little demonstration that there's been 7 species that I have seen that I can recall interacting with, and I have never, ever had them generously offer any kind of information. It's always been on their own agenda.
Yeah, well, it's always about their own agenda because that's what all this is about. That's the biggest mistake that most people make about this. Humans have a tendency to want to make this about us. This is not about us. This is about them. Anybody making that mistake, is going to be rudely awakened. Unfortunately for us, they've been here a really, really, really long time. This isn't something that started recently. This has been going on in family lines for a very, very, very long time. And to put it bluntly and succinctly, ET has already disclosed to everybody they want to disclose to. They're disclosing the contactees every day and abductees every day. That's the only people they're interested in knowing. As far as the rest of the planet goes, and I hate to say this, I don't think they really care one way or another. I don't think they really even consider the rest of the population on this planet. It's almost like you would consider the ant pile in your front yard. They don't really. They're not. They may allow the government to do this and that from time to time just so they'll stay out of their own business, but they're not really interested in the rest of the part. They're interested in the contactees.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Which is scary too.
Have their own research, and that's all that they're focused on.
Yeah, and that's all they're focused on. And whether that pans out good or bad, I would say for the contactees, it'll probably pan out okay. For everybody else, I don't know. I really don't. I'm up in the air on that. I really am. I mean, some research suggests that, and some maybe not. So all I can say, and this is from just watching ET and nothing else, this is observation. They haven't wiped us out, and they haven't saved us, and they haven't made us this ingenious species. So for me, it really comes down to it's not so much about us as it is about them. And we're part of their agenda. We may get some side benefits, such as empathic and telepathic and clairvoyancies and things along that line, but in the end, it's about them. And I'm just want to know what it's about. Why you've been here for 100,000 years or 200,000 years? Why did you pick up Nadine and harass her? Why did you wake up Nadine? Why didn't you just leave her as an abductee instead of making her a contactee? These are the things I'm really interested in. For you, what is it you think that they woke you up for? Because you were definitely woke up. I mean, you were definitely.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, as I look back in my life, I can recall, for example, here's one scene I can recall. I'm about 10 years old. I'm waking up. I grew up in the Midwest in a little small town in Michigan. And I recall waking up one evening in the summertime, walking into the living room, and I had only one other sibling, a brother. My mother and father were in the living room, and they were sitting on the couches, and they were unconscious. And the television was blaring, and the front door was open. The lights were on in the house. It was dark. It was nighttime. And I remember that particular event, walking out there and them being unconscious, sitting. I say unconscious, but let's say they were in a dazed state, sitting slumped. I never knew what that was. Never understood what that was. And I was about 10 at the time. My brother was probably 16. And yet the front door's open, and I just vaguely remember about somebody being at that door or coming in that door. And it's only many years later that when I looked, obviously once I was involved in this situation actively, that I have been able to look back on experiences like that and say, wow, okay, this has been happening. I've just been unconscious to it. First of all, I think that in my case, I can't speak for anybody else. I think that why did they abduct me in that absolutely blatant, open manner, the way that they did in Sedona in 91. Well, my life had evolved. My emotional, my psychological awareness, my intellect, interest, things I was involved in, had awakened to a certain level that had never existed before. I had been very involved in a lot of things throughout my life. I'd been involved in a life. I'd had a very challenging youth and early years, extremely challenging. They required me to really aggressively address many, many different things in my life, many levels, many emotional states. I have a lot of therapy. I was in programs. I was doing a lot of work. Well, somewhere around there, about that time in my life, I had come to a place of what you could call resolution in many ways. And my journeys of self-awareness had caused me to start. I used to go to Ann Arbor, one of the University of Ann Arbor, and I used to go to the facility they had there where they had sensory deprivation tanks. And you would go in these tanks and experience a detachment from all of your senses, and you float in these tanks. They're very high tech there, and you spend about 90 minutes there. And there you float in 500 pounds of salt water. It's high temperature, and in these tanks you can have accelerated learning. You can have all kinds of experiences in these tanks, states of consciousness. Anyway, I'd done that. I do sound and light machines. I had worked with a number of things with my mind to help me to be able to retain information, to access my brain in different ways. I always had a fascination about that. So by 1991, I'd had a lot of really interesting things I had done, studies and exercises and practices. And I don't know that it was instigated on their part. In other words, they thought, well, now we're going to wake her up. I think what happened is that I was ready to be awake. I think that I had developed my consciousness, my awareness personally in my own path to a place and a level where I wasn't going to stay asleep anymore. You know, we evolve we human beings, you know, in our life. If we're lucky and we're really aggressive about personal growth, we can evolve to different levels and develop abilities. We can develop parts of our brain psychically. And I think I just had gotten to a point where I was a relatively aware human being about my own self, my own processes. I had a great deal of self-awareness. And I think when this happened, it may never have been an intention on their part that I be awake. But because of who I had become at that stage in my life, and as aggressive as I had been about personal development, I think that's why all of a sudden, bing, the lights went on, and I was present.
Well, that's how I got a good bit to do with it. I mean, that's, you know, as far as we can tell, your own awakening experience in your own life helps. And the fact, somewhere along the line, what they started doing is they started testing you to see, and it's probably not, under hypnosis, and it may even come up in conscious memory one of these days. Somewhere they started testing to see how well you could handle this in an open form, meaning and being open about it. They started letting you remember more and more and more. And they may have even gone back a few times and wiped it and done it again and wiped it and done it again, because E.T.'s very funny about who they let out. Because literally, there are tens of thousands of contactees. There's only a handful that actually publicly speak. Out of the probably 10 or 15,000 that have contacted us over the last 3 decades, I can only think of maybe 24 that publicly speak. And out of all the rest that none of us know nothing about or will ever know about, you've got to wonder why it's such a select few. And I really do think a part of it is that you become conscious enough that when you're dealing with them, you can deal with it. It doesn't. Right. It freaks you out, but you don't go insane. You don't end your life over it. You keep your everyday life going. And matter of fact, most of us adjust our lives according to them, like becoming self-employed or something along those lines, so that we can even push these agendas. I shouldn't say agendas, but push these knowledges and research more. And it's really weird. See, for me, it's easy because I see it every day. But for anybody listening to the radio show, they're going, "Oh, Joe's nuts." You know, Joe's actually been seeing it for 30 years. A little different for me. It's just today alone. I mean, you'll make contactee number 9 I've talked to today. So it's a little different for me. 3 of them were famous, 6 of them are not, but still, it's a little different for me. And I in listening to you speaking, and I said this with Thomas last week, I hear this over and over and over from this group of people. So now the kicker is, what color eyes you got? What blood type do you have? She goes, damn, that's a personal question. You don't have to answer, mind you, okay? I asked everybody that because it's part of a blood type study we're doing right
didn't
now.
I mean, I don't know if
I
that
thought
was
you
something
submitted
or not.
No, I thought you submitted. I thought I remembered it, but I was going to ask you anyway because I'm just curious on the air. But you don't have to answer.
Strangely enough, I don't know my own blood type. Of all the things that I know, I do not know my own blood type, to tell you the truth. My eyes are blue.
Find that out for me one of these days. Just email it to me. The reason why is I thought I had seen it, but I'm not 100% sure. The thing about it is we've noticed now they are definitely messing in specific bloodlines. It's not that every bloodline doesn't get abducted, because everyone does, but in reality, the rare blood types are abducted much more than the non-rare blood types, meaning the Rh negatives are abducted on a magnitude much larger than the positives, even though positives make up 85% of the blood types. That's what nobody realizes. Right now on planet Earth, all the Rh positives make up 85%. The Rh negatives only make up 15% of the world's blood types, but yet make up over 70% of the contactees.
Wow.
So there's definitely a reason for it. And they found out recently in other things that some of the negative traits are a little different. And it's a mutation. Rh negative is a mutation. It just popped out of nowhere 25,000 years ago. There was no negative before that.
Really?
Even science doesn't know where this came from. It was a mutation that came along, and it's at the same time green eyes came along. It's another mutation. Green eyes and O negative blood, and it's like O negative is a universal donor. There was no universal donor before O negative, but all of a sudden, we've now got a blood type that everybody on the planet can use. Isn't that just weird? Even science is like, because we're dealing with 3 doctors with this case, and they're all like, ooh. And when I start thinking in aliens, because professionals are, they're like, oh, wait a minute, you're saying alien? I'm like, give me a better explanation, doc.
After this show, I'm going to grab at my medical files and take a look and find out what my blood is. I can't believe I don't know.
Well, somebody just wrote in, well, I'm A positive and I'm a contactee. Well, yes, you are. We're not saying because you're positive you're not a contactee.
Right. Yeah. But you know what? You're right. We look at patterns. It's really a matter of, you get a lot of information, and that's why, I do work on I've done a lot of legal database and taking in a lot of information and correlating it to each other, and that is an interesting thing. So I love dealing with percentages. So when you say 70% of the contactees that we're aware of have this certain type of blood, that's significant.
Yeah,
that definitely doesn't say everything, but it is significant. Those are the things that's the stuff I like to look at.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of that stuff, like the November just finished the personality quiz. There was some rather interesting findings come out of that. She's in the middle of the reptilian questionnaire right now. The great questionnaire is up, but since she put it up, another 200 great contactees have wrote in. So that stuff you'd love. I'll have to get you involved with it. We got stuff like that laying all over the place. We're in the middle of 10 different studies right now that we're trying to do something no one's ever done. First off, we've already cataloged more contactees than all the researchers combined out there. Secondly, we're taking all the data, all the commonalities between them all, so we've got abduction criteria. And then on top of that, we're correlating against what type of ships are being seen with the reptilians, the grays, the humans, the light beings, whatever it may be, against what type of abductions are going on, whether good, bad, in between, what you might expect at 5, at 10, at 12, at 20, at 30, at 40. Our car's a much different beast than anything before. It's a whole different world. But now, anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. Oh, wait, where are we at here time-wise? We still got a few minutes before the break. After the break, maybe I'll open up the phone lines, and maybe I won't. We'll see where Nancy and I are when we get back after the break. Now, before we go to the break, the next conscious. All right, I just can't speak tonight. The next conscious experience you had after that one, how long apart? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Oh, heavens, no. Oh, my goodness, no. No, I've those first few years were very prolific. And, boy, I've had, when I was living in New Mexico, within the next 6 months, I had several intense experiences after that. One of them where I actually lost time, like an hour and a half. That was my first experience of losing time, and I was on a road, a lonely road, and came back. And when I came back, I was placed on an entirely different road, facing an entirely different direction. So I would say my throughout these years, particularly, you know, I would say the first 15 years, I would say I like percentages again. So I break the types of contacts down into about 4 different types. The most, you know, the top of that being the fully conscious. And I would say that my fully conscious contacts are probably maybe 8 to 10% of what experiences I've had, which is still quite a bit because I record everything.
Quite a bit,
yeah. It's
a lot of information.
Yes, it's a tremendous amount of information.
I don't think most people realize that how much. You know, I was having this conversation with Jim Sparks about how much information, how much time. You know, I don't think most people who are listening to us understand how much information you can gather with an hour of conscious or 5 hours, whatever. And then I don't think most of them realize how much time that we don't remember, how much time is gone that none of us even remember about. Jim and I were talking about, because he was telling me about 90% recollection. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's great when you remember that much stuff coming back. And then we got to talking about how many hours, you know, are actually physically being taken. So, like he says, he remembers 90% of what he remembers, but then anything else he doesn't remember. You know, and that's just the way that works, unfortunately, for all of us. I don't know what it is, Nadine, why they don't want to tell us everything, you know. Or maybe they do and they just wipe it out because we freak. That might be what it is right there.
Well, or maybe they just don't care about how we perceive it or relate to it or anything. Because, again, back to the fact that it's their agenda, not ours.
Yeah,
they don't need to tell us.
That's a good point. Yeah, and they really don't. You know, they you know, with the Greys, I notice more so than the other two species, they tend to be. It's not that they don't have emotions; they just tend to be really, really standoffish. Like, look, you know, I'm sorry, we got to do this. I don't want to be doing this anymore, and you want this being done to you. But it's going to happen.
Well, the feeling about the Greys is strictly automaton. I get the feeling that they are I've always had the feeling that they are just sort of a programmed race that are just sort of going along as they're directed with very little volition of their own and also some kind of unified connection amongst them.
Well, there's 9 varieties of Greys. That's the thing about it is. A lot of people mistake them for other aliens, but there's actually 9 types of Greys. And yes, the way you're saying it, they're all interconnected. Well, we found out the hard way. First off, there's 2 types of the 3-foot Greys or 3.5-foot Greys. There's one there's one that's kind of I'd like to call him a cyborg. He's like part Grey, part machine. He doesn't look like a machine, but he acts like one. Right. There's another one that's much more just alive. Then there's the 5 to 6 foot ones. Sometimes they're gray, sometimes they're brown, sometimes there's white. Then there's the 7 foot ones. They all look pretty much the same. They're just different in height and a little bit different in size, and there's 3 or 4 different colors. So, and then we found out about the blue plasma when the Greys are feeding. Sometimes they may look like a cobalt bluish gray, and sometimes they may look almost translucent because the less food they have, the clearer their skin becomes. These are things we just found from repetition, asking contactees these same questions over and over and over and over, and it's weird. I mean, so it's kind of strange. So then they seem to be, and I can't prove this, mind y'all, ladies and gentlemen, but the Greys seem to answer directly to the light beams. They don't, because I noticed something in some of my own personal contacts and some recent contacts we've been talking to with some reptilians and humans. When the 5 or 6 foot Greys are around and the 7 foot Greys, all the other aliens give way, including the government. No one gets in their way. Everybody kind of bows their head and moves back. So apparently they're much more in control than we realize. Yeah, the reptilians call them the peacekeepers. for lack of a better term. Because from what I hear, the reptilians and humans can't stand each other. So maybe that's what they are in reality. But then, see, that's what gets so confusing, because the little 3-foot grays, when you're dealing with them, it's like you're dealing with some kind of just unsentient whatever. They don't seem to be very, I don't know how to explain it.
They're not very present.
They're not very present, but they don't even really seem to have any personality or anything else. They just seem to be there, I guess is what I was trying to say.
And yet, isn't it odd that we can recognize if they're male or female?
Yeah, that is, because you can, personality-wise, you can tell when they're in your head. There's I don't want to say a softness. I don't know what it is, but you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell between the two. But anyway, we're going to stop right there. That's a good cutoff point. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Nadine and I are going to go take a quick break. Y'all hang out, listen to some music, get some coffee, get a Coke, whatever. We'll be back in 10 minutes, so please stay tuned.
You're listening to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
And had some sort of loud verbal display challenging ET in general out in the middle of nowhere?
That's what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off. When I was having this fit, I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
Was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Worked with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night. They stopped to check out a reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, you know. Seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yo, reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montaldo.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to UFO Undercover. Like Natasha says, I am your host, Joe Montaldo. Our guest tonight is Nadine Lalich, and I got to say she's been fantastic already tonight, even though I keep butchering her name, even though she told me how to say it right. I keep messing it up. Hey, when I mess up, this is one thing you'll learn about me over all the rest of you ufologists, regardless of what it is, I make a mistake, I take credit for it. Because look, I'm only human. I'm going to mess up from time to time. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, Nadine and I were talking just before we came back live. We were talking about NIRLABs and why the government may or may not need to take, NIRLABs. I mean, for the general listener audience, what do y'all think it is? I mean, why do you think they're snatching people like Nadine, or why do you think they're snatching other contactees for the information? I mean, if they knew everything, they sure wouldn't need to pick us up. They could just leave us alone and stop aggravating the hell out of us. So, I don't know. What do you think, Nadine? I mean, we know it's some kind of information they're after, and we know that the contactees such as yourself that are having more recall are the people they're after. I mean, that's who they want to talk to, so I can only conclude that they're looking for answers, just like we are.
Well, where better to get information? Now, I'm sure that different branches of the government have the ability to, they employ certain types of techniques to be able to access our neural pathways in our brain. We know that it's been a long time that the government has employed different kinds of techniques, mind-altering, mind-bending techniques to either gather information from someone or to promote some kind of information into a person. So it's not a strange concept that they can do that they could also abduct us and they could try to get information from us. But when you think about it, especially those of us that really are committed and becoming more skillful at retaining contact information when we have these experiences, I mean, we're going to see things, and we're going to see things, say, for example, in the inside of a craft. We're going to see technology. We may or may not be able to ascertain motives and agendas of off-planet beings. So it would really, I just really think it makes a lot of sense, A lot of times, our military, if it's particularly military involvement, they're thinking they go slam it, bam, they're going to go head to something. But this is not a situation where I can't even imagine, even if the government or various governments on the planet is indeed in conscious contact with various races or some races in some manner, they're still only going to be able to get limited information. Still, because they're made up the way that we are. They have the same physiological building makeup that we have as experiencers. That's what the military, that's what the government has. We're all human beings here dealing with these off-planet life beings. We all have limitations. In other words, the point I'm making is that say that there's certain branches of the government and military that are involved in a direct cooperative measure, supposedly, with an off-planet species. They still are going to have some measure of, question about whether or not they're being altered in their contact. What's to say they can't be altered to some extent? So they're not going to get the absolute scoop. They're going to be subjected to certain measures just like I am or you are as a contactee and abductee. So they're going to still want to gather as much information and correlate it as possible. And especially from those of us who don't have any particular agenda, who are being abducted and contacted, we're going to maybe be a more pure source of information because we're not coloring it with our own needs or agenda when we have these contacts. But the more information, the better.
Well, here's one for you. This was somebody wrote into me. It's a true statement, but it's kind of funny the way they worded it. They wanted to know how come Billy Myers and all of the peace, love, and light Turian contactees aren't being known. I can't say that on the air, guys, because this is a G-rated show, and I'll get in trouble. So I'm going to leave that alone. Nadine can answer you. I got to be quiet now.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, I believe in only speaking from your own personal experience. Okay. So, yeah, that I know, that I can definitely stand up and qualify. It was an interesting experience because when Barbara and I wrote the book, Alien Experiences, she has dealt with a lot of experiencers, contactees, abductees that have had friendly contacts, that have had contacts with Nordics or various other races that they believe are very spiritually enlightened and want to spiritually enlighten the population of the planet. And it's taken me a while, but I've come to the place of, okay, That's very possible. Why they didn't take me, I don't know. But I would have much rather gone down that aisle. So what I've come to understand is that obviously there's many races that have been in contact with the planet, in contact with humans and abducting humans over a long period of time. Just as on this planet, if you were to go across our planet, you're going to find all these different countries. All these countries, the population of different countries, the different governments, they all have their own agenda. They all have their own, each culture has a different perspective within humanity of the way that they look at things. It's pretty amazing how different one particular culture can be in comparison to another on this planet. So it makes sense to me that if we're dealing with multiple races that come from other dimensions, other off-planet sites, they come here, they're all going to have their own agendas. And so therefore, so those that I have personally experienced, 7, I can say that there was just one of them, only one of them, that did not appear threatening or have a particular agenda, and it was only a one-time encounter that I had. But I do believe now, and I've come to accept the fact that, there are some races that have entirely different agendas that may be for the enlightenment of the planet. I just don't have any experience of that at all.
For the enlightened people, y'all.
Right, and mine would be, why would my labs want to be, why would the government be interested in dealing with people who say, oh, it's wonderful, it's great, it's terrific? That's not what they're looking at. They're looking at those of us who believe that they're going to be among us, or they are among us now. They're looking at those of us who are having contacts that say, wait a minute, I've seen a reptilian species that is apparently very aggressive and a warrior. So they're going to, the government, branches of the government, if they're involved in this indeed, would certainly be more interested in what we would have to say than what, say, somebody that is being, their contact brings greater spiritual enlightenment. The government is going to be looking for conflict, for potential conflict, for potential disturbances on the planet, and so they're going to go for us. That's how it seems to me.
Well, it's strange. I mean, it's always been strange to me when people bring those kind of contacts up to me, because really, for me, I look at it from an evidence and a proof standard, and really there's not much in the way of that. And I've said this 100,000 times. For the peace-loving lighters, just look at the planet, people. I mean, it don't take much to look around and say, well, hell, what kind of enlightenment is this? These aliens need to get off the crack if they consider this enlightenment, by the way. See, I can be kind of mean about that. Other than that, I mean, it's, like I said earlier, I judge the aliens by their actions, just like I judge people by their actions.
Yes.
And so far, their actions are not what I would consider, well, we'll just say they're not honorable and leave it at that. Because even in the peace-loving lighters.
Exactly. Well, no matter what, if these contacts are not invited, and these contacts by any species with humanity, any of these contacts are forced upon us against our will without even giving us the opportunity for consent, they're wrong.
Yeah, they are, 100%.
They're
and I say this to all my friends that write me back to good contacts. I said, did they call you on the phone and say, hey Bob, I'm gonna come pick you up today. I'm gonna take you a swing around the galaxy. We're gonna chit chat. I'm gonna introduce you to some other ETs. I'm gonna drop you off. I said, did that happen? Well, no, but the experience was great. I said, but well, wait, they just came and took you without asking. They took your kids without asking. They took your wife without asking. I said, that's illegal in this country. I mean, we put people in prison for doing that. That's enough to start a war between two countries, and I'm thinking it's not acceptable. Regardless if I find myself in a keeper role or a communicator role with the ETs or not, I'm still griping that they're taking me against my will, even though these days I know when they're coming.
Exactly.
I know well in advance when they're coming, but still, they're not calling me on the phone
that
and
is
saying,
amazing,
Joe, I'm
isn't
stopping
it,
by.
when you can tell that they're coming?
Oh yeah. Still freaks me out, by the way. But that's just one of those things. Now, I mean, we've been seeing questions coming in all over the place. Let me see. We're going to jump back a few of them here. Let's see. This one came in from Sandman. It's about they want to know, it said, can we wake ourselves up during the contact, and why are some people picked up so much more than others? Well, that's a good question, Sandman. What do you think, Nadine?
All right. The first part of the question was again
can contactees wake themselves up doing the contact? Shake themselves awake.
All right.
Or drag themselves out.
I think it takes a tremendous amount. First of all, you've got to conquer your fear.
That's a big
The
one.
fear can be immobilizing. I had an experience where I was absolutely certain that I even asked for it. I can stay awake. I can be present for this. I'm ready to be present. And then when I had a totally present experience a few days after that, I was not ready. So I think it takes you have to really be in control of your emotional state. But I cannot tell you that I've had control once it started. For me, what happens is that I tend to be aware and alert in the beginning. And so in the very beginning, the only way that I could exercise my personal power here was to fight becoming unconscious and going into that altered state. I would fight it, and that's where I've had my success. I have been able to maintain a higher degree of consciousness and awake alertness for a longer period of time as the event begins. Then sometimes it seems during the event there's a spontaneous moment where I can wake up out of it. I don't feel that I have control in the middle of it, but then I will sometimes, maybe because they're exercising less control over me at that moment, so I awaken a little more to my surroundings. But basically, my greatest control comes in the beginning in being able to hold on longer before I surrender into the altered state. That's what happens for me.
Well, no, that actually makes sense. I've heard other people describe it that way as well. Anytime I talk to anybody like yourself that does have conscious recollection on a regular basis, because most contactees, it's a battle to get information out of them. I mean, it's talk to get 5 minutes of anything, and half the time you end up having to use some form of therapy, regardless what it is, to get some kind of to get some information. And for me, that's more of a waste of time than anything else, because I found over the years, even with all that effort, you get very little information, and a lot of times what you get is really not usable. So for me, and most researchers, it's important to find the communicators, the keepers. The communicators are people that are out there communicating ET. Now they're not so much communicating for ET as they are just communicating about ET and what's going on in their personal lives. Some of them are more pro than against. It just depends. And then there's the keepers, and the keepers seem to be, in a way, they work with the aliens. It's somewhere along the line, these people have decided to get whatever it is that they're looking for, whatever answers they're looking for. They help them with the hybrid children. They help them when people come on board. They help with the younger contactees when they're on board. That's why a lot of times children talk about seeing grandparents and stuff on board ship. That's why, because they did. They seen grandmama. She was one of the keepers. And it's one of these weird things that we hear about a lot inside of the ship. So we know these kind of things going on. We know the government's interested in those people, the ones that are out talking about it and the ones that seem to have some kind of working understanding with ET. But even then, even with all those people, the information is still finite. It's still limited. I shouldn't say finite, it's just limited. It's just, there's a lot, but then there's a lot that you got to go, whoa, wait a minute. What is all of this? And how come is it that every contactee sees a different end than every other contactee? That makes me crazy. What do you think? I mean,
what way?
Well, when you hear contactees talk about what they think is coming, future-wise.
Oh, right.
Everyone is different. It doesn't matter who it is. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's just in between. But everyone, it's enough to make me crazy. I got to be honest with you, because I got all this baseline stuff. In other words, meaning like I know particular contacts happen in particular age groups. We know that from puberty up to about age 28, most of the breeding experiments and most of the stuff where they're pushing your limitations are done. That's why most of that stuff isn't ever remembered. That's why we also tell contactees you don't want to remember that. But we also know going in the 30s, contact changes. In the 40s, contact changes. We become more self-aware. We understand more of what the aliens are doing. We become more conscious of the programs, the people around us, the other people involved in the programs. We just simply are becoming more conscious along the lines here. So, all of that seems to be common, but then when you start asking, what do you think? Oh, no. And then it's a whole other thing, which tells me right after that E.T. lies pretty damn good, to be honest with you. Because some of these things that people are coming up with, I'm like, where are they getting this from? And I ask them, I'm a researcher, so I ask them.
Mine has been consistent as to what I've seen repeatedly and what has been alluded to me repeatedly.
Yeah.
And you're right, when the fact that they orchestrate various scenarios, that they have a way of tampering with our memory and our neural processes to coerce us or make us believe something is happening, it makes you very skeptical. It really does. But I think also if you pay attention for a long time to this, and you really, like I have, you really pay attention, I start to be able to differentiate between what I think is really going on and what they want me to believe is going on.
Yeah.
And I am more able now to be able to discern the difference when they're
because
creating.
You realize there was a difference. No, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just said because you realized there was a difference. Most contactees don't. I was supposed to be in my head. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
No. And so what I'm talking about is, say a scenario is set up where they're creating during a contact a situation, and because they're so obsessed with our emotional makeup and trying to they covet it, however it is that they do, and they're so obsessed with it, they create these scenarios for us where they create these situations where they want us to believe that we're seeing somebody who's passed on, or seeing an ex-love, or a child, or this or that. What I notice over time is I can tell the difference very quickly now. I'm able to see the difference between that and those rare moments when I believe I'm really getting real information from them that they want me to see. And the only reason they want me to see that is because they want me to play a part that will serve them when that real thing happens.
That's true.
Otherwise, they will play that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish what you're saying. It was just when you said that, because I've heard it before, but go ahead and finish what you're saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's twice. For some reason, my brain is not thinking in quiet mode. I'm just saying it instead of just thinking it. Well, it's one of them damn habits when I'm talking to contactees. It's almost like an empathic, telepathic thing. Anyway, it's a bad habit when I'm talking to contactees. I need to break. Because I got to remember we're doing interviews and people are going, why does he keep doing it? Tell people I know it's coming out of her mouth half the time before she says it. That's why. But only because I've heard this or experienced it myself. It's like when you were talking about. See, to me, it's important that you brought up the fact that you realized there was a difference. Most contactees don't realize that most of what they're being told or shown is garbage, and they're not. And I think ET does this intentionally to, basically just separate the chaff from the wheat. I really think that's what it's about. I think that's what they're doing. They're going, well, look, she figured it out. Well, that idiot over there didn't. We'll just let them think that they're the second coming. Whatever. They can go on. We don't really care if that's what they want to think. Fine, So I really do think that's what ET's looking for. They're looking for the people who can discern between what's really going on and what all the rest of the garbage is. And I got to be, when you said that about the event coming or real event coming, it's one of the things with the core groups we work with, they really do think there is something coming, and they do think there's a large group of contactees that will be here to serve a specific purpose, which, I'm not going to get in tonight, but they do. It's a big group, and I'm really surprised when I hear other people talk about it, because it's they call them core groups because they're groups of contactees that tend to cling together, whose ideas, thoughts, and designs are really, 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 really close together, like that group of the Holocaust group. They make almost a full third of contactees up, and it's a bad term, Holocaust, because it's not a Holocaust in what humans would consider it. It's more like maybe a culling might be a good way of explaining it. Or maybe a culling and a sharing might be a good way. I don't know, but it gets really strange. But so now, when I hear all these different scenarios from contactees, I'm very skeptical because, frankly, we have really good data these days. So when people come in and tell me, oh, well, the beautiful alien came and brought me down and enlightened me and is enlightening the planet. And I really, when I say that, I always want to go, well, send them to me. I want to be enlightened by some beautiful alien. I really do.
Right.
I'm sorry. And I'm not being a smart. I know y'all think I'm being a smart ass, but I'm not.
Are they being convinced that that is what's really good? Are they being convinced, or somehow are they being controlled with? I mean, let's face it. If you believe those were all lovely, wonderful contacts, you'd be much more willing and much more cooperative.
Oh yeah, much more cooperative.
If you had your own mind about it and it wasn't along the same, you didn't have the same agenda they did, it's much more difficult to control you. So no. And plus, let's face it, none of us are comfortable with this. We don't want this to be happening. And so, it's no different with having this contact with a non-human entity. That kind of contact that is not, is put on you, that you have not invited, is no different than, say, being, a human being here being attacked by another human being. Child abuse, or being held up at gunpoint on the street, no matter what it is. They've found, studies with humanity, what happens with human beings is that, we connect with our perpetrator. We draw alignment, emotional alignment with our perpetrator in order to make the crime that's being created against us, perpetrated against us, in order to make that crime acceptable, we actually on some level align ourselves emotionally with our victimizer. It's a real well-known human trait, and it's a survival trait. So it's not so strange to think that a lot of these that are, levitating with the happy aliens, and I'm not saying it's for all of them, but there could very well be a portion of them that they're much more comfortable with that scenario.
Yeah.
And that's how they learn to live with the experience.
I agree with that.
Painful, difficult, challenging event to have in your life.
And it is, and it's always wild when I hear him talking about it. I'm like, well, but it's like the first time I started doing research, everybody used to tell me about these transformers and these shapeshifters. Man, I couldn't wait to meet them. And then I'm interviewing these contactees when there's a group of, I think it was 12 of them. 12 or 14 of them, and there was like 6. They said there was like 6 aliens present. Well, at first there was one gray present, and then there were 6 different types of gray present, and then there were 6 different aliens. And I realized what was going on. The grays are really good at this. I'm pretty sure the humans and reptilians are pretty good at it too. What they do is they just scan your head, and they take a combination of what's in your head and what's in their head, and that's what most humans see. I doubt most humans ever really see the real extraterrestrials, because most humans describe the human-type aliens looking a lot like us, when in fact they really don't. According to the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the Nazcans, their heads are quite a bit longer than ours are. They're narrower than ours are. Their eye colors are different than ours are. They're way taller than us. They got 6 fingers and 6 toes. They're a whole different species, and when you're looking at them, you can tell they're a different species. And the problem is so many people are seeing both. They're seeing the ones that really look like aliens, and then they're saying, oh, no, but it's the same alien. They're describing the same craft and everything. So all these aliens are doing is they're just making them think that, and which is probably cool. I mean, I guess. I guess I just don't like being lied to is what it comes down to.
Certainly makes everybody more controllable.
Actually, saying that, I think she said she's seen 7 types. That's what you said earlier, 7 types, right? I just seen the question go by in the room. That's why I was asking.
7, yeah.
Yeah. Now, hold on, where'd this question go? Kimberly writes in from Kimberly, where are you from? Quebec. She wants to know if you could make all this stop and go away, would you? Well, that's a question I was going to ask, Kimberly. What do you think, Nadine?
Well, that's an interesting question now. Boy, nobody's ever asked me that. If I could make it stop now. Well, I think I crossed over somewhere a point of no return. I went through years of feeling absolutely traumatized and victimized by this. Then I moved to the next level of absolute anger and rage. How dare they? Especially for someone where I come from and the work that I've done. My life has been about balance and peace and being grounded. I'm out there contemplating many things and have a vision for many things. But my feet are, I'm very conservative. I like a certain amount of,
stability,
predictable life.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as this has progressed, I'm on the other side of something now, and it's a very interesting place to be. It's like, I want to know. This isn't anymore. I mean, do I like the contacts? No. They've slowed down, to my knowledge, considerably in the last 6-8 months. But I am almost developed some kind of a fierce determination to gather more information. It's my way of fighting back. Would I stop it? I'm more prone at this point just to show up and see what happens.
See, that's my problem. If you'd have asked me that question 20 years ago, maybe 30, I'd have probably said yes. But today, I'd have to say no.
Yeah, because, part of I feel responsible. I know it sounds crazy, but at this point, I've met a few people now in ufology around here now, and I've met a few experiencers, abductees, and I realize everybody brings. If you are willing to stand up, be a voice, and start to really look at it and talk about it, write about it, we are in the extreme minority. And those of us that are able to really clarify things, write about them as accurately as possible, the field needs us. It sounds a little airy-fairy, but the truth is that I've come to a place now where I feel a sense of responsibility to my fellow abductees, to humanity at large, that I realize and recognize that there is some role, some part here that I have to play in my own personal evolution as a human being and a spiritual being, that this came into my life, and that it has been, it's become a big piece of my life, a focus of my life, and I've been very involved in all kinds of service work in my life with, people and animals and all kinds of different work I have done, here on this planet in humanity. And suddenly this has become something else for me. This has become a bigger calling for me, where here I am, and you know what? Here I was expecting that I was going to have, when I stepped out and I started talking about this at large, I was expecting that people, say in the law firms, people that I know, I was expecting ridicule. I was expecting, disbelief. I have been utterly and completely amazed to find how well received I have been by people that I never would have anticipated it. So everybody has something different to bring, and at this point, my determination to unravel the mystery, my desire and commitment to be of service at this stage of our humanity in however I can is probably greater than my fear of continued abduction. And I feel the need to report for whatever it's worth.
No, that's a good thing. If you ever hear the intro song for this show, you'll know how I feel about that. They wrote a song about, it's called Six Gun Joe. They wrote a song about one of my experiences when I went out to a place where there was lots of contact. I had an absolute hissy fit, man. I was hot. I had enough. It even says it in the song. I had enough. I wanted some kind of closure. I was certain things I wanted to know. I was just refusing to do anything else. It was one of those disaster nights, but it was an insane night itself. I got a show coming up where I'm going to be interviewed. I'll actually probably talk about the experience itself, but it was rather interesting to say. I just got mad. I had enough of it, and I really wanted to know I'd been in the field at that time 20 years, and I'd been knowing of my own experiences for like 14 of those years. So I was hot. I wanted something. I wanted to know some answers, and
it's like anything. After a while, it takes you, and now you're at the helm of it, and now I'm not a victim anymore. I refuse to think in terms of being a victim. I may not be able to stop this experience, but now, I certainly don't look at it as anything good. But at this point, I feel like I am one of the people who is on the forefront of something. I'm not being subjected to it as a victim anymore. Now I'm on the forefront. I didn't choose to be here, but this is where I'm at. So what am I going to do with it? I'm going to try to bring greater awareness to the whole subject matter if I can. I'm going to be one of those who's willing to be an information gatherer and start to find out what's going on. You know,
and that's what you need to be. I mean, that's what needs to. You know, all the contactees need to be like that.
Right.
You need to get out
But
there.
I
They
think-
need to pay more attention. Good.
See, that's one of the things I realized, though, is that when you know, I think that's the next step for me. I'm working on another book right now. I think the next step for me is assisting other experiencers by sharing my experience of transformation in this thing. How I went from being a victim to being an absolute assertive gatherer of information, researcher. I want to delve into this mystery in every way that I can, how I've strengthened myself and preparing myself for more and more awareness and more contact. And, you know, I think there's, you know, having come to the place where I'm not afraid anymore is an amazing place to be not afraid after having been utterly terrified for so many years. So I think there's a lot of people that continue to wake up to this event in their life, and I think they need support, and they need a support system. So I think that's going to be part of what my work will be down the line in helping encourage and support those people.
That's well. See, that's what ICAR started as, was a support. Our goal originally was to bring abduction research into ufology. Of course, it was kicking and screaming, but still. I used to beat Stephen Bassett over the head with Richard. Anybody would listen to Richard Dolan, Stan Friedman, Kathleen Maldred. Come on, I had the courage to rewrite the Betty and Barney Hill case. I wasn't going to let this go. And at first they tried to ignore me. They really did. But I got a really big mouth and I got a big radio station, and you're not going to ignore me for long. So we've been forcing our way in, and by setting up that support group initially, that's where we meet our contactees. We keep. Right now, it's open right now. We keep a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week support group online, open for any contactees that want to talk anytime. And there's almost always somebody in there. Well, the radio station room stays open 24 hours a day, and the iCar room stays open 24 hours a day. Now, you're going to usually find more people in the radio room because they're listening to the radio, but Sundays, Thursdays, other days when we're doing support groups, no, you can find them in there chatting. And that's really what it's for. It's a place for people to talk safely and not be ridiculed and not be attacked. And if they want to make a report, fine. If they don't want to make a report, fine too. It's not a big deal, you know. And as far as we prefer that people don't give us anonymous information because we would rather have the information because it makes it more credible. But
absolutely,
we do accept them. I mean, we do accept anonymous reports, but it's just it goes into the pile of anonymous reports. I mean, because that's what it is. And you know, if it correlates with some other stuff, it'll get used. If not, it'll be, you know, there's a lot of stuff we get that sits there because there's not a place for it. It's an oddball.
Right.
Or it's an oddity. And we're keeping it just on the outside, like Charles Hall's Tall Whites. Until him, I had never heard of the Tall Whites. And when I met him, I told Charles, I'm like, I don't know, Charles, maybe you were programmed by the government. You know, maybe that's what it was, some kind of experiment. But then out of the blue, I had 2 state troopers contact me out of Las Vegas, who had seen these guys in the casinos when they were working details. So now there was, and then there was 3 cab drivers that came in that drove these guys around. So then there was 5 coordinating reports. So, you know, it always makes a difference. But
right.
I'm still skeptical. For me, I'm going to be totally honest with everybody. For me, there's the reptilians, the grays, the humans, the light beings, and the brown guys, the little ones they say that eat you. Those 5 type aliens, there is solid, tangible proof for them and their spaceship. The rest of them, it happens to be who you're there with, what you're doing with, and what they may be doing with you. But those are the ones we know for a fact that abduct in large masses. We know that because it's just from the contactees. All the rest of them, God only knows what they're doing. You know, and from the way the Grays explain it, there is a limited amount that they let come to the planet. It's not just an open policy. They're not just letting everybody and their mama come visit Earth. There is a limit to what they'll allow here, what type of aliens they'll allow here. Because frankly, some of their races aren't ready for us, just like we're not ready for them. And some of them probably aren't as advanced or as good at hiding things as these races are. And come on, we're already busting these guys out, you know. So if you get somebody here that's sloppy, that's another reason you can limit. I know everybody wants to think there's 56 and 60 types, but you can really limit the types by the spacecraft and by the overall, you can really limit it. So, but then people make mistakes too, because we know, like with the grays, there's 9 varieties of grays. There's like 6 varieties of human. There's like 11 varieties of reptilian, which all of them are amphibians anyway. So, I mean, this is all stuff that right there, just between those 3 species, there's 20-something types. So I can see why a lot of people think there's more aliens than there actually is. And then there's some other types that interact with these guys. Sometimes we're present, sometimes we're not. I have no idea what that is, maybe why. Sometimes we're allowed to see it, and sometimes we're not. Like the light beam. I don't know why some people are allowed to see them and some aren't. You know, and you just got to. And then the damn light beams can take any shape they want, so you don't even know what the hell you're looking at half the time. That's another thing that drives me crazy. Between the light beams and the rest of them, their telepathic abilities, you always got you wondering, what is it you're actually
Well,
seeing?
I think it's a good thing to be skeptical, to question your own self, to question your senses all the time, and to correlate, like you said, going back into the journal, being able to look at what you wrote last month, last year, and to be able to really, you know, that is the only way, by continuing to record your information in as much detail as possible, that you can come up with a, you know, a general overall view of what's going on. You can't, not one piece of information or one story or one recollection is not going to tell the story. It has got to be a collection moving in a certain direction.
And
I question myself all the time.
Well, no, that's the best way to do it. I do it. See, for me, I have to do 2 things. I have to question myself all the time, and then I have to shut my own self off when I'm doing research on other people, so that what I'm thinking is not interfering with what I'm thinking about their case.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
A lot of times their
That's
cases
the
aren't
trouble.
relevant to mine. Yeah, you know, so.
Exactly. And it's important not to, you know, one of the things that I realized I think was very important for me, a very important aspect of my continuing to move through this territory was realizing that I did not have to come to an absolute conclusion about anything.
Yep. That
I'm slowly but surely pondering and considering information, experiences, and slowly but surely developing a hypothesis about what I believe may be going on, who's here, what the intention is. It's a slow process. It's not something you can come to terms with immediately. And so that I like that, because what that allows me to do is, rather than coming to any kind of conclusion, which I believe is foolish, because not only are we having our senses altered as experiences, you know, during these experiences, there's a variety of experiences. People are having experiences that I'm not having. So it's much better for me to maintain an open mind and to just continue to collect the information, process, look at patterns, look at percentages. I don't know if in my lifetime I'll come to an absolute conclusion about what I'm certain is going on.
No, I don't know if there is any absolutes in this.
No, but what I am certain is that I absolutely do believe they are among us now.
Oh yeah,
I believe they are off planet, and I absolutely believe it now. And just having there are some absolutes for me now that I believe.
Because some stuff is fact now. I mean, you can't get away from some of the facts. See, somebody asked me one time, "Do you believe in aliens?" Well, my answer is always no, because for me, it's not about belief anymore. I've seen them up close and personal enough times that it ain't belief. Look, I was there. I know I was there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I was there, so it's a fact.
Right.
In my mind, it's a fact.
You know that you know.
Yeah, if people get mad at me sometimes about it, well, it's true. I said, this is not religion. We're not talking about God. I believe in God. E.T., I know E.T. exists. I know E.T. is visiting the planet because of research and personal experiences. I know this just like I know I'm sitting here drinking a Coke talking to Nadine on the phone. So there's no difference in my reality. For the rest of us, of course, yes, there is, because they haven't had this experience, and they're all looking at me going, or looking at you going, And are they going to babysit my children? I don't think so. It's just
right.
And then it scares me, because when I think about some of the upcoming stuff that I've heard about or been involved with or talked to other contactees that have talked about, I get a little worried for what I would like to call the everyday people. I just got the worst feeling that it's not going to end well for them. Just one of those
if
feelings.
you're not prepared, but if you're not prepared, the problem
that's a good point.
It's with any kind of catastrophe of any kind, any magnitude. What happened down in New Orleans? What's Which just happened in Japan, what could very well happen here soon in California. If we just look at what's happening with our weather alone on the planet and you're not prepared, if you've got information but you don't want to look at it or consider it, if you're not prepared, that's a big part of it. We already know the planetary conditions. Anybody that got their head in sand, maybe not, but any average person just turning the news, and even the limited amount of truth they give us on the television or the radio, the limited amount we get from, the basic news, still tells us that we're in times of crisis, and that doesn't make sense. Let's prepare. Let's think ahead. Let's create some, plans, some different avenues to consider for our lifestyle, for alternative lifestyle. I just came back from, I spent some time with Melinda Leslie and Kim Carlsberg there, and they just started their UFO tour business and in Sedona, and I got a chance to go out for an evening with them. They've been there just starting up, and I'm looking at land. I'm looking for off-grid. I'm looking for just another place to have. That's my choice. It's for several reasons. One of them is that, there may be some things happening to particularly where I live in California, and I'd like to have an alternate route, an alternate possibility. So it's planning, and I think that's true for any of this. Those people that don't believe this is happening, they don't even believe that an earthquake can happen, let alone the fact that we could be visited. So they're not planning for anything. So those people that prefer to live their life in complete ignorance, they will be hit the hardest on all levels.
Yeah, well, that's the sheeples. The sheeples are going to get shaved. That's all I can say. There's so many people that live with their head in the sand. It's not even funny. Especially with the disasters that have been hitting the planet over the last 5 or 6 or 7 years. I've been watching people. For us, this tells you the difference right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is an easy one for you. Katrina, for our family, was an adventure. I live in New Orleans. Okay, we got up. We said the hurricane's coming. We went and spent 3 days in Florida. We came back. We gutted our house. We moved back in. We hooked up our generators. We had the first office building up and running in the city of New Orleans and the first apartment complex our company did, me and my partner Sam. That's a lot to boast about, guys. And you know what? We had a good time. So it's a big difference in being prepared for something and not. All those people downtown New Orleans who stayed weren't prepared for anything. Yeah, they weren't prepared. They expected the government to bail them out. The first big mistake they made was relying on the government to save them. You've got to, in today's world, you've got to think about saving yourself or you're in deep trouble.
That's right.
We have a good family of survivors, and we're real good at this kind of stuff. So, like I said, it was pretty easy for us. But that's not everybody. But Nadine, you've been great. I know we're almost out of time. Guys, Aaron, give them the site a couple more times so they know where to find it. It's going to be linked on our site for another week, but just so they can find you easier. And before she does that, Melinda and Kim, if y'all are listening, stop scaring the aliens in Sedona. I'm coming down here, so stop scaring them off. Go ahead, Nadine.
Yeah, you can find me at alienexperiences.com.
I got to give them a hard time. Melinda is really a good friend of mine, and I've been giving her a hard time for years. And Kim, I just like to make crazy because of her.
So I got to spend some time with those night vision goggles, the military issue they have, her and Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I've never seen anything like it. I could get addicted. We went out and we spent about 3 hours out there last Saturday night on one of the plateaus there in the heart of Sedona. And let me tell you, the things I saw, I could not believe. Easy to rule out things like satellites and shooting stars, but we really saw some amazing things.
Yeah, there is some really good stuff. I was hoping for them they would get that new airport monitor system out there to make their jobs easy. See, here in Louisiana, there's a system that tracks all aircraft for a 100-mile radius of the city, and it's public access. So it tells you if it's military or if it's commercial, if it's private, or if it's a helicopter or if it's a damn weather balloon. It'll tell you what it is. They got that, and with the JPL, we can rule out everything in the skies in a matter of 2 minutes and know if something's not supposed to be there. And it's a really nice thing. It's just they're not everywhere in the country yet. But I'm going out there to torture Melinda and Ken. It's coming. It's a matter of time, ladies. Just know I'm coming out to Sedona. I'm coming out to cause trouble, too. Oh, I got a bunch of friends down there. I got a bunch of friends in Sedona. I'm going down and causing all kind of mischief. Invite all my friends in from California. We're going to come down there and cause all kinds. Well, I haven't been down there. What's it been, about 4 years, I think. 4 or 5 years. It was right after Katrina we went down because we were in, we went up to Laughlin, actually, for the conference, and we stopped off in Sedona on our way up. And because I wanted to see what everybody was talking about. I think it's really pretty there. It really is. It's a gorgeous place to live. I would move there, but I think I would starve to death. I'm a contractor. There's not, there's some building going on there, but there's not enough. So I'm thinking, no, not yet. When I get a little bigger, I'll have to move there. But then it might not be nice if it expands out. But if you get down there before I do, give both ladies a hug and tell them I said hi.
I'll be back next month.
Yeah, but they're both a blast. And what's else? Oh, Stephen, if you're listening, I'll be bugging you soon too. He's oh, you see, but like him, this is an interesting point, ladies and gentlemen, before I let Nadine go. When I met Stephen 10 years ago, 11 years ago, he did. Paula has too, by the way. Neither one of them wanted to entertain the idea of abductions. Matter of fact, I brought Paula on my show one day, and she told me if I brought up alien abductions again, she would quit talking to me. She quit talking to me for a whole year over this.
Whoa.
And then I seen her in Roswell, and we made up, and we hugged, and then she started endorsing us. She was on Karen Dolan's show endorsing us as the only organization for abduction research. So that was a big turnaround. And Steve was the same way. Steve was nothing. Now Steve's, talking about doing experiencer conferences. I asked us who we could get involved. He's realized, which most researchers should realize, if you want the truth of alien contact, if you really want to know what ET's doing here, the only place to go is to contactee. The government's not going to tell you, and I doubt they even really know, and nobody else knows but ET, so the only other place to go is to contactee. I never understood why this was so hard for researchers to understand. I never did understand it. And they fight it tooth and nail. And I can understand some people, but some of these contactees, frankly, are nuts. But in reality, there are
manner of expression, yes.
Yeah, there are some excellently credible contactees in the field these days. They're excellent speakers. They have good credentials. They're clean. They're not nuts. They're living everyday lives, and they're very convincing when they speak. And there's simply no reason for these people to be lying about this. There's no logical reason that they would be lying about this. So there are good witnesses out there. It's just, you ever notice what makes the news medias or the thing? It's always the crazies.
Yeah.
They don't want the real contact people. They are the woo-woo people, and they don't want any credible abductees or contactees on CNN or Fox. Because, God, if a real credible one gets out in the world can hear, wait, she's not alone. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Y'all been telling us they're all crazy people. Wait, she's not crazy. What's going on here? They don't want that happening. We might get support then. But again, Nadine, you've been fantastic. I know we're running over into Kevin Smith's time now, but you did a great job, and I'll be looking forward to speaking to you again. Any contact information, anybody want to get hold to you, where can they reach at?
AlienExperiences.com.
Pretty easy, guys. AlienExperiences.com. I mean, click AlienExperiences.com. It's pretty easy. Well, no, because, I have iCar1.com. I believe in, and if you want to get people to come see you, you got to be as simple as you can be, because something that's in the head, Yeah. If you start getting these big, long URLs, they look at you like, okay, I'm not typing all in that in. Screw that idea. But anyway, thanks again, Nadine. You've been fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Jason Wilson, former host of Unabridged Universe, will be interviewing me about my own personal contacts. I've only ever really talked about my own personal contacts like 3 times in 10 years. And this will probably be the only time I do it for another 4 or 5 years. So any questions you have, that's the show to get him in on. That's all I can tell you. I don't know where he's going to take the show because I'm just the guest. I'm not the host, so it's entirely up to him. Until next week, people, enjoy your lives. Hug your kid. Kiss your cat. I promise you, if you smile, your face won't crack. I promise. Good night, everybody. I'll see y'all next week.
everyone. Happy Monday in January. We are the Light Gate. We are coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans, Louisiana, at the United Public Radio Network at 107.7 FM and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network at 105.3 FM. We are on Roku, YouTube, Facebook, and many other different platforms. We have a wonderful guest tonight. We have lots of pictures, so those of you on radio with us tonight, we will endeavor to explain everything. I also want to let everyone know that we are in a part of the country right now that are being hit by hurricane force winds and very bad storms. We've done everything we can to remain online. We're off grid and our batteries are holding, but that doesn't mean the Wi-Fi will. If the Wi-Fi drops, don't run because our producer is going to graciously intercede and come on with us. And instead of Preston and I, and carry our guest all the way through. With that stated, let's get going. To you, Preston.
Thanks, Dolly. And thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight on episode 37 of The Light Gate. We're just moving right along. I'm Preston Dennett, your host. My lovely co-host is Dolly Safran, fully conscious UFO contactee, subject of my book, Symmetry. We have a really wonderful guest tonight who I'll get to in just a second, but I do want to say a quick hi to all you lovely folks here because it's because of you that we are able to do this show and are having so much fun talking to so many people who've had experiences, researchers, contactees, and all different kinds of interesting people. So big hello to you, Louise. Thanks for joining us tonight. And Lunar Dove, hello. And hi, it's Alicia. So glad you're ready. I'm ready too. I always get a little nervous. Don't know why. Been doing this for 35 years. I should be used to this by now. But whatever. Hello, Rat Food. Oh gosh, the Bayside Mall. Okay, if you want to ask about it, we can certainly comment on it. All questions are welcome. Hello, Ruth Kleiber. Thank you for joining us. Octopus with no friends. We'll have to get you some friends somehow, but we're certainly all friends here. Who else do we got going on here? UFOs, gods, and extraterrestrials. Dolly Safran is in chat. Look at that. Okay, I always mispronounce this, so I'm going to try real hard. Alalistar. There, I think I got it. Thanks for joining us. Namaste. Oh my gosh. You are just beyond generous. Thank you so much. Really, really helps out the show. Can't thank you enough. That is so awesome of you. Hello, Michael. Hope you are doing well. And Chris, pause. Teen.
Hi.
Thanks, Christine, for joining us. And Janice Conant, always nice to see you here. Oh, Lunar Dove, you guys just feel so humble and warms my heart. Thank you so much for your generous, generous contribution. Who else we got going on here? Videos from Underground. Synthetic Nature, Raven's Cloud, the Empath. Oh, empathy is such an important quality. Hello, Brian. Thanks for joining us. Star Orchid, John P. Adventures. Gosh, we got a nice big crowd today, Dolly. Very excited.
Yes, thank you.
Allison Carr and Cheryl and lots of other people. Raul, you are so generous. Wow. You guys are just beyond amazing. Thank you so, so much. Hello, Jason Bardo and Susan Alloway. And here's another difficult to pronounce name, Dejeskra. Hope I got that right. Dennis Whipple, nice to see you here. AD Dances. Oh, I'm going to put that question on a star so we can get to it later. And Dana, thank you so much. Gosh, you guys, that is so awesome. And Real Badger. All right, that's enough. I don't want to waste any more time because our guest is so amazing. And in fact, let me put up the banner so you can get a little bit of a preview about who we have on tonight. It's a researcher I've been following for a very long time, and his name is Christopher O'Brien. And since 1992, Christopher has investigated, get this, over 1,000 paranormal events reported in the San Luis Valley, which is located in south central Colorado and a little bit in north central New Mexico. And boy, if you ever get a chance to visit the San Luis Valley, it's one of the biggest hot spots, really, definitely in the United States, but not the world. And not just UFOs, all kinds of really interesting stuff. Now, Christopher has worked with law enforcement officials, ex-military, ranchers, and an extensive network of skywatchers. And from 1992 to 2002, he documented one of the most intense waves of unexplained activity ever reported from a single geographic region of North America. And in fact, his 10-year investigation resulted in 3 books, the Mysterious Valley Trilogy. First book's called The Mysterious Valley. I have it somewhere in my bookshelf. The second one is called Enter the Valley, which I have right here, actually, in my little hands. Secrets of the Mysterious Valley is the third. And there are other books. His meticulous field investigations of UFO reports and unexplained livestock deaths, Native American legends, cryptozoology, secret military activity, and the folklore is all found in the world's largest alpine valley and has produced one of the largest databases of unusual occurrences gathered from a single geographic region. Currently working with a team of specialists installing a high-tech video surveillance and hard data monitoring system in and around the San Luis Valley. If you ever go to Colorado, you have to check it out. This is very close to where the UFO Watchtower is located. Well, it is, by Judy Messeline. Christopher's 2009 book, Stalking the Tricksters, distills his years of field investigation and research into an ingenious unified paranormal theory that is sure to create intense interest and controversy. And his latest book, Stalking the Herd, get this, 600 pages, you can use it for weightlifting, is being called, quote, the Bible of cattle mutilation books, and has received dozens of positive reviews. And it's the first book on the subject that objectively examines the unexplained livestock death phenomena, which remains one of the most perplexing mysteries of our times. Of course, in addition to his books, he's written many articles for such publications as Open Minds, Fate Magazine, UFO Universe. Oh, I missed that magazine. I used to get articles published in there too, but UFO Encounters and many others. And parenthetically, he's also an accomplished musician. Of course, he has many media credits, including Coast to Coast, pretty much all the other major radio shows and podcasts, and is a frequent guest on all kinds of television programs. You've probably seen him on Ancient Aliens, or Weird or What, Conspiracy Theory, UFO Hunters, and many others. I mean, he's worked with Sightings, Inside Edition, Extra, Showtime's Sci Friday Chronicles, UFO Files, Exploring the Unknown, The Unexplained, Secrets of, Profiles in Ufology, Unexplained Mysteries, and many others. I mean, I could go on. He's the recipient of 2 EBE Film Festival Awards. That's a very high honor for people in this field. And he has also hosted his own regional Colorado, New Mexico radio show called The Mysterious Valley Report. That was from 1996 to 1999. And of course, he's published the bi-monthly Mysterious Valley Report for about 7 years, 1993 to 2000. He's a very sought-after speaker at UFO conventions, so we are truly lucky to have him tonight. You can find his links in the description, but we've certainly got a lot to talk about, so let's just bring him on. Boom. Hi, Christopher. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, good to be here.
I'm excited. Yeah.
It's been a while since we talked, actually. I think last time was on the Paracast.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
I think pretty much that was it. Or I may have talked to you. No, I think we emailed back and forth about a case that you were working on, and or a case I was working on, I think, and I may have picked your brain on it. Occasionally we've run across each other online as well. So good to be here. Glad to hear that show's taken off, and hopefully we won't have any interruptions tonight.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah,
On my eye on the radar as we speak.
boy, you got a double barrel shotgun coming at you.
Well, you know, weather these days.
Yeah,
It's really
like
unpredictable.
the unexpected. Yeah.
I have been to the Mysterious Valley actually a couple of times with
Nice.
Stephen Greer held a couple of his groups up there. So I definitely was up there at least twice. And when I was a kid, we went to this great sand dunes.
Yeah.
It's really a cool spot if you ever
Yeah,
have a chance to.
that's about as spooky as it gets out there, boy.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, I love it. I actually considered moving up there, but you know, I just can't take the Colorado winters. I can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, with me, it's the altitude now. I was just there doing a shoot with one of the popular shows that's on. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but I'm never going to go back there and do a shoot in or mid December at night. It was just brutal. I had, for the first time ever in all